and transition, and I believe we are live on the internet. It's Friday night, and welcome to Battle Streams in Middle Earth. There are 52 people in. If one of those wonderful 52 people could let us know that you can see and hear us, that would be absolutely super. And then we can crack on with what is sure to be an evening of delightful merriment. That's the plan, anyway. We have Michael Dublé saying sound is good. We have Rory saying unmuted, transitioned, and live. That's a beautiful way to be. That's a beautiful way to be. So yes, welcome one and all to Battle Streams of Middle Earth. This fine Friday evening. We hope you're well. We hope you're doing okay. This is, of course, our regular live stream where we normally take a wander down through history, through DXD's Partwork Battle Games. Oh, I haven't even introduced you, but you probably haven't noticed. What we actually did, though, is we changed the word games to streams. A lot of people miss that.
Is that what you named the channel after?
Yeah.
Has anybody cottoned on to that yet?
I don't think so. It's very much a think.
Let's hope D'Agostini don't.
Yeah, they'll be after us. It's 109 and done. But yes, indeed. Normally we're doing that, but we're not doing that today. But before we get into today and tonight, I need to ask an important question. Who the hell is this guy? It's Dale Groves.
Hello.
BSIMers of the world over. Dale Groves is our latest shiny steward of the Steve Crow chair.
Not yet jaded.
No,
member of the Steve Crow chair.
Yeah, indeed, not yet. Still a hopeful, optimistic king, not a bitter, broken steward yet. But Dale Groves, how you doing, my friend?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Very, very well. It's Friday. We've got a new starter set. There's a lot of exciting things to talk about. We're going to have a nice little party. But thank you for joining me. Dale.
My pleasure, mate.
Will be doing his regular. Our first-time guest regular slot in a bit, where he tells us our hobby journey, and you can ask him questions, so prepare your questions. But for now, I want to jump straight in and say, I know that there's probably loads of chat going on. There's 53 people in now, which is awesome. What we want you to put in the chat now is kind of what you're working on tonight, what you're eating, drinking, and just tell us about your Christmas. Tell us about your hobby Christmas. What did you get for Christmas? That sort of thing. That's what we want the chat to be about. We've got loads to get through tonight, and we need it to keep it kind of relatively focused. So let us know the hobbying you've been doing over the festive period. So tonight, as I said, normally, I've got Damien up a bit on the sound front, maybe not too much. Don't want to drown out the wonderful Brummy accent from the other side. Okay.
Love that, Michael. Priorities already. We've been going for 4 minutes and we're already talking about the right stuff.
There we go.
I'm purposefully longing out my response to that so that they've got time to say Dale's equally quiet or difficult to hear or neither.
My hope is that has been rebalanced, and you might need, at your end, to turn your whole volume up now, but we should be a little more even, I would hope.
Cool.
So, normally, as I said, we're looking for an issue of Battle Games in Middle Earth, but we're not doing that today. It's a special, and it's a very, very big special, Dale. You join us on our first stream of the year, and
yes.
I don't know if you remember, but I didn't actually check the date. Sometime around January the 18th, 2020 was when Battle Streams in Middle Earth kicked off. So our first stream of the year is always our launch of a new season celebration. So we are here tonight celebrating 5 years of Battle Streams in Middle Earth. Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
No. Can you believe it? On that.
Not really.
Not to sort of break the intro already. Can you believe? You know, when you started this on like a potato camp, sat there painting with Steve, that 5 years later you'd still be doing essentially the same thing. And people would still watch it.
I wasn't sure they'd be watching by the end of the 5 hours, let alone the 5 years.
It's bonkers that people still watch it.
Absolute madness. I don't get it, but hey, as long as you guys keep watching them, we'll keep making them. But of course, I think it's only fair to say it's not news to everyone now. But of course, Steve isn't here. Steve has taken a step back, as we know, and so there's a slight sense of melancholy for me. But as we are entering season 6 of BSIME and its new look with our wonderful selection of guest hosts, who've already been doing a great job at the tail end of last year. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and make the point, because this came up in the chat. We had some of our patrons in our patron chat saying things along the lines of, they were worried and sad that this was going to be the end. This is the last year because we're getting towards the end. And I am very, very happy to confirm that once we finish these magazines, as long as I'm still here and now we've found a way forward, we'll be going through the supplements. So Battle Streams in Middle-earth isn't going anywhere. Even when we finish the magazines, we'll be doing streams, and we'll probably be working through this. This is the complete history of SBG over here. And we'll be working our way through all those old supplements and stuff. So don't worry yourselves. We might finish the magazines, but the streams will keep going for, frankly, as long as we're all watching them, as long as we're all making them. So, happy 5th anniversary, 5 full years of Battle Streams, and welcome to season 6. It's going to be a good year. That's our kind of celebration. Celebrate good times. Come on. But we don't have an issue of the magazine today. We do not have an issue of the magazine because it's a special. And Dale, would you like to tell the children what is the special about? That was a good tooth. No, that was good. I liked that. There was different things. Oh.
Yeah. It is arguably the best new starter box we've had for Middle-earth all year.
I agree.
It's got to be, isn't it? It's up there.
It's
I can't think of one I prefer. It is the War of the Rohirrim. You may have seen the film. You may have seen some posters. You definitely didn't see any marketing because there wasn't any. But now you've seen the new game. What are your early thoughts, Damien?
It's out. My early thoughts are I'm sure there's going to be lots of thoughts on that. My early thoughts are very, very good. This is a good box. This is a good box. And this is our topic tonight. The War of the Rohirrim starter box, which we're hoping you either picked up when it came out or you had it nestled under the tree at Christmas. So, Dale, this is always where I put the pressure on the guest host. How do people get involved in the stream tonight?
They can find something from that box, put it together, pretend they're painting it, maybe base it, and post that progress, made up or otherwise, in the whip thread, on Facebook, on the Great British Hobby League. Damien O'Byrne has shared the post. It says in capital letters, "This is the whip thread." There's an exclamation mark as well to emphasise the point. There's a link to the Battle Streams in Middle-earth channel. Don't click that. Just click comment at the bottom of that post. Put what you're doing in there or not doing in there. I can't promise I won't say, "Of course you did, mate," when we're all pretending that you actually made that progress this evening. But yeah, anything that's in that box, made of plastic, that you've glued together, started snipping off the sprue, primed, started painting, you're already in the stages of painting, or you just want to do something on theme to win a dice, pick it out.
If you can take a photo of a sprue like this, you can have the chance of winning a dice.
Yeah.
Oh, God, you've jumped to dice. Yeah, absolutely. Good work. You know what you're doing. And of course, the prize is... Are we ready?
Yeah.
It's not these. These are a prize that money can buy. But you are after a prize that money can't buy, which is this, dear lady. Oh, look at that.
Prove that's a Battle Streams dice before we move forwards, because there are going to be people that have already got those, that have rolled them previously, that know that a 5 on one of those dice is a lie.
Look at that bad boy. Look at that. That is a black Battle Streams in Middle-earth dice. The only way to get your grubby little paws on these is to win one of our dice draws. So anyone working on anything from the starter set tonight will be in with a chance. Oh God, I cut away from that. It only rolls 5s. Will be in with a chance of winning that dice. Perfect for you. Imagine you were a good player and your opponent had an Elven Blade. You would have won that roll off on a 5 or 6. Absolutely amazing.
Is a 5 not wasted though in that situation?
Actually, I think it's saving 6s.
Do you think so?
I think it's efficient. So Dale.
Yes.
I know what the people are like. I've seen Larry's in, and so I know what's going to happen. And I said I would leave this up to you. Rohan houses.
Yeah. What about them?
That was a question. If they're working on the Rohan houses, are they in?
Oh, they're in the box, aren't they?
You think?
And they've been repackaged.
Mm-hmm. I'm happy
So they're
for
being...
it. It's a special, so I'm happy for it. If we're celebrating this box and we're saying anything made of plastic. Now, Dale, I do need to tell you. I don't know if you've met Larry, but
barrels and walls and any of the other paraphernalia that isn't a Rohan house doesn't count.
I can't find it. He'll ask about the range ruler.
Of course he will.
I presume painting the range ruler is out.
I think so, mate.
But we're gonna have a celebration.
Although we could say if they're going to make an effort painting the range ruler.
All right, fine. It's a special. I don't care.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, if they're going to make the best range ruler should also get a bonus shout out. No dice will be given, no extra prizes. It's almost not worth doing. But if you're that way inclined,
I like it. It's a Friday night.
If you're that way inclined, mate, get it done.
An extra special prize for the best painted Hobbit range ruler. Definitely. I love it. Oh, I love it.
I like that.
But to get in, we think just to help celebrate the box set. For this time, and who cares what we said last time because I can't remember. For this time, it is anything. It will include the Rohan houses. So if you're working on Rohan houses, you can get in there. But yeah, so Wild Men, Warriors of Rohan, any of the 4 heroes, but not Lord Thorn, Frecker, those kind of guys. So it has to be plastic and it has to be in the box set. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm looking forward to getting stuck into people. And then, as we said, all you have to do, take a photo of it, put it in the whip through on the GBHL, and then we'll go through them all at the end of the night, whatever stage you're in, and someone will win a dice. If you're working on something else, take a photo of it, put it in the whip thread. We'd love to see what you're working on, but you won't be in with a chance of winning a dice. Sound good?
Sounds ideal, mate.
And of course,
sounds like the perfect way of spending a Friday night.
Well, exactly. Historically, the point of Battle Streams of Middle-earth
is this is awkward for me, but we'll do it anyway. Is to the cha.
Oh, has that been dishwashed?
Oh, of course it has. The point of Battle Streams of Middle-earth is to not put your cup in the dishwasher.
What you had to fly through the chat, did you?
Fly through the chat, mate. Oh, ironically, who knew? Foreshadowing,
you'll
mate.
You'll be doing it. But yeah, so normally we say whatever the theme is, whether it's Aragorn or goblins, or whatever, you have to go and grab dusty, unloved models. But no, you're not allowed. Dusty, unloved plastic Rohan warriors can stay where they are. You need shiny new plastics. And you might be looking at this going, but that isn't a model. That's a small selection of M&Ms. But actually, if you put 453 of these pieces together, you will get a model.
A Warrior of Rohan.
A Warrior of Rohan. So there is no dust. No dust this week. We are pure. We are new. We are fresh. We are shiny. And we're exciting. And it's going to be a hell of a night. So that's how you get involved in the stream tonight. Dale, before we go any further, what are you working on, and do you have any sustenance to keep you going throughout the stream?
Yes, so I am, strike me down already, Damien, as a failed host. I am not painting anything that's in the theme of the box, and there's a very particular reason for that, which I'll share now. For the last year, near enough, I have been painting an army of Numenor, and I started it when they were toilet, and I've not yet finished it, and the tweaks to the rules, which we won't touch on today because that's specifics for profiles, but the tweaks for the rules suggest that they're not completely toilet anymore.
Right.
They're different. They're actually quite good, but I want to finish them. So I've got a couple of spearmen that I'm looking at that I primed earlier, so inevitably they won't have dried properly and be rubbish. I've got some shields and I've got a captain.
Wonderful.
That I am finishing. For nourishment, awkwardly, I had a Deliveroo order arrive. That was the code I was shouting at Josie before, just before we started. It's like, I haven't got any snacks. What's going on?
You had food ordered in and delivered. That's pretty special.
Mate, it's a stream, innit? First time ever. I've got some chocolate, dark chocolate, of course. Some roasted and salted cashews. And some strange fudge peanut bar that doesn't look like a brand I'd ever heard of and probably won't be eating tonight.
Very nice. And they've all arrived today via delivery.
They have, mate. They're brand new. Brand new.
That's exciting. So the fudge will still be warm, presumably.
Yeah. Chocolate fudge and peanut. It's a protein bar. This could be one of two things. It could either be surprisingly delightful or bone dry.
It's going to be the second one.
We'll go through that. Yeah, I'm sure we can get right into that, what that's like later. But yeah, that's me, mate. What about you? What you got?
I'm quite excited. I've got my standard cup of BSIME tea.
Why is yours like brand new? Pick that cup back up.
Don't put it back in the
You've just got you've got shelves of them, haven't you?
I got one, mate. I just don't put it in the dishwasher.
That is like brand new.
That's because I take good care of it.
There's no way.
Don't put it in the dishwasher.
If any other member of the patron was in here now and they held their mug up, it would not look like that. That's like you've coloured the letters in fresh this morning.
Then they put it in the dishwasher.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, it's really that simple. If you don't, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. And I was doing the weekly shop a few days ago in Sainsbury's. Other supermarkets are available. Although, on the other hand, if Sainsbury's, if you want to sponsor the stream, we'd, very happily take you on. And I went to the cake aisle, and I don't know if you've been in. I don't know if it's the same in your local supermarkets, but the cake aisle was literally festooned with Christmas stuff. I don't know if they just massively. I don't know what happened this year, but I mean the whole row, tons of mince pies. So there were boxes of mince pies and stollen slices going for 75p each. And I was like,
yeah.
And then you're just frankly at the point where you're like, well, I should buy them all. You know, what's an insane amount?
Is this the part of the story where you say you walked straight past those and here's a twirl?
No, I got them.
And two Snickers.
I was standing there and it like racked by crisis of how many. You know, the dates were till like the end of February, so they'll last. And I ended up getting 3 boxes of mince pies and 3 packs of stollen slices. So I've got a late kind of like festive spread, which is
that's
a nice
delightful,
bonus.
mate.
75p.
I'm so happy
That's like
for you.
10p a mince pie, 10p a stollen slice. Get down to Sainsbury's. And I also thought, because it was a party and because we're celebrating, I've got my last Twinkie. This was the box of Twinkies that I was sent by Winston the cat from America, and I've been saving one for a special occasion. And I thought 5 years of BSIME, new starter box. This is the stream for it. So I'm going to go into that and just enjoy my last Twinkie until any more genuine American Twinkies arrive in my life. But thank you, Winston the cat, whoever you are.
You're getting straight in now. You're going for it.
Okay.
Won't leave you hanging. I'll get the. We'll try the dark chocolate. I've got to be honest. The protein bar is not particularly exciting me, but I'm sure I'll warm to it as the evening goes on and on.
There we go. There we go. That's what we're working on. As I said, let us know what you're all working on, models, food, that sort of stuff, and let us know how your Christmases were. We've got some stuff to get through tonight.
You didn't tell us what you were working on.
Did I not? Sorry, apologies.
No.
I'm working on these bad boys.
Dunnell End. Wildman.
I can literally
Hill
hear
Tribesman.
her, I can hear
What are you
her
building?
telling them. I have to tell you this now because that is fascinating. But I can't see how I cannot tell the stream this without. Everything's absolutely fine, but Emma's talking to the police at the moment. Everything's fine, and they've just left our house, and I've heard us going, it's Battle Streams in Middle Earth, BSIME. I was just telling them, I heard the police are in, right?
One of them didn't want to come and sit down and talk about the crime report. He wanted to look at all the Lord of the Rings stuff.
So, there you go.
Mate, they're out there. Hobbyists are out there, I'm telling you. We're not sat at the back of the bus getting spat at anymore, mate. We're mainstream.
No, we're spitting.
Who was it that said there's more fun being a bully?
It is more fun being a bully. It's more fun being a bully than being bullied.
Yeah,
that's why people do it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I presume. But yeah, everything's absolutely fine. I'm not going to go into it here because we're all happy. Everyone's wonderful. But yeah, I just had the police leaving with Emma telling them about battle streams in Middle Earth, which is kind of wonderful. But yes, so I'm working on done lendings. I have so far managed to assemble 9. So this is what's left. This is my last 3 archers, and then I I do have another sprue here, so if something like having assembled 9, I ain't getting through this tonight. But on the off chance, I have got another sprue there. But I am loving life. I'm starting my new year, new army, Usurpers of Edoras, Besiegers of the Hornburg Force, and I'm going to be assembling well on theme, and I'm super, super excited about it. That's me.
Love that.
Yeah.
Is that a brand new army for you, Dunland?
Yeah, I never ever wanted to do Dunland before, and then as soon as what was the announcement? There was it was the logo and then the box set, wasn't it? I don't think there was anything in between. Maybe we saw Wolf first, did we?
We saw.
We see Wolf. We saw Wolf before
Wolf.
The box set.
Yeah, we saw Wolf definitely.
Yeah.
Didn't we see Santa Helm at
I
some
don't think
strange
I don't think it was before the box set. You might be right there. But yeah, so as soon as we knew it was War of the Rohirrim, I was quite excited about the film. I was like, I'm in. I'm all in. I'm in. So yeah, that's my plan, and that's what we're doing. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to be talking about our Christmases, our thoughts. Dale will be telling you who the hell he is, and we're going to take a look through this, dear lady. This is the rules manual. Don't worry about it yet, because this is going to be our main discussion topic. It's going to be a big chunky bit in the middle of the stream, and we're going to direct like questions and comments to it as we go. So don't talk to us at the moment about the rulebook, and we're just doing the rulebook today. There's going to be future streams looking at the army books, but today we're looking at the rules, how the core mechanics of the rules have changed, and that's going to be our deep dive, going back through there. Very, very exciting stuff. And yeah, and we're giving a dice away at the end. What a way to spend a Friday, right?
The best way, mate. The best way.
Before you get the obligatory guest host privilege, and it is a privilege, of reading through the first chunk of the chat, the other thing we have to talk about is there's news. It's a news week.
It is a news week.
Let's see if Dale can guess the news. Dale, what's the news?
There's stuff going on pre-order.
Woo, woo, woo. There is indeed.
And not just any old stuff. Do you want me to tell you the stuff?
Not just any old stuff, quite a lot of old stuff. What have we got
Yeah,
coming?
actually. Ironically, there is more old stuff than new stuff, but there is also new stuff. But all of it is stuff you're going to want.
Yeah. What have we got?
A lot of stuff's in that setting. So, in plastic, brand new, first time ever, you've got Haleth and Harmer from the starter set, and Wolf and General Targ. And returning, perfect timing, some would argue, considering lots of people are going to be building themed forces around it. The Rohan Stronghold's coming back.
Oh yeah, and the bits are coming back separately as well, right?
Yeah. So you've got the Rohan Stronghold, you've got the sort of house palisade. They've all been repackaged in the new branded stuff for the War of the Rohirrim. I think they'll be quite popular for the people who already had a substantial force of Rohan in particular. Didn't want to pick a box up for whatever reason. Then in Forge World, we've got Hera, Bride of Death, without horse. Controversial. And then we've got Shank, Rot, and the Snow Troll, which that Snow Troll in particular looks like an amazing mini. Looking forward to seeing that in person. See this, how big it is, what it looks like painted up. And then returning, are you ready?
I am ready.
We've got Bard the Bowman. I'm going to tell you why we've got it returning as well, because some of this stuff, little bit of, not so much sleight of hand, but not particularly brand new, because they were still there, but they've just repackaged some stuff and helped you out. But I'll tell you why they're new, just to sort of prompt if you think you might need one. So Bard the Bowman comes back with the Wind Lance, and the reason for that is it's a new base for the Wind Lance. He's no longer glued to the same base as it. There's a separate base for that. In fact, there's a miniature close to my heart that he can't find.
That's closer to your hand than your heart.
There's now a separate base for that, so I'll need a new one of them. Cheers.
Is that just Bard? Is that the Windlance Bard you had there?
That's the Windlance Bard, yeah.
Very cool, very cool, very cool.
Celeborn and Galadriel will be coming, and that's because there's a new base for the Mirror. That's now on a 40mm base. Spoilers. Haldir comes in a new 3-pack, unarmoured with bow and armoured with sword. The one with the sword in the air. Quite a nice mini. In fact, that and the unarmoured with bow are both lovely minis. The Iron Hills Ballista comes with a new base for the Ballista itself. I'll ask you a question about that one in a minute. Have you got a blister?
I do have an Iron Hills blister, yeah.
Don't let me forget. Don't let me forget to ask you about that later. Okay, and then the Wood Elf Command.
I
There's
thought
no
that was the
Stormcaller.
question.
No.
That's not the question.
No, it's actually a question, but
Right.
it'll derail us because I know what we're like when we start chatting. We'll be 2 hours in. The Wood Elf Command, no Stormcaller. The Minas Tirith Command, no Knight of the White Tower. Boo. New Battlecry Trebuchet, new base. New Rohan Command with no King's Huntsman. Thranduil with swords on foot. The Goblin King and Retinue with a new base for the Scribe. Morannon Commanders with the old new captain in. If you know the captain in that Morannon set was like holding his stuff
Yeah, that's the
straight.
out
He had like a weird cleaver. Well, they've got the one that's got his arms to the side now, which is a mini that you could never get hold of, which is cool.
So they've pulled the Shaman out of that set and swapped the captain.
Yes.
Why have they swapped the captain?
Don't know.
Great.
No idea.
That's weird.
And the other Morannon captain's the one that looks like Guritz, isn't it? So it's not that one.
I'm
It's
just
the
trying to
other
think
one.
what the captain is, because I've painted that captain, because I've painted the Finecast set. I've done the Shaman. The Shaman's this one. Ooh, rubbish.
The captain's
What's
just
the
got
captain?
it almost looks like a halberd.
He's got the
It's
head,
like a
hasn't he?
big
He's got the
axe.
head and the halberd.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They have swapped him. Why?
They've swapped the
do that?
captain. Don't know.
I wonder if is that that 3 set coming back in metal, and I wonder if that captain was only in Finecast.
I would hope not for the people who might want to buy it, because that banner in metal is never staying stood up on a battlefield ever.
And they have to
'Cause
be
it's
they have to be stood up to get the benefit.
They do.
It's in the
You're
rules.
damn right. We'll get onto that in a minute, won't we, mate?
Okay,
so
that's
the
3
Morannon
hours.
Commanders got a new captain, the new old captain, which is better. Mordor Catapult's got a new base for the catapult. Mordor Commanders, no Shaman. Gundabad Orcs, yippee. That's got a captain in the same box now. Shagrat and Gorbag, the war leader model with shield, is gone. That's a sad day for those of us that have played Shagrat, and even more of a sad day for those of us that have glued a shield to an alternate Shagrat and have now got to peel it off.
Serves you right.
No spoilers.
Yell the
Yeah.
angry shills.
Yeah. I won't take that shield. Don't need the knockdown, dear. He doesn't need it. Be all right without it. Then we've got a new base for the old cave troll with the 2 hands on the hammer. The 3 trolls are back with a base for the campfire. We've got the Uruk Ballista with a new base. The siege team with bases for the bombs. They look quite cute on their little bases. And my least favourite of those particular changes is the Watcher in the Water on a new base. How do you feel about that, Damien? How do you feel about that?
I feel absolutely rotten about that. And you know, BSIME, this is a positive place. I've got 4 painted cave trolls. I am fine with ripping them off and putting them on 40 mils. But that Watcher, I love my Watcher, and I don't know how I'm getting that off. I had some great suggestions already in the because we talked about it in the Patreon chat. Someone saying cut a hole in the big base, put it in, and then filler over it almost. And someone else said cut the rim off.
Yeah, cut it and then file the bottom down, which I think's genius. Could you be able to blend that in? Just thinking about the difference in size of the new base, because it is quite a set. I've got resin and all sorts on this one.
It
makes me sad, mate.
And it's one model, but it happens. First time in 25 years it's happened, so it's like fair enough. We're due some rebasing, whatever. It's not a huge number of models, but that one's annoyed me, and I don't know. I'm not going to do it until I have to take it to a tournament. Do you know what I mean? That's when I'll do it. I can see myself doing the cave trolls.
You think you'll do what, the hill trolls you mean, or cave trolls?
No, the cave trolls. So I've got 4 painted cave trolls, and I can see myself getting 450 mil bases and putting them on.
Okay.
I can't see myself voluntarily making the Watcher, rebasing the Watcher a project.
No, it's a brittle model as well.
Yeah, and all these little lovely legs are stuck to it, and
they're getting snapped right off.
Yeah,
you're snapping at least half a dozen of those off.
At least half a dozen, and there are half a dozen.
Yeah, exactly.
So basically,
that's it.
Those releases they're not the kind of exciting return to range we might be used to. They're adapting to the new edition. Is that fair?
Yeah,
everything coming back is either getting a new base or had a model removed from it in some way. Isn't that right?
yeah. It's reflecting the article that we saw that was sort of preparing people for the potential disappointment of their stuff no longer being sort of mainstream and current in the game. So it's the first wave of that we've seen. It's not the only one we'll see though, because there's another sort of half a page of that article.
So it's unlikely to generate the kind of excitement that normally when they have returned. You know, the last set of returned models was all Angmar and Arnor, wasn't it? And it's not that kind of stuff because it's stuff that was on sale until recently, but it's now just been repackaged with new bases, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it's good
Although the trolls, mate. That being said, the 3 trolls have been secretly unavailable for about 12 months. Like nobody really noticed because news, like spoiler alert, they were properly Numenor in the last edition. So nobody really played them. Those that did play them did a beautiful job of the hobby and stuff. They're a great little set of minis to paint, but nobody really used them. But they weren't available for ages. So actually they are back and are available for the first time in a while, which is cool. It's good to see them back.
Street is they've had quite the glow up. They
have indeed, mate.
So yeah, all those models back with the new bases ready for the new edition, which is exciting. The heroes from the box set coming out, which is cool, I suppose. I'm surprised by how quick they're out.
Yeah.
But you know, if people wanted, I just don't. The box is such good value. I just can't imagine there's anyone who wanted those heroes and didn't. You know what I mean? I know it sounds stupid, but assuming you want to play the game, so you want the rulebook, even if you just want Wolf and Targ, you're probably better off buying the box and selling the rest.
Agreed.
So then I think, for my mind, the most exciting releases are Shankrot and the Troll and Hera, Bride of Death.
Yeah. I'm not as big a fan of that Hera sculpt. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I'm not sort of anti the Bride of Death sculpt. I think the plastic one was exactly the miniature I would have wanted.
Yeah.
And having then seen the film, I think it's awesome. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. Once I start painting it with like my hands and it looks horrendous, it'll look nothing like the one on the box art, and I'll hate myself anyway and just melt it down. As one of my good friends, Jack, always says, just melt it down and just smush it in your hands afterwards in frustration. But right up until that point, I'm looking forward to that mini. I love the snow troll. That's a really cool mini. I think that being able to add that in to essentially what you've already got from the bones of the starter set into your Dunland is quite cool. I say Dunland, they're hill tribes, right?
Yeah. Can I interrupt you briefly because I've got a time sensitive world exclusive. Do you know who's watching the stream?
Who?
Tom Harrison.
Unbelievable.
Do you know where he is?
Downstairs.
No, I'm downstairs actually. That's how the police.
Oh, upstairs.
No. He's significantly further away than upstairs.
Okay. He's in New Zealand.
He's in New Zealand. That's where he is. He's in New Zealand. He's waiting for breakfast. That doesn't make much sense to me. And they're flying back tomorrow. And do you know what? Do you know where he's going? Do you know where he's finishing his trip? He's been honeymooning around New Zealand. Do you know what the last thing he's doing? Where he's going?
Mount Sunday.
No, I think he's done all that stuff.
Okay.
What's the most exciting thing there is in New Zealand?
What are those little birds they have?
It's not the little birds they have.
Oh, okay. Probably Hobbiton, right?
He's done Hobbiton. If you're into SBG, what's the most exciting thing that's now in New Zealand?
Weta.
No. This is going to be brutal for the poor lad.
Tom Harrison.
Well, yeah. Who else?
Lachlan.
He's going to see Lockie.
That's a really niche link there. You gave me no chance there at all.
So yeah, that's really.
What's the best thing in New Zealand if you play Middle Earth? A bloke who used to live in Australia that makes content about Middle Earth.
Probably. I think so. If Lockie tunes in, I think you're the best thing in Middle Earth. They'll hate you. Always has done. So yeah, hi Tom. Miss you.
Hello, Tom.
And he's had the time of his life, by all accounts. So yeah, that was pretty cool. Sorry, you were saying.
Was I saying?
About
Yes.
Dunland.
Troll, like the troll. Think it's cool that you can drop that in and use sort of what you've got already from the evil half of the starter set. That's good. Also, like the fact you've got the flexibility with the Rohan as well. If you want to play it slightly differently, you can use the evil Rohan. But yeah, that's probably my fave. Can't wait for the plastic Hera to come, but I'm sure that'll come in good time.
Yeah, for sure.
That is one of those minis. I think I said this to you. It's one of those weird miniatures that come along. I can't begin to tell you how little interest I have in collecting a Rohan army.
Yeah.
And there's a variety of reasons. At least a handful of them are painting the horses and the dismounts, but there's others. But then that Hera model, I'm absolutely going to pick that up and just paint
all
it.
of the new
Or sit it in the backlog for years and then not paint it.
You can paint it on Hera Week. That's next week, by the way. But yeah, so that's super exciting, and I agree with you. Will you be picking anything up for yourself tomorrow?
What do I need from tomorrow? I'd like the trolls, but I'm reluctant to buy them on the basis that they're now very good. I've got to get over that. Got to get over that weird psychological thing of not wanting to play the stuff that's actually half decent. In fact, I'll just skim back through the list and just think about it.
Yeah, you want to. Who wants Dale to buy the trolls?
I'd like the Haldir. I love that unarmored Haldir with bow. And annoyingly, at Throne of Skulls, stood next to Paul Kelly in Warhammer World. I said, "I'll tell you what, mate. That Haldir sprue, the blister, which had the tiny Haldir, like Hobbit Haldir, and then the Haldir with bow unarmored in a 2-pack. You want to buy that because it's really good for what, mate?
What's Hobbit Haldir?
You know, have you seen the one with sword? The unarmored one with sword that's tiny.
Oh, I thought you meant Hobbit era. not
No, just Hobbit shape. Yeah, so I said to Paul, you want to pick that up? That's a cool little set, and it'll be great with the Fellowship because you can run Wood Elves with it now. Hard thinking I should have picked it up for myself, and then it vanished. So thankfully, we've not had to wait too long for that because I'll pick that up. But then other than that, mate, there's a lot of Lord of the Rings era stuff, which over the last year or two I've kind of phased out of my collection, if I'm honest. So I'll be politely sitting here watching other people enjoy their stuff, trying to get the last bits of my Lord of the Rings era projects done so I can paint some of my Hobbit stuff.
Very cool,
what about you?
Cool,
what are you getting?
Do you think, I'll answer that for you in the briefest of moments, do you think 3 Haldirs is too many Haldirs? I was trying to think, are there other packs where you buy 3 of the same model?
That's a great question, mate. 3 is probably too many. Let's be honest.
Haldir,
let's be honest.
And I think it's the Hobbit one you get rid of. Like the armored Haldir, I get it. You want that, and I really really like the unarmored one. But I was just, is there a lot of people in the market going, do you know what? I don't have Haldir, and I wish I had 3.
Yeah.
It just seems strange to bring.
Is it
all
Jamie
those
Wiggins
back?
that's got a very
He's
particular
a
relationship with Haldir?
Yeah, he's a big fan of Haldir.
We'd be delighted, mate. So quick, everybody, rush out tomorrow morning because if you leave it too long, Jamie Wiggins will have bought all of the Haldirs.
In terms of me, I will be getting. I'm going to be getting Hera, and I'll be getting the Troll. So I'll be getting the new War of the Rohirrim stuff.
That's good, mate.
I'm very very excited about those. I saw someone a while back, and loads of people said they really liked the model. So this isn't like representative of the model. I saw someone go that looked nothing like she does in the film, and I was like,
"Oh, you mean the cartoon, yeah?"
Yeah, I was like, it's a girl in a dress that looks like a wedding dress. It's like I don't know how. I think it looks quite like the film, doesn't it? Like, I know they weren't. To be clear, it's not like the face. They weren't talking about the face of the paint job. She's got a sword. She's got a shield. She's in a tatty dress. I thought it looked quite good.
Damien, for fear of being overly aggressive in the Midlands way that I tend to, like, why people feel the need to express that sometimes blows my mind. And also in public, like, just tell your pals. Like, I've got a WhatsApp group that I'll talk to people in where I'll go, I'm not really sure about that particular miniature. But then taking that to the Great British Hobbit League, other hobby-related chats and groups are available. to sort of express how completely disgusted you are that the 28mm scale toy miniature that you're buying or not buying because you don't like it doesn't look like the cartoon from the film that you probably don't like either.
Yeah. But yeah, it was just one that amused me, that I was just, of all of them, like, I don't know, almost like the Troll. I could, I think the Troll, I'm not saying the Troll doesn't look like the movie, but I could almost say, I think this Troll's too static, it doesn't look like the movie. So I was like, all right, fair enough. But I just, I thought...
It doesn't though, does it? Does that Troll miniature look any more or less like the Troll you see in the movie, spoilers, than Hera does?
No, that's what I mean, yeah. I don't think it does, but for whatever reason, I picked up on Hera. Don't know. What's different about Hera?
I don't know. It's because she's a lady, mate. Drives them mad. Drives them crazy.
So yeah, exciting stuff. By all means, let us know what you're going to be picking up. But we've got a pre-order date, and I think we normally have a few Australians come in or people from New Zealand. Dare we suggest someone might be able to buy stuff during the stream? Like, who knows? Like, it might go live over there first. How exciting would that be? And if that wasn't exciting enough, do you know what comes out on Monday? Oh, maybe you don't.
No, I don't.
The War of the Rohirrim. The War of the Rohirrim.
Oh, on stream?
Yeah,
on streaming platforms?
It's on Amazon Prime on Monday. So...
this isn't the film stream, though, is it? So I won't ask you too many questions.
No, you're allowed to talk about it.
How much on a scale of 1 to 10 did you love it?
The first time I think I was about a 6 or 7. The second time I think it was about a 9. I really did. And then I saw it. I caught it a third time. I really liked it. And my best mate, who was the same guy that I went to see Fellowship of the Ring with, 25 years ago, whenever it was. I saw it with him for the first time, and he said he really liked it. And he literally knew nothing about it, which I found. You said there was no marketing. I found it really interesting that he's a big Lord of the Rings fan. He doesn't play SBG, right? He's just a Lord of the Rings fan. And we try and go to the cinema on the 22nd December. We go back to our hometown, basically, and try and catch up and go to the cinema every year. And he didn't know it existed.
Nobody did. And the only people who've gone to the cinema and watched that... The only people who've watched that film in the cinema who didn't already know someone who played this game were people who played this game.
I think you might be right. And it's
There's no bugger in there, mate. We went on release weekend. There were 4 of us from the shop, which we'll come on to in a bit. There were 4 of us from the shop who went, and we sat in the cinema, and we could have picked any of 4 rows in the Odeon, and being the only people sat on that row.
I saw a post from Joseph McCullough, who's the guy who writes Frostgrave. He went to see it. I think it was the IMAX in Waterloo, like the IMAX. He was the only person in there. And he put a photo of it going, this is the surrealist experience. I felt like I've broken in, This is the weirdest experience of my life.
What would that be weirder than sitting with the load of people from the GBHL finale and watching it?
Oh, that was great. That was great.
Was it?
Yeah, full credit to Harry. Did a banging job there.
How did you manage to organise that? Was it just you bought out that room at the cinema for that screening?
Yeah, I mean, there's no you. Harry did it all, but I think he just contacted the cinema and said, I don't know, a lot of cinemas have private screening rooms, and he said there's going to be about 40 of us. Can we have a screening? And they were like, yeah, because no one's buying the other tickets.
Mate. There's no point, because you could attend any of the other screenings. You'd be the only people in there anyway.
A private screening, yeah.
Yeah, incredible.
But yeah, so it's out, and I will say this in that part of its defence, Wicked's out already, and Wicked.
That's true.
Wicked was in no way a commercial failure, so I think this is just the world we're living in now. It's just nuts.
Yeah. Do you think it should have just gone straight to platforms? Do you think that would have done it more favours?
Not for me. I'm glad I got to see it on the big screen.
That's true. I don't think you're worse off for seeing it in the cinema. I think the potential exposure for them as the sort of film producer and I don't know, what would you call it? The core behind it. You're at far less risk, I think.
Team, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I found it interesting. I really struggled with the sense of really low stakes. I didn't get into the jeopardy of the film, and I know I know lots of it. I know lots of it's really cool. I thought the artwork was great, albeit some of it was slightly jumpy on bits of the screen. But you try not to think too much into that because it's an alternate style. It is a cartoon after all. Thought the character of Hera was really cool. Considering the page and a bit, or page like 2 pages of the appendices that they were working from, I think it was an interesting little story they told. I'd have given it like a solid 6.5, maybe a 7.
Have you seen it once?
But then I've only seen it once, yeah. I'm looking for, if it's Monday, I'm looking forward to watching it again.
I'd be genuinely curious because I wasn't going, oh, I bet I like it more. I just went in and go, it's all right, and was surprised then. The second time I saw it with Macklin, and it was almost like once the fear of the unknown or whatever is gone, I just really loved it. So I'll be interested to hear what you think second time around.
I'll let you know, mate.
Do you know what the other thing about it is? Like, if you don't know it, because Chris didn't know the story, like, it's actually it's like, I think we have to be spoiler free, like, not spoiler free. It's out, it's gone from the cinema. We're talking about War of the Rohirrim. I think we're allowed to talk about
Spoil it.
Yeah.
Spoil it. Tell them what happens, mate.
Everyone dies, right? Do you know, it's a very brave storyline. Do you know what I mean? It's not, if you knew nothing about it, I imagine it's quite a shocking storyline, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, think about it, like the way the characters all just die as they go away. Like, it's never ever going to be the ones you expect it to be.
No.
I don't think that's quite good.
Okay. It is. I'll tell you what. The one bit of all the things that irritated me about it, because I find it quite easy to just accept things for what they are, where movies and that kind of stuff's concerned. Like, I'm a fan of the Rings of Power series, and I get that people hate certain elements of it, but I enjoy watching it. So, stuff them. But the dropping in Gandalf at the end,
yeah,
just made me really angry. And
I felt bad for
to that
Radagast.
point. In fact, I remember reacting out loud when the symbols. In fact, I haven't asked. Swearing on the basis that we're now X amount of minutes in, is that a massive problem? Because I will do it. I'm just going to tell you now. I'm not going to ask for permission. I'm going to tell you at some point it will happen.
We try and keep it family friendly.
I'll try and keep it family friendly.
Historically, we slip a lot.
Good.
Not as much as Cast Into the Fire, but. Like,
but yeah, the Gandalf cameo or non-cameo was not needed. I don't think.
Yeah, it's weird. Even the Saruman one, which I thought was quite a sweet nod to him and a good use of his voice, and it did make sense. And Freyalaf meets him in the book.
Well, he's in that bit of the book has got
canon.
Saruman in it, definitely.
And it's like fair enough, but then I don't know. And it's also like, it's not like he was in the trailer or he was at the start. He was in it to get people in.
Mm.
You know that idea?
Yeah.
He
was at the premiere, and that was about it. Ian McKellen was at the premiere, and that was as much as we knew about Gandalf in it. So I don't think it was. It's one of those. It's one of those weird fan service thing that happens a hell of a lot more now in films.
Yeah.
Where. And series, I think the recent Star Wars stuff's an example of that, where you just get these little Easter eggs and nods. The Marvel series are the same.
It's member berries, isn't it?
Yeah. Some of them, though, you watch them and they're great. But yeah, Gandalf being wheeled out yet again. I wonder if they'll just still be dropping Ian McKellen's Gandalf into Lord of the Rings depictions in 50 years' time.
Yeah, well, if he approves it, they probably can, can't they, with the tech these
true.
days? Anywho, that's actually kind of we're going to focus specifically on the film in the next one, I think. But all very exciting. That's coming out on Monday, so we can all watch it at our leisure. But yeah, that's the sort of exciting news, and I can't figure out where that arm is meant to connect to the shoulder.
Do you know, mate? I'm sat here watching you so intently while you're building those miniatures. Everybody else is probably just listening to the waffle, but I am watching what you're doing.
It's just dumb luck, isn't it?
I'm waiting for you to drop it.
I think it goes there.
You're not got an assembly line going for your plastic miniatures, Damien. You're doing one at a time.
One at a time, very slowly. So with all that in mind, Dale, I'd like you to welcome you to the first unpleasant task of the evening. Would you like to see who's in and catch up?
Oh, mate,
with the
I'd
chat?
absolutely love to. I'll be honest, I've been looking at it on the one side of my screen, and I can see that it's busy. So I'm glad we're getting to this bit now.
People. We were up to 70 people at one point. The people are in for the Friday night.
Unbelievable. Live chat. Can I see it all? I don't know if I can. Oh my god.
I mean, I prepped you for this.
Let's just
You
try.
should be
Let's
having
just try
Frederick
again.
Schultz
Hang
kicking
on.
things off.
Yeah, I can't see that bit. So top chat isn't everything.
No, you want to go to live chat. Always the same.
Live chat isn't everything.
Brilliant. Perfect.
I've got Larry Miller at the top. Let me just reload it, Damien. Who knows? Could just be a technical glitch. We'll try again.
The good news is I definitely didn't specifically tell you to do this before the stream. So.
Well, you did, mate. But you know,
That's
it's
good.
your stream that's not working in the way that it should. In truth, live chat. Here we go. Scrolls up.
We have Frederick Schultz, who's hyped for the Dunland stream.
I can't see that high up.
Brilliant. Well, I'll tell you what then. It's unbelievable. Why don't you have some fun? What's your first comment you've got?
Well, let me see. Pop out. I'll pop the chat out, mate. Just hang on. You just wait there, just a second, just in case. Back onto live chat. Great content. This. I've got Paul Kelly, ironically, which I will imagine is a name you're going to see appear in this thread 1,000 times at least, saying "Whisper the Fluff," which is a throwaway line back to Seven Stones. Other doubles tournaments are available.
That's the earliest comment you've got.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't tell you how much you failed.
Why? Is it really bad?
Is wretched.
What's going on, man? Why haven't I got the rest of you? Of the chat. Learn more community guidelines. That's not what I needed. I
can only suggest that you did not listen to my clear instructions of load the stream and put it on live chat.
That's what I did.
No.
And I've even popped it out.
I didn't tell you to pop it out. That wasn't.
No, you didn't. Is that where I've gone wrong?
I don't know. I've never had someone go rogue and pop it out before.
Oh, okay.
All right, fine. I'll do it.
Mate.
Frederick's in. He's hyped for the Dunland stream. Dublay's in. Jamie Wiggins is in. Frederick Schultz is in. Jamie Wiggins is in still. Sam's in. Sean Clark's in. Richard's in. Green Tree says hello, people. Frederick Schultz on time. What the hell? This is not the real BSIME. Stephen Ryan says evening all. Hope everyone's well. Rick Fryer is in, which is incredible scenes. I can't remember Rick. It's been a long time since Rick's been in, but lovely to hear from you, Rick. Jamie Wiggins, the music 100% made me jump. Haskell's in, evening all, quite like a live stream on a Friday, don't we all? Especially at the end of what has been a bit of a gruesome week on the work front. And Rick Fry says, retirement is good. I hope you're enjoying it, my friend. Rory says, evening folks, gruesome, a great word to describe the first full working week of Jan. I couldn't agree more. Sam Page is in, Destro Dexterous is in with his Estonian greetings. And Michael Haskell says, I'm not too far away, Rick. And I don't think that's like a threat about his geographical location. I think it's a reference to retirement.
It's got to be a retirement reference.
And they go, hi, Sam. Hi, Rick. Michael Curtis, good evening, folks. Looking forward to horsing around tonight.
That was good. Who was that?
That was Michael Curtis, all the way from America. Mark Stone is in, says greetings. Mac Malice, first stream in a while. What the hell happened to Piano House? You should watch the last stream, Max. There's things that you will enjoy. Sam Page, long time. Hope you're doing okay. I think it's about Rick. And he says it's a long time since East Grinstead, which is the wonderful, wonderful tournaments that Sam used to run. Katie's in, says evening all. Rory, Piano House gone a long time ago, lost in the depths of Steve's laptop. Rick's confirming he's retired. Sam says, very long time. Retired just means more time for scenery. And he says, you bet. Rick Fryer, for those who don't know, is the scenery terrain-making genius who makes the scenery for SBG. So the guy who made As an Albazar, and the guy who made Dale, and the guy who made Mirkwood, and the guy who made that.
It's a proper centre spread, that is, isn't it?
You know, Skiliath to end all of Skiliath. Sam says he's married now. He's just having a nice catch up with Rick. Big change from when we last spoke. Max Malice, I was there 300 years ago when Piano House reigned supreme until 7 minutes after the designated start time. Cal is in. He says evening and happy Friday. Sam says impressive work on the SBG mags. I think he's talking to Rick. But I mean, like, you know. Frederick says 2 more minutes to the official start. Edoras was my most fun product, so that was the Edoras he made for us. So yeah, if anyone's seeking some inspiration for their brand new Rohan scenery, I would suggest that you look no further in issue 13 of SBG. Great magazine, but look at that. Ooh. Oof. 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 And we sent Rick, I actually can't remember, was it 3 Rohan strongholds we sent him? So I think that's 18 houses, and that's what he built us. It's pretty sweet. Did some incredible stuff. So issue 13 of SBG has loads of that stuff in there if you want some inspiration. Sam says, looking forward to whatever Tom and Damien have you cooking up next. I still remember the first Edoras you did in your workshop with that absolute trove of scenery. And yeah, that's where you scratch built Mediceld. Sam, Rick, your scenery in SBG is sublime. Rick's getting a lot of love. Josh Crosby still miss Piano House. So Storming Fish is in. He says, hello, lovelies. Rick Fryer. But the rest I did for Damien and Tom was a pleasure. Michael Ascot and 7 Stones get to enjoy the fruits of your Edoras labour every year. Absolutely it does. Ricky Drinks Paints is in. He says, hello, everyone. Sam says, I don't know, this new music gives me early 2000s nostalgia for the RuneScape. It's not new though, is it? It's the music we've had for about 6 months. It's not new.
You don't know what the music is.
I don't know what. No, we talked about this before. I don't know because I never hear it. I assume it's the same.
So it could be, right?
I assume it's the same every week.
Bring back the piano house, mate. Give the people what they want.
Don't know where it is. Do Blaze in. It says sound. Okay, so sound is good. Sounds good. Sound and vision works good. All fine. All clear. Tanya's in. Sounds good. See and hear you. Sar Gamer up the BIB crew and our illustrious leader Dale. The BIB crew, Dale.
That might be Board in Brum, mate.
And what
other hobby shops are not available? That's the
Brum?
Only one we've got. If you live in England, that's the only hobby shop you should. I'm talking nonsense. So Board in Brum is the hobby store that I happen to be the owner of.
It's also the hobby store that I happen to get my Edoras starter set from.
It is, mate.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Thank you for your support. But yeah, interestingly, I've not told you this yet. Not broke cover on this. I don't know if they've posted this in the whip thread, but they've got this stream on the big telly in the shop.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there a gaming night?
Yeah. They'll all be playing Middle Earth in there, mate.
Hey, Board and Brum. How you doing? We're down south.
Honestly,
I'm down south.
The level of promotion we give to your stream is unbelievable.
Do you want to say anything
Let's
to them?
See. I bet they're all having a good night, mate. It is. It's on the big telly. That's ridiculous.
You love to see it.
So yeah.
Cool. Well, that is very cool.
The bib crew.
Enjoyed that. On the subject of other gaming stores are available, I would also think it's important that we say a big shout out to our friends 7 City Collectibles, who were burgled last night. So
yeah, they were.
That sucks. So to Will and to Barney and to everyone who's involved there, hope you're all doing well, and I hope they catch the scum of the earth who did it and hang them up by their eyeballs or something. Terrible business.
Yeah.
Frederick Schultz says, just curious, do you have distant cousins named Bob, Grilla and Dave Baker? Oh, it's Grilla, Fryer and Baker. I see it. Frederick has just realised that Battle Streams in Middle-earth is a think piece. Haskell says, Damien up a bit on the sound front. I think I dealt with this one earlier, so let's see if it worked. Joe Kelly, good afternoon from the States. A big welcome to Dale, potential top 5 guest host. Well, he was doing all right until he screwed up literally the only job he's been given for the night. So
did he screw it up?
I think he did.
There's the think piece.
Fohammer is in. He says, hello. Frederick Short's got enough Christmas money to buy the box set. Mark Stone says, BSIME relatively focused. I think it's relatively focused. Sam's going to be working on the Sons of Helm as I finish painting Aragorn. Rory says, box set cracked open just before Christmas, all assembled just after New Year. Now to splash some paints on. Very exciting. Max didn't do much SBG hobby, but he got Glorfindel and the Klepto Orc came from Santa. Larry says they sound about equal now, so I guess Damien needs to be turned down some more. Fohammer's saying, over Christmas I built the Resin Hero, started on the new plastics this week, and looking forward to spending more money on Snow Troll and Hera tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to Will's GP, and I was going to be taking Usurpers of Edoras, but since they announced the Troll, I think I'm going to take Besiegers of the Hornburg.
Do it. Big monster.
Yeah, my army's going to be absolute toilet. I think I'm going to have Wolf and Targ on horse. I'll have 12
Yeah,
wild men.
don't do that. Don't do that. Don't put them on horses.
But I
Horses are dead now, mate.
I like the horses.
Well,
It doesn't
some
matter.
of us are out here modelling for advantage, mate. But you just
I'll
take the stuff you like.
I'll tell you what. Then this is my option, right? So I'll take them either on horse or not. I think I'll have 12 wild men done. I'm not going to have the other 12 done. I'm then going to have Shank, Rot, and the troll, and then the rest of it will be Crebain. I'll just be filling the points up with Crebain.
That's better. I feel like that's better.
And I can take 2 more Crebain instead of 2 horses.
Yeah.
And
you haven't got to paint them, have you?
No, that's the great thing about having 18 Crebain. You can just finish any of the new Dunland armies off by filling it up with Crebain. Is it on it? I don't think it's on here. I think I put it on. I think it's on my laptop.
I love that army. In fact, that's the first time that's one of the first times I think I met you in person. That was at Mark Kempster's event.
Yes.
It was 550 points.
Yeah. That's exactly what the army was for.
Yeah,
18 bang on 550. And do you remember the exciting thing about that event?
You took 18 Crebain
to the second game because I slept in and missed the first
God,
game.
yeah, I remember. Yeah.
First time I'd ever done it. Just missed it. Just slept in.
Just didn't even bother turning up. Most people have a terrible start to an event and then drop in the latter bit. But you just didn't start the start and then turned up.
Fun fact, I still finished above Tom Harrison.
And still did quite well.
I finished above Tom Harrison.
Yeah.
Tom
win Scar?
Yeah, he won the Scarring tournament the week before and then came dead last at that one. Like literally a week after. He's a hero.
He'd fit right in our GBHL team, Kazad Brawl,
legend.
Because we're the kinds of people that can win all four games and come second at an event. And in fact, it's happened to most of us.
Doublé got the box set for Christmas. Thorin's company from SBG Santa and some Easterlings for 2026 product. That's very cool. Desto Dexter still working on Old Angmar. Excited for the army book. My wife's best friend ordered me recently for Christmas. You get presents from your wife's best friend. I barely get presents from a wife. That's pretty cool.
What was the present? Let's not rush. Let's not rush. What was that again?
The army book. I think like Armies of the Lord of the Rings.
Okay. Yeah. As you were, mate.
Then we get some happy birthday BSIMEs. Sing to yourself. No, we don't historically sing to the YouTube channel. Rick Fry says time goes fast. It does, my friend. Julian Hammond, evening guys. Happy 5th birthday to BSIME. Ashley Fisher is in. He's after a dice. Just a reminder for the dice. The dice connoisseurs out there, we currently have 4 dice Fisher, 5 dice Holzman, 5 dice Crosby, and 6 dice Covers, and they'll all be trying to. There are big 4. So 4 dice Fisher is looking to catch up with the rest of them tonight. Very short. I remember Steve was just a guest in the beginning, kind of coming full circle on that.
Was he? Was he a guest at the start?
Well, he was a guest in that I was about to do it, and then I said, "Do you want to come on this as well?" And he said, "Yeah." But then once that happened,
because you've always done it together, though, haven't you? There's not been a battle stream where you're on your own, right?
No. Yeah, it was always there,
Love you to death, mate. But 5 hours sat here on your own would drag, right?
That was what Lockie always was so impressive about what he did.
Yeah,
and he said, to make it clear, that's not meant to be an anti-Steve comment. Scott Newman, good evening, B-Simers. Hope everyone's well. Lots of models to see for Christmas. Going to be a busy year. Love a B-Sim stream on a Friday. New season. Let's go! Haskell, no Tolkien goodies under the Christmas tree this year. Didn't want to wait to get my hands on new edition books. Lots of other good books to read, though. Ashley Fisher says, I can't believe I'm choosing this over Traitors. I'm honoured, mate, as a big Traitor fan. I'm not sure if Dale's seen this. It was my wife's 40th birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, over Christmas. She had a big party. The theme was of stage and screen, and she's a big fan of Traitors, so I naturally went as
mate, I'll worry about you. You know,
I think I look very attractive.
I think you dress up a lot.
I do not dress up a lot.
I think you dress up an amount that is probably not appropriate.
I do not dress up a lot. That is slander. So a lot of people.
Hang on. Was anybody else? Because this is where, because similar to Throne of Skulls, sometimes you are the only one dressed up. So was anybody else at this party in fancy dress?
It was a fancy dress party.
You? Okay, good.
Yeah. I actually had. I was effectively contractually obligated to dress up.
Of course, yeah.
But
desperate, but also contractually obliged.
People said not only do you look like Claudia Winkleman, you look sexier than Claudia Winkleman normally looks. So, yeah, I thought I did very well. And then next day,
I like it.
It turns out you have to. You might not know about this, but eyeliner that you need makeup remover to get rid of that, man. And
yeah,
and I actually quite liked it. And I just left it on.
For fuck's sake. Why have you got that picture of yourself?
Because I was like, I sent it to Emma. I was like, should I go to Sainsbury's? And I just quite enjoyed it, to be honest. And I was deeply hungover. More eyeliner in my life.
I can just imagine the amount of pictures like that you've got. That is not the only one, is it?
There's one without the shirt on.
Knew it. It's got to be. Sake.
Fair
play to you, mate.
Big,
Whatever
big Traitors house. Big Traitors here, Ashley. So yeah, thanks for it. We're saving it for tomorrow. Larry Miller says, "Is it set in stone? We'll be doing the supplements. I hope we'd work our way through all of the other DXDD part works." Yeah, I think he found a link. He put it in the chat. He found a link to a Moomins one, which could be quite good fun. Sam says, "Be on theme, Ash. Paint some Rohan traitors." Is that? I'm just trying to think. Oh, traitors! I got it. Sorry, I was just trying to think if it was because they weren't in the film, but he's painting traitors. Get it? Because he likes traitors. Mark Stone. Nothing is set in me. Nothing is set in me. What? Nothing is set in me. Oh, is it set in stone? His name's Mark Stone. Frederick Schultz. Season 6 of BSIME. Which end of the world event will this one coincide with? Hopefully not another global pandemic. Larry Miller confirms it's in his top 10 SBG starter sets. I agree with that. Rory says, is it a starter set to discuss?
Yeah.
I'm going to say no.
What are you doing here, mate?
Like, that's not a starter set to me.
No.
I think. But,
I see what you're saying. Because the minis are a pig to build. Is that the...
There's no. I think I said, I don't know if I said this in the chat or with Harry or at some point. I think that you can't get a kid into the game with these.
Oh yeah, I think that's fair.
They're stunning. They're absolutely gorgeous, and I love them. And I think they're slightly less work to put together than I thought they'd be. But you can't oh, Daddy, can I like that War of the Rohirrim film? Can I put these together? What the hell are these? I've eaten them all. Right.
Yeah, that's the reaction I've had from sort of long-standing hobbyists that are customers. Exactly that, frankly.
Yeah.
They are. I mean, that's what we wanted, right?
Yeah, they are beautiful.
The latest, we wanted the latest technology that GW are able to produce, and I mean, we've had an absolute result. The cost of them, I think, it's a miracle that they cost the same as the equivalent sized box of miniatures for other factions. I mean, you look at that, the Wildman box, for argument's sake, and you think for more money, you're getting 12 Gundabad warriors and a captain, and they're infinitely lesser miniatures.
Were they exactly the same price? Were they £1.50 more? Because they're £31.50, right? And I seem to remember that the old Rohan warriors were £30. I could be wrong about that. But
yeah, you're probably right.
They're a tiny. It doesn't matter, does it? But yeah, that was really good news. That was very good news.
Yeah. You're probably right though. It's quite an experience heavy starter box. If it's your first foray into the game, it can't realistically be your first go at building minis.
Yeah.
Might worth getting a box of
Larry Effie includes Brian Adams in that, and he does. So Stroming Fish says, if War of the Rohirrim isn't a starter set, GW doesn't make starter sets anymore. Joe Kelly, no MESBG gifts for me. My wife said, and I quote, pretty sure you have enough models already. She did give me a brand new Weber grill to place next to my smoker. More cooked meat in 2025.
Just on that, when you've got somebody else's wife's best friend buying somebody the rule book, just worth reminding her, worth letting her know that. Share that story with her. Might encourage to buy some minis next time.
Richard Klammer says, is it just models from the box, or is it any models released in the same week? Just models from the box. Joe Kelly, thoughts going out to Steve? I do miss cooking with him. Alas, he's a pro now. He's not time for the amateurs like me. Wow. You know, you were there first, man. So Storming Fish finished the last of my 2024 models, just about to start clipping Dunlendings off the sprue. Thoughts and prayers. Sam Page confirms it's just the box. Callum R is in, he says, evening. Paul Kelly says, those dice are nice. Can we get some party hats on them? You got a picture of you on the dice with a party hat down?
Probably.
Does it look like
Paul
that?
got them. I mean, that picture, mate, we'll get into that picture at some point, I've no doubt, because it's just someone trying... You know, when you're sat at an event, I'll go through the full psychology of it, I don't mind. When you're sat at an event, you're in sort of the middle part of your first game, it's a bit sticky, and you're just pulling your shirt away from your sort of armpits and what have you to get comfortable. And our opponents, I think Dan Entwistle and his team had offered us some party hats. We were getting right into the festivities of it. I was the only member of my team that still had the party hat on. Someone took the picture, probably Paddy, and then I have seen that head cropped onto literal hundreds of images at this point. Other miniatures. I mean, I've no doubt some of the characters from a particular group that those pictures end up in will be posting those all over the whip thread. So if they're not already in there, go and enjoy yourselves and have a look.
And then did you make them, are they your board in Brum dice?
No,
dice,
Paul got them made as a bit of a surprise. And at the same event where they were wheeled out, Paddy, who originally took the picture, had a T-shirt with the picture on it, and I played him.
So what's nice is that there's now, you can get these, there is commemorative dice. And all it is, don't worry about it, it's just a picture of Dale in a party hat. It's just,
what have you got?
It's just Dale in a party hat. There's nothing else. It just looks like a normal man.
It is
in a normal party hat.
Scarily similar to
nothing else. Nothing else.
Nefarious activity.
It's just a man in a party hat. That is.
How have you got that, mate? Did I give you that?
I think you did.
I don't know if I did. You know, somebody else has given you that. That's a plant.
Paul sent it to me before the stream.
I would have not have given you that dice.
It's up on my shelf.
Unbelievable. There you go.
I keep it up there to remind Charlotte about how far we've come in our history. Yeah. Larry Miller says, Chunky Hobbit ruler. Absolutely. Told you would. Ned Merrick, the box looks great. How much does it cost? Can I upgrade my Rohan Warriors? How much does it cost? It's £140, I believe. Less if you get it from your friendly local game store. Can I upgrade my Rohan Warriors? What does that mean? Can I?
So, is that Ned?
Mm-hmm.
So, Ned and I were in Warhammer World.
Oh, is this satire? Is it a satire comment?
No, it's not. It's not smutty or dirty or any of that stuff. But the one of the guys at Warhammer World came over with the most beautiful, because Ned's American, right? And he came over with the most beautiful, like, American style of retail sales of an introduction and then straight into, so what can I help you with today? And Ned's response in an equally American style was like, yeah, I'm looking to upgrade my Lorien Bowman. It was like the weirdest sales interaction ever. Guy didn't know what to say. I think he thinks that Ned putting the American accent on was him taking the mick. But he's actually American, and we're all just stood there silent, looking at each other, waiting for somebody to say something else, and then we all just parted. It was the most uncomfortable and glorious thing I've ever seen.
Sounds beautiful.
So yeah,
on the dice.
It's good.
Josh Crosby, can we all send our new range rulers to Larry in absolutely massive boxes? You certainly can. Sam says, you know Larry, little fella, furry coat, often seen at Seven Stones with some form of stick. You may know Larry. I don't get that. I mean, it's all true, but I don't get it. Jord of the Rings. And he's talking about you. I believe this might be one of yours. I heard a rumour
Maybe.
Dale doesn't know how to paint. He just looks at the models.
Maybe. I mean, I have done some painting purposefully on screen tonight to dispel that rumour.
You could have been reading some comments.
All of the yeah. I mean, I've dropped the ball there, but let me tell you, mate, I'm keeping up my end of painting minis.
Well, that's all I could ask for, apart from the one thing I asked for.
The bit
Alright,
you
Griggs.
did ask me for, yeah.
Evening, guys. Hope you're both well. Happy Friday night. Off theme tonight, working on some Asgiliath vets with a massive slice of panettone and a glass of wine. Sounds delightful. Sophie Wilkinson is on. Says, all right, team. Long time. Hope you're well. Jordan of the Ring says, called it. Paul Kelly says, have you got a Numenor banner to paint? Presumably because they can't take it anymore.
See the teasing, just never stops.
Sam then says, Dale with a banner, nonsense. And I think that's a gag that's a very clever gag, replying to him, suggesting that you won't have a banner, but also referring to the long-standing gag in the GUHL about Dale not having banners. That is a think piece.
And
Mark
Dale
Stone.
being one of only 3 factions now in the Hobbit book that can actually have a banner.
Good news that the scenarios don't heavily reward banners.
Because that would be a disaster.
Mark Stone, I don't know where my BSIME mug has gone. I think it got lost in the house move. Jamie says, still waiting on my mug. Without being... I don't know how to say this. A lot of people have got their mugs, which proves it's not a lie. Dale's got one. Steve dealt with the mugs. I'm not just blaming on him, and he's not dead. And actually, before he stepped back, the mug guy went AWOL. So I dealt with the dice, Steve dealt with the mugs. So what now needs to happen is I need to find a new mug person to get mugs out. I promise, Jamie, the spreadsheet knows you're owed a mug. The spreadsheet is very much aware of who's owed a mug. So I'm hoping I will get to that this year. I'll get to that. I'll sort that out and find a new mug supplier and get some mugs out to people who owed them. I appreciate your patience. Colours is in. 6 dice. Colours is in. He fancies the 7th. He fancies it. Mark Stone, is the cake aisle as confusing as the milk aisle? Only to the people from Guernsey. Sam says, clearly one of the movers nicked it, Mark. Jealousy is a terrible thing.
Or it melted in the dishwasher.
Cal says, Damien, that Team Diva mug you got for Christmas, you guessed it, it's dishwasher safe. I'll tell you what, Cal, Emma is a massive fan of that Team Diva mug. I think I'm losing that. I think she's having it. Mark Stone, I wish that were true, but I had to move everything myself. That's because, of course, but in Guernsey, moving house is this, isn't it? Yeah. Job's a good one. Sam says the plot thickens. Joe Achille, that cat is still one-upping me after like 6 months. Damien, I'm sending a full crate of Twinkies next time. Wouldn't say no. Tom Smith is in. Must be after Dale heard the accent.
That's the police. It's got to be.
Of course it's the police.
I respect it. It's the police. So we've now dated where we're at. That's useful. So we're just at the bit where the police join the stream.
So Storming Fish, are the police there to investigate what happened to Elendil? Is that like about his horse?
Might be.
Michael Dublé, it's more fun being a bully than being bullied. That should go on the next mug. Paul Kelly, as long as there wasn't a mummock on display, all will be fine.
Yeah.
I don't get that. What's that?
That's a Paul Kelly fave, a joke of don't have a mummock on display when you've got people coming round. Of all the things that you'd have to explain, having a big toy elephant that you painted yourself is right out there, isn't it? So,
there's nothing. Yeah. You can't avoid it in my lounge. There's no way.
How many mummocks you got in your lounge?
No, I've never painted a mummock.
Haven't you?
No, never done one. Maybe this year. Larry Miller says, brand new army, in inverted commas. Don't know why. Posting Spirit. Nope. They're there asking if he's heard from Michael Haskell recently. I reckon he's hogtied off cam. I let Michael go home. How dare you? Calamar, give that mug to Dale and within a month it'll read Eing at Ali, I think it says.
Yeah. My mug is terrible.
That's really bad. Larry Miller never wanted to do Dunland. That was me. Oh, I see where he's going with this. So he says, quote marks, never wanted to do Dunland and then has a 400 and something point Dunland army.
Is that just your birds?
It's the Crabane. Yeah, it just doesn't count though, does it? Sean
No.
Clark, I've primed working on the last 8 minis of the box. Loving these Wildmen. They are rather lovely. Yeah. And he says, really, Damien? Scott Newman, Battle Crimes in Middle-earth. Very good. And exciting news. Larry has finally been able to order some hill trolls. That is exciting. Tom Smith says, oh God, give us the stuff, Dale. That sounds quite sexy. At which point, Paul Kelly says, whisper the fluff, Dale.
What did I tell you? Paul Kelly in the chat. He's going to be loving it today. Whisper the Fluff is a joke from Seven Stones where Tom Smith got up and he was so delighted having won something for his hero, which is one of the gimmicks of the event. He stood up the front, got the microphone, and then proceeded to talk into it as quietly as humanly possible so that none of us could hear it. It was delightful.
I also believe Whisper the Fluff, Dale was your first comment.
Was it?
Wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe.
Don't fancy taking over then, no?
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, do you see?
Where am I?
Do you see?
No. So I've got Haldir just came out for Jamie.
So you missed one. Josh Coles. Evening, guys. Christmas was great. Got the starter set and plenty of other hobby stuff. Been painting Mirkwood today. Just trying to get the project done, but I'll get some more Rohan assembled for the stream. Then Michael Dublé says...
Haldir just came out for Jamie.
Dale Groves in the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God, here we go. The bit that he actually brought me here for. So all of the personality and jokes and gags and wisecracking and all that stuff can go now. I will read the chat to you in the dulcet tones of the West Midlands. You are welcome.
I still haven't put this arm on.
That's never going on, mate. You a super glue or plastic glue man with the new plastic stuff?
Plastic.
I do think with some of the more frail bits, super glue might be the better option.
I've been super gluing them to the bases with Activator.
So...
I just can't see this one at all.
Where are we? We've got Zorpazorp, is that right? Top chat, live chat. This is rubbish.
Oh my God, I cannot believe you're doing this to me.
It keeps jumping, mate. It's brilliant.
It will do that, and then you just scroll back to where you go. You're after Dublé. How they come out for Jamie, Larry Miller. I'll miss the old Bard where you needed to have Bard in base contact with the Windlance that also had a Bard on it.
Yeah, mine keeps jumping, mate. I can't see that.
Great.
Live chat, definitely. I've now got... Right. Does not like it at all, buddy.
Definitely not top 5. Definitely not. Am I going to
top 5 guests?
Am I going to put this arm down?
You're going to have to, mate.
Great. It's been a pleasure to have you.
Yeah.
Wonderful. That's brilliant. Do you think what you do this time? This time you put your models down and you watch till your stupid chat works it out.
Yeah.
I was thinking this when Bard with Windlance came back. Given all the legacying that's happened, like I get why he stuck around in the last edition, because in the last edition they had very much thing where they didn't want to invalidate anyone's collection, and so everything came back. Now that they are getting rid of models, do you think it's weird that Bard with the Windlance has stuck around?
Yes.
Given that, he never remotely fires the Windlance.
To be fair though, Damien, I've got over-invested in that principle of the reasoning behind stuff staying and going. Reality is, mate, we've got a miniature. So it's just one of those that's happened to stay in the range. I don't necessarily think there's any...
That one just seems like such an obvious one to get rid of.
But what's the alternative? You give him a rule where he stands in base contact with Bane and gets the equivalent of a Windlance to shoot at a dragon.
He just wouldn't have a Windlance.
Yeah.
Oh, what you mean to represent his Windlance moment?
He does kill Smaug, doesn't he?
Yeah, but then, Aragorn eats some stew. It doesn't mean he has a stew rule, does it?
Is the Windlance in situ in the tower when he climbs up it?
No, because he climbs up the bell tower.
The Windlance isn't up there, is it?
No, I will have said this at multiple times over the years, but one of the things that does my head in is at the end of Desolation of Smaug, he's going for the Windlance, right? He's got the black arrow. He's going for the Windlance. He gets arrested and all that, but he hides the thing. And it never once remotely deals with why he doesn't go for the wind lance. And what you need to do, all you need, is a shot of Smaug smashing the wind lance tower, and Bard going, yeah. But he just never goes through with that plan, and it really annoys me. And obviously, the fact there's a model, at some point that was the plan. Clearly, that was the plan. He was going to go and do that and shoot him. And I guess PJ went, no, do you know what, kid, instead.
Over shoulder.
But they have it in the prologue of An Unexpected Journey. They talk about the dwarven wind lance. It's Chekhov's wind lance. It's there all the time, and it's right there in the tower. And he has the thing to kill it. And they don't remotely reference it in Battle of Five Armies of why he doesn't use it.
No. Desolation of Smaug's a weird film, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a weird film.
Oh, that's what I was going to say about War of the Rohirrim. If you really want to wind up some of the silly people,
God knows I love doing that.
I genuinely mean this. War of the Rohirrim is probably the most faithful adaptation of any of the films we've got.
Is that your hot take?
Yeah, but if you go, everything that happens in the story, in the appendices, happens in the film. Like all of it, with the one exception of right at the end of who should do the deed. But otherwise, it's a really, really faithful take with Hera, with added Hera to take you through it.
And Eagles.
Yeah. So additions, but all the bits that happen in the book happen. It's actually very, very faithful.
Yeah.
And in a way that both
is.
the Lord of the Rings trilogy and the Hobbit trilogy aren't.
Yeah,
but they don't like that.
There's quite a bit added. There's quite a bit added, though, right?
Yeah, of course there is. It's 3 pages long.
Yeah, there's quite a bit added considering the section in the book. I mean, I love the bit in the book where the Mummock runs through the forest and the Watcher in the Water grabs it. That's that bit. I can't decide whether I like that bit more or the bit where Helm punches Freka. It's close between those two key moments.
The bit where Helm punches Freka? I mean, that's straight out of the book. I don't know what level of satire you're working on here, but
no.
So, you're saying they're equally memorable from the book. Is that the point?
They are. Yeah.
They are good.
It's a bit strange how he just lashes out and punches him, and then that's kind of the meat and bones of the story.
But the other guy punched him first, right? It's better to be a bully than to be bullied.
Did he punch him first?
Yeah, he punches him twice.
I thought it was unprovoked.
Are we talking about the book or the film here?
Oh yeah, the book. Sorry,
the book. I don't know. I don't know.
We were talking about the faithful adaptation of the book.
I don't know. But they go out to fight. It's what happens in the film. They go out to fight about it.
Yeah,
this
it's
is
the
a bit
equivalent
like
of 2
hand
lager
shot
shandies.
first, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of all you know what's mad? Of all the many copies of Lord of the Rings I've got, I don't think I've got any in this room.
That's a lie.
We should sort this, shouldn't we?
My chat. I've got it to stabilise. I know what I was doing.
Perfect.
I'd refresh the screen. I'm really sorry.
Don't do that.
So I've got Jamie Wiggins saying Zorp. That's as high as I've got.
All right. Don't refresh the screen. I'm going to go and get the...
I'll promise. Wait, he's going. Do we all secretly enjoy how angry Damien's got about the refreshing chat? I don't think he'll ever forgive me for that. 21:36. I reckon he'll bring it up again in about 15 minutes. Did he say where he was going? Great content, this.
I mean, shit thee not. The copy of Lord of the Rings I was looking for wasn't there. There's just a big gap on the shelf. So I must have taken it out. So I've had to get secondary Lord of the Rings.
Okay, what's your bet? My bet is there's only one punch thrown, and it's Helm that throws it, and he just...
You might be right. I don't think that's crazy.
Does Freka in one. Because Tolkien, bless him, has got the habit of doing that. Like, a character appears, and then almost immediately after their story is fully resolved and they're dead.
Now Dunlending, said the king, you have only Helm to deal with, alone and unarmed, but you have said much already, and it is my turn to speak. Freka, your folly has grown with your belly. You talk of a staff. If Helm dislikes a crooked staff that is thrust on him, he breaks it. So, With that, he smote Frecker such a blow with his fist that he fell back stunned and died soon after. So yeah.
That's the Middle Earth equivalent of you want some, I'll give it you.
He just takes
Isn't it?
him out.
Fancy just chinning the bloke.
But he does have. I'm sure they have the men are freer outside. That's straight into the film, isn't it?
Yeah.
The king does not permit brawls in his house. Men are freer outside. He forced Frecker to walk before him. To Frecker's men that came up, he said, "Be off. We need no hearers. We're going to speak of a private matter alone. Go and talk to my men." And they looked and saw that the king's men and his friends far outnumbered them, and they drew back. And he just punches it to death. It's an awesome story. It's one of those things that just reminds me. I don't know if did you see the Halloween stream we did with the Tavilo and the cats, and how like Tolkien, the whole thing was like Tolkien just hated cats. I just feel like at some point Tolkien's like punched someone to death and is writing like an apology story.
That's his
for
confessional.
It or something. But anyway, good times. Josh Cole says, "Evening guys, Christmas was great. Got the starter set and plenty of other hobby stuff. Been painting Mirkwood today, trying to get the project done, but I'll get some more Rohan assembled for the stream. Double Haldir came out just for Jamie. Larry said, oh, we've done this, sorry.
You've done that bit. We just need to get down to Jamie saying Zorp Zorp and I'm off.
Lovely. Larry says, it'll be so you can get the captain with a shield, I reckon. That's some part of the repackaging. Oh, the repackaging them around the orcs, he's saying, is done so that the captain has a shield like the profile does. Good shout, Larry.
Right.
He's right.
He's right.
He's right.
He's annoying, Larry, but he's often right.
Yeah. He said about Die Hard. But he also likes how he looks like he's pretending to be an aeroplane, which is a great point. Very short. Fun fact, the Moran and Bannerbearer and Captain will now be two command models based on the same body, the recycled Gurritz and his aeroplane buddy, to make the newer two-hander Captain and the Banner.
Yep.
Cool.
Love that.
I agree. It's, yeah. And Larry says, what's the logic of the Haldir 3-pack? I agree. Paul says, just lay the Banner Pronar, kid. Larry Miller, who wants 3 Haldirs? Jamie Wiggins says, me. He's playing up to it. One with bow, one with armour, and one standard. From Paul, Frederick Short, such a cute Uruk bomb doing a big kaboom on the base. Kawaii. Jamie Wiggins, I need dead ones for bases. Mark Stone says, only 4 cave trolls. I know, I paled before your cave troll exploits. And Larry says, yeah, what madman actually wants the unarmoured sword one? That's your one, that's Hobbit one. I agree.
It is a hanging miniature, that.
Michael Haskell, throw this one in. My first exposure to a Brummie accent I can remember was Timothy Spore in Auf Wiedersehen Pet, 1983 to 1984. Great show, which subsequent seasons never quite matched. I can't remember my first exposure to a Brummie
What's the
accent.
reference we're making there? I feel like there's some veined insult there, but I'll take it.
I can't remember first. I don't know the first Brummie accent I ever heard.
It's a lot more widely accepted now than 10 years ago. I'll tell you the weird thing about having a Brummie accent. It's, and I think there's a little bit of like Jeremy Clarkson Top Gear and a little bit of certain sketch shows, Harry Enfield and that kind of stuff, where if you speak in a public setting with a Brummie accent with other people with other accent, it's okay for them to repeat back to you what you've said in your accent. Like people get immediately to the level of it's okay to take the piss. Really strange. And I had it happen so many times, but you'd never think of doing it otherwise. But it's because how often, like 10, 15 years ago, it was gold, jackpot, repeat. Just do a Brummie accent, mate. Everyone will laugh.
Lenny Henry did an awful lot of like leaning into the Brummie accent, didn't he?
Yeah. Now we've got the Peaky Blinders, so everybody wants to wear the cap and all that stuff.
My first exposure to it might have been you, because like growing up, my mum and dad tried to shelter me from
North, or the middle, yeah.
So it was a bit kind of like I remember the first time I spoke to you, and I was like, I kind of flinched. I was like, oh no. Is he going to hit me? He's like, hell, he's going to hit me. But then... Smite you in a one. It's one of those ones my mum warned me about. When I bought one, I sold that one to some idiot. Hey, I'm that idiot. He's being mean to me.
Who is?
Larry, in a twist.
Love
Rory, next time stream theme, rebasing old models. No, but I'm happy to confirm to carry this wonderful story and new edition forward. The next theme is going to be anything from War of the Rohirrims. The next one we're going to kind of be focusing on the film a bit, focusing on the supplements that came with it, and we'll allow anything next time. So you can probably paint a Mummock, you can probably paint Harad guys. It will be a little more. We can paint Thorn and Frecker, give people a chance to paint all those things, the troll and all that sort of stuff. We'll be doing that next. It'll be fun. Rory says with great difficulty, rebasing things with great difficulty. Frederick says, do we think the Watcher base change is due to a planned new Watcher mini inspired with War of the Rohirrim that will need more space? No, I don't. I don't know what it's for. Have you got any idea why they're doing that to the Watcher? All the other ones kind of make sense to me.
No.
The only thing I can think is that his tentacles come out over the base, and that's
Let's have a look at
historically
the mini.
annoyed people.
I'm just going to point out as well, because I've already been texted separately and called out for the fact that I did not paint this. So I'm just going to own up now, didn't paint it.
Mm-hmm.
It is a squeeze on the base,
Yeah.
but it can't just be that, surely. They're not going to give us a new mini. And if they do give us a new mini, the one in the War of the Rohirrim looked weirdly like a Pokemon. Had like this strange thing on its head, but I don't really understand what that was about.
That was a tree, wasn't it?
I think so. It definitely looked like a Pokemon. But yeah, I can't figure out what it's. What size is it? The base 160 or something.
It's 130, but round, right? It's a round one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big base. That.
I don't know. Like, because the only other, what else have they done? Like, I'm not counting the siege engines, because all they've done with the siege engines is put them on a base. What else has actually changed? Like the cave trolls have, and the hill trolls, and that's because they look better on a 50 mil. So they've when they're kind of hanging over the edge, they've put them on a bigger base, and so that
maybe that's just it, man.
That's why I think they've done it.
Yeah.
And we might, who knows? You might be seeing it with dragons and cave drakes or something in Armies of Middle Earth. I don't know.
Well, they fit quite nicely on their bases, so we'll see, mate.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Richard Clammer, apart from Haldirs, they're just a straight up repackaging. Yeah, we believe so. Larry says, do we reckon all of those are originally metal? But he's asking the resin and the metal question. Who knows? Frederick, I suspect there's been a conscious effort to get rid of oval bases for things that don't have facings. That's a good point. That's interesting.
What do you mean?
So, like, they're only keeping the oval bases for the things that have an arc. So, like, the siege engines have now got their arc they can fire in. The war beasts pivot around the middle. And so he's suggesting they're just putting them on round bases like everything else.
Yeah.
Quite a good idea. Haskell says, not quite sure how to respond to Team Spirit's earlier name check. Don't know what that means. Larry Miller, I suspect dragons and drakes will follow suit. I said that. Oh, God, I said that.
He definitely said it first.
Ugh.
That's how this works. Even I figured that out now.
And Larry says, I bet if Smaug didn't have a special base, he would have swapped too. That's a fair point. Tom Smith says, get it on our Jack's fireplace, son.
That's reference to a trophy that Jack won at an event that long ago, and it melted.
You brought your people in, haven't you? It melted. Was it made of chocolate?
Yeah. No, it was made of resin, and it was his first event that he'd won. The equivalent of like a GBHL 45, because there was about 6 people there, and I swear he was paying 2 or 3 of them to roll over for him. He won the event anyway. It was a Sauron sort of trophy. Put it on the bookshelf. Went to bed. Came down the morning after. Could smell the resin. Picked the trophy up, and it just his hands just melted.
Oh, that's good.
Love
I like
that
it.
for
I
you.
like it. Some guesses of where Tom was. The roof, Hobbiton, Josh Coles. I know we always want more. The next thing, etc., etc. I do wish we'd at least seen the armoured helm. Really feel like my Edoras list is missing that big centrepiece. Hopefully he's not far. He won't be far away. He'll be coming soon. And I'm a huge fan of everyone in here, and I think we're always super positive. I think I grew up... I don't know how to say this. I grew up getting a Wood Elf Army book and then waiting like a year for the models to come out. And that wasn't like a delay.
I know where you're going.
That was just part of it. So you got a bunch of models, and then the next month you got a bunch more models, and then you got like one release. When the Hobbit edition came out, We had a bunch of models in December. We had a bunch more in January, a bunch in February, a bunch in March, and I reckon about April, I want to say we got like the River. I think like Rivendell Knights might have been the last one around like March or April, and then we got Dale Warriors that weren't even in the book in like August, and then we got the Young Dwarfs and Azog in like September, and that to me has always been like fine. That's just the GW I grew up with, that you wouldn't get the models. And there's an interesting thing, I think now, maybe, I don't want to be patronising, but in the era of social media and everything, where everything's meant to happen instantly, and Amazon Prime and all that, that we've just had this supplement, and everyone's like, where's everything else? Where's everything else? And I'm kind of sitting there thinking, I think it might be here in 3 months or 4 months or 5 months, and you might get War of the Rohirrim releases. But there does seem to have been a shift where there's a large part of the rhetoric that's like, why isn't everything out right now? And I think that's both, I don't know, what's that? Impossible and not even the greatest thing, because then you just get everything out in December and you don't have anything for a year. That's my take on that.
If we're honest, apart from change, I think there's only a couple of things that hobbyists hate more than not having anything to be upset about. But it's just in us, mate. I think it's just in us. So if it's the fact that it's taking too long, and notwithstanding the last couple of years have been absolutely minging if you're a Middle-earth player, and particularly if it's the only game that you play, we have been starved of anything meaningful for the game, right? And you take that is absolutely fair. So that's probably created an element of urgency and people being desperate to see, well, what's next? Because they're half expecting it to just go radio silent.
Yeah.
We've just had a brand new movie. I'd imagine Games Workshop and their shareholders like money, so they'll probably be quite happy to sell you some stuff that's linked to that.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get bits, but I think if we got everything in one go, I'm seeing that about the books, mate. Like, can you imagine trying to buy the new starter set, 3 army books, and a couple of other bits and pieces all at the same time, all 2 weeks before Christmas? It's too quick. Can't afford that all in one go. It's a massive barrier to entry. Yeah. We've actually, I think we've got the best possible ramp into the new edition through the way that it's been released. And I don't necessarily think that's being done on purpose. But if you think about it, you could quite comfortably pick up an army book for 30 quid. You could pick the rules book up for about 30 quid. If you've already got a collection, you're playing games.
Yeah,
you're straight in. Yeah. You know, it's not hidden behind. You have to have this starter set. We've replaced all of these miniatures. Most people could play a game of the new edition day one for a 60 quid investment, and if they were sharing it with a friend, they could share the main rules manual, and they'd be absolutely fine.
I'll tell you what I do think's weird.
It's not a disaster at all.
And I kind of get where they're coming from this. You would think that the helm he's after, which is presumably going to be plastic helm, foot and mounted, you think that would be out before Wraith of the Hornburg helm. And you think the plastic Hera would be out before Bride of Death. And I suspect that is just a material thing. I bet that would be a plastic weight and a Forge World weight. You know, a kind of, we can't get those ones out. We'll have a plastic release every 2 months or every 3 months or whatever it's going to be. So, helm will be coming, Josh. But
the resin stuff's a bit quicker to get going, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's specialist tooling and it's small model runs. Yeah. But it is a specialised skill set.
Yeah.
It's much harder to make the resin models than it is to set the plastic machine up to do the run of plastic minis. Okay. So it's going to be scheduling.
Yeah. So he will come and you will get him, but I think you might get him in 3 months with the match play guide, and I think that's fine. Is my take on it. And that's just my personal opinion. But Julian says that Moran and Captain was also in metal. I think Larry's nailed that one now. I think it's about the shield. Frederick says, surprised by the return of single mini packs for codes and things like that. Wouldn't Thorn and Frecker and Wraith Helm and Death Hera be perfect tool packs? Yeah, they would, wouldn't they? He's right. Thorn and Frecker would be a 2-pack. Helm and Bride of Death Hera. Yeah, it is interesting. Larry Miller says, so I think this is where we are. Kiwis. Frederick says, is Tom visiting Lockie? Rory says, Lockie's house. Frederick says, Zorpa Zorp. Jamie Wiggins says, Zorpa Zorp.
There we go. Richard Clammer says, Lockie.
He's
Frederick
doing it.
Schultz
He's doing it.
lol, called it. Rory said, "Yus got it right." I will just point out this is quite far away what I'm reading. If I move this on this screen, I reckon third time lucky Damien will scream. So I'm just going to leave it exactly where it is. So apologies if I stumble with your name or what you've said. Joe Achille, you should do a stream. Joe Achille then again said, Tom and Lockie live from New Zealand and Damien and guests from the UK. Now that would be a thing, wouldn't it? He's never going to do it. Tom, Paul again, Tom into heresy, is he? That's an unfair jibe at Lachlan. Paul Kelly, simmer down, mate. Stop getting so aggressive.
Oh, that's a nice
Jamie Wiggins, I met Lockie at Warhammer World. Lockie's we were talking about Lockie, weren't we, this week? Mm-hmm. He's one of the very few content creators that you watch. Current company notwithstanding, Damien's also one of them. I'll say that now rather than him assuming. I'm not going to say it. Where you can tell he genuinely adores the game.
Oh, thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Because bear in mind, as you were introducing that, you could have said where the guy's an absolute twat. You know
well, they knew.
Yeah.
They knew. All 69 of them watching. 69 watching, mate, according to the YouTube. What a number.
Thank you. That's very nice. I do care.
Frederick Schultz. Is Tom having a stupidly massive honeymoon? Ah, the Lachlan jibes. I love this.
I think
They're pulling no punches today. Fat Hobbit Gaming says, good evening, gents. Actually joining in on the painting trend tonight with some Rohan Warriors. How are you all doing? We are doing great, mate. Can't wait to see your Rohan Warriors. Get them in the whip, Fred. Try and win a dice. They don't roll particularly well, so don't be too disappointed when you don't win a dice. Frederick Schultz, fun fact, obviously focusing on the Dunland half, but probably never been more interested in Rohan. Thinking about all sorts of cool thematic warbands, etc. for War of the Rohirrim era Rohan. I'm with you there, Frederick. Quite like the idea of doing Hera and some Shield Maidens, but you can't get Shield Maiden miniatures. Maybe one day we will. Maybe one day we'll have new Riders of Rohan, so I don't have to paint the ones we've currently got. Larry Miller has said they used to have a Thranduil 3-pack, but one was mounted. That is true. That is true. So there's form for the Haldir thing.
But
so you had Haldir, you had Thranduil, one sword. Yeah, one sword, two swords, and on a horse, which you can't take anymore. Shame. Frederick Schultz says, heard it here first, Haldir is the new Rohan. Haldir is the new Rohan this edition. We'll have tons of Haldirs. He'll get 2 legions every supplement. Now, Frederick. You'd never get that for Haldir. He dies too quick. Larry Miller, Owen, Gandalf, and Raddy. Yeah, 3-packs. Gandalf or Raddy, which is the better 3-pack?
They're all different mounts, though. It's not the same.
Which is the better 3-pack?
Gandalf, because you get everything. the Raddy one's missing an eagle.
That's a great point. Yeah, that is a good point. Gandalf on the basis that it's complete. But I think the Radagast one's cooler.
They are all great models, though. All 3 Gandalf ones are great, and I've got the Raddy on Eagle, but I've never done him. But the Slay and the one on foot are really good. So they're 6 really good models.
I've got the Slay there, built and primed. The process of building it and priming it put me off painting it, and I actually think the painting is the easiest bit.
Yeah. Chariot now, mate. Impact it.
Oh, it's unbelievable now. You can't knock him off it either or shoot at him until you've killed it. We'll get to that in a minute, mate. Michael Haskell, I played a game of squash at 6 p.m. and then went straight onto the red wine when I got home. Not sure that was a good idea. Going to delve into the box set now. Michael, do not try and build those new miniatures if you've had any more than a few sips of that red wine, mate, because what you will end up with at the end of the evening is not 6 or 7 new Wildman or Warriors of Rohan.
He said in the chat,
you will have
normally what I do is cut all the bits off and put them into containers and then assemble them. I was like, don't do that. Yeah. Don't do that.
Yeah. No, one at a time, mate.
One at a time, very slowly.
Yeah, one at a time. Sean Clark, other hobby-related groups are available, but generally not recommended. Oh. Solid shout. Tom Smith, can I have a link to this WhatsApp group? No, you can't. Some of the WhatsApp groups I have, if they ever got out into the real world, I would never be seen again. Jamie Wiggins, love that Dale is talking in Damienisms. I'm glad somebody's noticed it. Other hobby pages are available. Larry Miller said, is that free or do you need to pay for it? I assume that's about the WhatsApp group. You pay for it in other ways, Larry. It's usually the sort of satire and, frankly, having your image besmirched and put on dice and T-shirts and other pictures of other miniatures make you feel ridiculous. Jamie Wiggins, GW did a better job advertising the film than the people who made the film. I completely agree with that. All Kelly laughs. I assume it's at Jamie's comment because he's spot on. GW absolutely smashed the marketing of this film. The post-teen spirit. Me and my mate spoiled ourselves with an everyman visit to see War of the Rohirrim. The back row was full to the brim, but the other two were empty. Larry Miller, I feel sorry for the other guy that wanted to watch it that day but couldn't. Frederick Schultz, they're on about the private screening of the film now, mate. So prepare yourself for some banter. Frederick Schultz, they probably trolled Harry. It wasn't a private screening. There simply wasn't anyone else coming to see the film. Jamie Wiggins, best character in the film was General Targ, just fed up of Wolf and dealing with him. Genuinely looked happy dying as he knew he didn't have to deal with him anymore. That's so true. Yeah, they did. There was a weird little narrative going with him. You almost feel like if there was more film, if there's an extended version of the cartoon, which I sort of half hope there isn't. I think I don't think it needs one. You'd imagine there's more to that character, because otherwise he's just saying no, Wolf, don't, mate, and dies anyway.
Yeah, maybe.
Michael Haskell, everyone dying. Game of Thrones meets Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fair. Yeah. Frederick Schultz, saw it twice, both cinemas, less than half the seats occupied. Might have actually liked it more the second time, though. It was in German, and the voiceover was slightly worse, bit cringy sometimes. That's weird. Frederick Schultz, dropping in Gandalf is probably meant to connect the Hunt for Gollum film. Probably. Yeah. Getting back at the front of people's minds, although nobody went to see it beyond us. The 62 people in the chat is probably 50% of the people who've been to see it, unfortunately. Larry Miller, my biggest complaint was that there were moments without old Pennycrook being weird.
She was good.
Don't know what that means.
Old
You've got to
Pennycrook's,
explain that one.
Old Pennycrook's the random witch at Helm's Deep.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The random,
that went absolutely nowhere. I like that.
Yeah. I like that they all have a nice hug at the end. I was like, why are you hugging the weird witch? She's just been weird the entire thing.
Do you not feel like there was an opportunity for Shield Maidens to run across that bridge? Spoilers. It's not a bridge either. What are you doing, mate? That looks remarkably like it's on fire.
Doesn't it? I think it might be on fire.
What on earth are you doing?
I've been using matches. Oh, I hope the smoke alarm doesn't go off. Go out, you fuck.
That's old school, that is. That's how I know you're from the south, the area of plenty, light cigarettes with matches, the ultimate disposable, that is.
What do you think? I'm not like smoking. This is smoking. Smoke alarm.
That's the ashtray. That's the ashtray, that is. That is actually on fire, mate. Just get it in the water.
I haven't got any water.
I'll carry on reading.
Do you know where the water is? It's on the other side of the smoke alarm.
Not Bonfire Night special over here on the 10th of January. Love to see it. Old school Chris C joins just as Dale starts to warn about swearing. Ruth says hi. Yeah, apologies. I don't think I've sworn that many times since that moment. I might have done. This is going to end in tears.
This is going to end in the smoke alarm going off. Fucking everyone off.
Oh, it's going to be beautiful. Sorry, Ruth. That's Damien swearing, just to point it out. Callum says Gandalf coming up at the end is rubbish. You're totally right. Doesn't make any sense that he's looking for rings at that point. Yeah, that bit sucked. Let's be completely honest. I genuinely sort of reacted out loud to that. I can't remember what I said, but I wasn't particularly excited about it. The post-teen spirit, I found it weird. I'm going to swap screen here because I'm looking at the wrong screen. It's annoying me. Let me just get down here. I've changed screen and it's dropped the chat again. Why is it doing this to me? And he's gone.
It's fine.
Have you put the fire out, Damien?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Nothing to worry about.
Because I've moved screen, so I'm not reading funny, and my chat has jumped again. So can you get me back to Larry Miller saying it's that? No, it's not Larry. Actually, it's Sean saying I find it hilarious how much cheaper they are from their older metal equivalents. Some would say I'm conveniently trying to get myself out of reading the chat here, but I genuinely am not. I tried to move it so I wasn't looking over there like a weirdo.
I find it how much. Yeah, they are from their older metal equivalents. Yep. Very short. Interesting observation. All normal plastic wire.
Oh no, I've got that bit. It's up from there to Ruth, to talking about Ruth and swearing. It's Chris saying that Ruth's in high. I was a couple of rungs below that.
A couple down.
Up. So I'm further up than that. I've not got down to that Sean Clark message yet.
I see. So we're after a Chris Cooper, are we?
Mm-hmm.
God, there's a lot of chat.
Professional.
Joins
Professional
just
chat
as
reader.
Dale starts to warn about swearing. Ruth says hi. Calamar. Gandalf coming up at the end is rubbish. You're totally right. Doesn't make any sense. He's looking for rings at that point too. Sam says, I found it weird that Wolf gets fight 6 despite never winning a fight ever. I think
he's right, mate. He's so right.
Maybe this is going to be my Tariel. I think he's getting a bad rep now. I don't think he's as awful as people are saying. He's stupid, tactically stupid, like politically stupid. Yeah. But he goes toe to toe with Hera, doesn't he? And Hera's fight 6, and he seems like quite an accomplished swordsman, I think.
I was going to jump into the rule book then and see what his intelligence was, to quote you on his.
But he's also this is the thing that's going to go. I think this is going to run for a while. Like, I'm sure we chatted about this on a previous stream, but it's like he brings all the hill tribes together, right, and forms an army and gets mercenaries and then sacks Edoras. Like, he's not dumb.
No, it's pretty badass.
And then you he slashes Hammer's neck instead of doing a trade, and everyone goes, he's an idiot. He should have intelligence 10+. And it's like that. I really that thing and the idea that when a character does something stupid, their intelligence should be down, as opposed to everything else they did that wasn't stupid. I think is a really tricky thing to balance. Yeah.
I feel like I've stumbled into a topic of conversation that you've read and I haven't there.
I think we talked about it we talked about it on one previous stream about the intelligence stat and how because people kept saying stuff. I think Sam Huddy was doing.
Oh, Wolf will be intelligence nothing. Is that the joke?
Be 10+ because he's an idiot.
Okay,
but it's like if a character does something stupid, then the obvious thing is to mark their intelligence down, despite the fact that the rest of their actions are not stupid. Is kind of my point. And Sam
reading the live chat on a YouTube stream and refreshing your stream 4 times doesn't mean you're a complete fool. I
think Sam was suggesting that the Witch King should have awful intelligence because he gets stabbed in the knee by a hobbit. You know, that kind of stuff. He's an idiot. You know, and there was a lot of this, list this thing. He's an idiot. List this thing. He's an idiot. You know, it's a tricky stat to balance, I think. It smells a lot like smoke in here. If anything,
you'll have the police and the fire brigade.
I might have to test my smoke alarm. If anything, now I wish it was going off. To be honest, to do Tom Smith, best Gandalf I've seen. May Bank Holiday 2024 at St Mary's Uni. That's 7 stones. Who best Gandalf I've seen? Who had a Gandalf? Is it yours? Oh, best Gandalf. I see. It's you.
Oh, what Gandalf? And painted a Gandalf. What a Gandalf.
What a horse. Michael Curtis, I was shocked my favourite character did survive. Owen was great. Sam says, I don't know about that Gandalf, Tom. There were some dodgy photos of him and his horse. Very short. Felt like the very short Saruman appearance was a missed opportunity. He could have done more. I'm not glossing over that. We're going to talk about the film next time. Let's not dwell too much on that. Mark Fry, evening all. Painting done for the night. Time for dry roasted peanuts and beer. Larry Miller, you went on to live chat too late. I've just gone to live chat and Paul Kelly is the first I can see. Paul Kelly says, hell of a week. Bob Quillen, got a week to get the Edoras army ready by next week in the Defenders of Hornburg list. Very cool. Richard Kammer, Piano House isn't gone. I found it on the Google Library and linked it in the Patreon chat months ago. Good
Get it
work.
back.
And Larry says, the guy who made Dale? Dale's dad is in.
I was going to make that joke and didn't. Love that.
This is good. I didn't ask for this. Can recommend the SBG magazines. Have every single one. Still haven't done the Gollum email. Cool. Thanks for that. Paul Kelly says, up the BIB. Get back to work, Dan. Post-Team Spirit says, they're all playing MEC SBG. Is that because if they don't, they're barred? That's
Love that.
Board and Brum. In the gaming store, does the stream have a little symbol in the corner like football in pubs?
No, we don't pay a TV license.
Yeah, that's a sporting license, isn't it? Richard Clammer
doesn't
that like double the viewer count if it's on in Board and Brum? No, I imagine it adds 1 to it, tragically. That's what I don't want it on the big screen. I want it 100 little screens.
Yeah. Everybody get your phones out.
What happened to 7th City? Some nasty men broke in, or ladies, broke in and burgled them. Justin's in all the way from Canada. Hello all, man, has it been ages? Justin Bertrand from Canada, finally here for another stream. I'll be painting shortly. Cool. Is shortly in this starter box? I'm not sure.
Don't think so.
So it won't be on theme, unfortunately. Jordan of the Rings, does Dale have a lovely Goblin Town army?
Yeah, I do. He painted it. In fact, actually, if you're going to call me out twice now, Jordan, you've painted half of it. So I've got half a Goblin Town army. And the half that I've got is lovely, but it is only half.
Sam says, there was one stream where Damien hosted solo as Steve turned his attic into a pool. That was a good time. Mark says, looks more like Alice Cooper than Claudia Winkleman. That's untrue. It looks exactly like Claudia Winkleman. And Jamie Wiggins says, the best reaction was you saying, mate, I'll worry about you. Jordan Rings correctly says, who was the attractive woman in the picture? Larry Miller says, on the subject of Damien's love of dressing up, it's a sad thing we'll probably never get to see Damien go to some doubles tournament. I didn't find a link. I looked up past Partworks and now keep getting adverts for them, including the Moomin one, which they seem to be pushing right now. It's a sad thing we'll probably never see Damien go to some doubles. Is that, I don't really get that, just because you think I would like to enter it. Me and Tom made the tournament we wanted to go to, effectively. Joe Achille, did anyone else notice that around the same time that Steve took his hiatus, that sexy boys and girls also disappeared? It's true. Coincidence.
They were heady times in the chat.
Mark Stone, gluing faces to helmets. ... That's not fun. So Storming Fish, it's a bit exhausting to hear people complain about how highly detailed these kits are after hearing complaints about the two-piece models for ages. It's true. He's right.
Yeah, I agree. I agree massively with that. I just think there is a section of the community. I'd say the community. I don't even think it's community. I think there are a small section of the hobby in general that just like to be annoyed.
You hinted this. The classic thing, isn't it? The two things wargamers hate are change and the way things are.
Yeah.
I agree, and I'm kind of good-naturedly ribbing this a lot.
Yeah.
I would like, there are 8 pieces, the Wildmen. The old Wildmen were 2 pieces, or the old Rohan Warriors 2 pieces. I would like a 4 or a 5 piece model. I think that's what I'm
but the interesting thing there, Damien, is you'd be happy probably right across that spectrum. So if we had new minis that were 2-piece, you'd probably still be their new minis, great. You'd like them for what they are, and if they were 8-piece, you'd like them for what they are.
Quite a happy little boy.
They are just toy soldiers.
Yeah, I am happy, but he's absolutely right. Sean Clark, I find it hilarious how much cheaper they are from their older metal equivalents.
Well done, mate. Frederick Schultz says, interesting observation. All normal plastic warrior kits are €41 in Germany. No price difference. Can I just say that was worth it because reading it on this screen is way easier. Will Shepherd, evening all. Assembling more hill boys tonight and mounted wolf. Don't take the horse, mate. 20-point horse is too expensive. Take more models.
Well, that's the
Thomas
point.
Denny.
I like that.
Hey?
That's the point. They were auto-includes before, and now they're not auto-includes. Now you have to think about it. So I think it's good.
Yeah, good change. Although, please give me the goats back for the Champions Variable. Thomas Denny says, amazing, and a smiley face. Jamie Wiggins said, but I want one of those dice now, Dale. Paul got them done originally. Paul's now in Australia, thank God. So I get the feeling it would be funny to do a run of those dice and hand them out to people at events, probably at Boarding Brum. We've got 8 events this year. If I can get enough dice done, I'll give people them because they are quite funny and it's sweet seeing them.
Just a picture of
Although
you.
they always seem to roll really well when I'm playing against them, which is annoying. Will Shepherd says, don't think there was a price difference in the UK. Warrior boxes went from £30 to £31.50. He's right. During the 2024 price increase across the range. So the old Rohan Warriors were being sold for £31.50 too.
Sweet.
I think the only exception, weirdly, was the Riders of Rohan sprue was always cheaper than the other Cav. And I think it's because there were less options in the box, I think. Or that it's been out for a million years. But yeah, it was always slightly cheaper than like the equivalent Morgul Knights and stuff. Joshua Crosby, sounds like you got mugged off. Joe Achille, yes, the long-coveted BSIME mug. I promise I'll even start drinking tea over here in the States when my mug arrives, and I won't put it in the dishwasher either, mate. He's calling you out here, Joe
Thanks for your
Achille.
patience. He's right to.
I'll send you my mug. The only issue is it says Idle Battlestream Earth on the one side, and then it says, ooh, the chat, the chat. Oh, God.
How does this work?
Jakey, evening all, rocking up a little late, but with some tribesmen to get painted. Good luck, mate. Frederick Schultz, I never use super glue on plastics, only when I use different materials. But with this set, I pinned some of them to the base, which use different materials. So there I use super glue. The post-teen spirit, Larry, Stu Rule, do you want it? I assume that's the rulers from the box. I'm hoping we see an artistic version of a ruler from Larry. I think it'll catch on. Justin, I now think Aragorn needs a Stu Rule. Jamie Wiggins, Desolation of Smaug is a weird film. Inventing a female elf to shove down our throats. Ew, completely with you, Jamie. And anybody who simps for said character, not to be trusted, mate. Frederick Schultz, 100% agree with the faithfulness of the film. Like 99% book accurate with gaps filled in. Agreed. The post-teen spirit. During Aragorn's activation, roll a d6 on a one. He's transfixed as he gags on Eowyn's poison. I'm so glad that said poison. Michael Haskell. I have a film memory of Bard trying to get to the Windlance and the building it was on being smitten.
You've made it up.
Been a very long
made
time.
it up. It's because it's what you want, Michael.
Why is he going to the bell tower then? What's the point?
It's just a tower that you can shoot the dragon from. The bell tower is clearly not the Windlance tower, is it? It's got a bell.
God, Damien, hang on a minute, mate. I've just got to get to a vantage point so I can see the dragon. I know we're in the movies, right? That's just not right. That was where the Windlance should have been. I feel like him flying past and smashing it was supposed to be him smashing the Windlance. I just feel like we're missing a bit of CGI where the Windlance is on the tower.
Yeah, but he's also, he was filmed on a bell tower. He's clearly on a very different tower. He's filmed on a massive tower with a massive bell, and they make a big deal about him cutting the bell.
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
I'm just guessing. I'm on Hill Tribesman 10, and I'm guessing where this right arm goes. I can't find any form of groove for it.
I feel so blessed to be on the stream where you're trying to build those miniatures. But it is so finishing Michael's message, because we rudely cut it in half and dissected it. But it has been a very long time since I watched the extended versions of the 5 armies.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry,
it's
been a long time since we watched the back. Yeah.
Katie says Smaug destroys the Windlance in the movie. I'm sure. Chris is checking. I can't wait to get down lower to see whether Damien's talking twaddle.
He absolutely
frustratingly, I think he probably isn't. Frederick Schultz says also, in capital letters, so there's some emphasis on this bit, the most realistic siege in the entire movie franchise. I assume he means War of the Rohirrim.
Oh yeah, because it's like a real.
And I agree with him.
Yeah.
I agree with him. In fact, if you think about it, that's the one bit about the Isengard Unleashed, Helm's Deep thing, where they march there from Isengard to Helm's Deep and immediately start fighting.
Could happen.
It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird.
They do not know pain. They do not know fear. They will take Manfred.
Yeah. Stannis Baratheon tried a similar tactic at Winterfell, just saying.
That went well, didn't it?
Yeah, spoilers. Larry Miller, whoa, spoilers, Damien. That was weirdly well matched up for that bit. Richard Clammer says, "Oh, I thought Harmer's plot was different in the book."
They both
It
die.
is different. It is different in the book.
But it's different in that Wolf kills them both. That's all. But that's all it says. He kills them both at Edoras, and he sits in Edoras for a while. But
Yes.
still, he kills them both. It's still the
Yeah,
basic.
he
plot,
kills him.
isn't it?
He kills him at Edoras.
Yeah, he kills both the
or
princes
in
at Edoras.
in Meduseld.
Yeah.
Which happen? One of them it happens because he kills him outside Meduseld. I think shoots him.
I don't think it specifies that he shoots him in the book. I think it just says.
No, it doesn't. But at least in the film, he's killing him there.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Larry Miller, not seen the bit where he gets punched yet.
It doesn't happen,
Old
no.
school Chris C. Watcher eats the mummock. Best bit of the book. That I tell you what, there's a doubles tournament in Birmingham in April, named best bit of the book. That
Yeah, I saw it. Did you advertise that today? Because I got like a notification.
Purely to talk about moments just like those that we all love to sit and read. If only there was some tournament where we could replicate that. You're goddamn right, mate. Justin, I agree. Damien as well. For an anime with crazy siege towers, it is the most accurate adaptation. I'll tell you who I do feel for, though, the bloke on the drum on the top.
Yeah, we all do.
I'd want
Pour
some
one out-
serious
pour one
hazard
out for
pay
him.
for that job.
Yeah.
Stir strumming fish in the books. It's not clear who provoked who. It's a fair shout. Rory Campbell, Greedo punches first. Jamie Wiggins, Greedo. Who's Greedo, mate?
Greedo's I said Han shoots first. It's
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
You know the bit in Star Wars?
Yeah. Larry Miller, quick refresh the stream on. Cameron Bell, what's your take, Dale? That's a private joke about the fact that I love nothing more than going on to the GBHL and reading people's long-winded takes about all of the things in the hobby that really annoy them, rather than just telling their friends and keeping the world a bit more positive. Anyway, Jamie, Dale becoming most quotable host. Imagine just chinning the guy. Yeah, that is extreme, even from where we're from. Very rarely does a disagreement in the boozer about your son marrying a bloke's daughter end in you being chinned and killed in what maybe it does actually.
Depends on the
Now that I
boozer.
think about it. Depends on the boozer, mate. Richard Clemmer, when will Berder and the Hill Trolls get an episode? Never. Stephen Ryan, my first exposure to the Brummie accent was definitely Cat Dealey on SMTV Live.
Oh, great show. Oh, this is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all gone. This one Hill Tribesman, the only one I've done live on the internet, is literally everything I was terrified about, and I convinced myself with the first 9 that it wasn't this bad. He's got a tiny. He's not even a foot. It's a heel that you glue onto the base. It's just rubbish.
Really feel for you there, mate. Michael Haskell, by the way, I love the Brummie accent. When we, wife and me in brackets, both Southerners, moved to Northeast England in 1988, took us a while to get the hang of the Geordie accent. Yeah, that's a good one, especially when they're together. In fact, it's interesting that because you meet someone from the Northeast or anywhere, frankly, where there's quite a strong native dialect, and when they're outside of their usual environment, they talk like I'm probably doing it now, doing the telephone voice a little bit. So my accent is even broader if I was in the shop now having this conversation. Yeah. It's hard I can imagine it being hard to keep up. Stir Strumming Fish, Berder and the Hill Trolls are still on tour in Japan. Richard Clemmer, Post Teen Spirit, not as big a base as my Catapult Troll, 160, a couple of months after I built and painted him on an 80. Question Damien O'Byrne, do Games Workshop make a 160mm base?
Oh.
Larry Miller, I panic bought the old Mordor Catapult so I can guarantee I get a resin one. That's a good choice. Nobody wants that miniature in metal. Jack Buckler, Bolg, also a notable base size change, hopefully will be errated. Yeah, I think that's similar. He's probably taking the mickey out of me a little bit there, but that's one of those things that's similar to the Watcher, where you've already got a miniature on a base in the box that everyone's been relatively fine with for a long time. The stretch warg's a bit weird, but unless they're going to redo the warg, trying to get that, I've got one here. That is not going on a 40mm base.
Yeah.
And if you try and put that particular miniature on a 40mm base, you're either going to snap the legs off the back of the miniature or the front. But you're going to do either of those by trying to play with it on a 40mm base. And it'll look stupid because he's just doing a wheelie the whole game. Cameron Bell can definitely fit that on a 40mm base. Don't know what you're talking about, Booklet. Yeah, thought they were taking the mickey. I fed right into that. Should have read a few lower messages. J-Max, Armies of Arda. Hello.
Hey,
The J-Mac. One of the other great content creators, it must be said. He did a video that once. I don't know if you've ever watched J-Mac's stuff, Damien.
Yeah,
he did a tournament vlog the once. I can't remember where they were, but they end up in the boozer halfway through, and there's hangovers included, and lots of drinking and merriment. And just the whole melee of that video is one of the funniest things I've ever seen that's got anything to do with this game. I mean, realistically, that bit's got nothing to do with playing toy soldiers, but I've watched that video at least 4 or 5 times. Hilarious. Larry Miller, it does feel weird, though. Would make more sense to get Helms, Helm, than have to wait for Helms, Helmless, Helm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And to be fair, Helm's Helm in the anime is pretty cool. So that will be a cracking looking miniature. But we'll see, mate. We'll see. Steve Bonner, when's the next preview stream from GW? No idea, buddy. I don't think there's going to be anything that happens in the game now we've had the box set that would be on one of the preview streams. The game's too small relative in terms of the scale of releases. I'm not saying that there's not loads of people playing it, but just from my own experience, the sort of engagement that the sort of your key 4 or 5 games from GW gets, the amount of people watching the videos, that kind of stuff. There isn't anything outside of the starter set that would warrant a video.
If they did have anything exciting to release, like maybe they're going to do like some sort of one-off collector's diorama piece that might be nice to show off at one of those events. Yeah. I imagine they might not do that.
No, we're definitely not going to get Pokemon Watcher dragging the Mummock into the water as a diorama on a 100 and however many mil base. It's not going to happen. We've spoiled that for ourselves. Mark Stone, at least back then, GW didn't take your models, in brackets, rules away.
That's obviously about the Warhammer book thing.
Mm-hmm. Justin, I remember the good old days in the early 2000s when models coming soon from GW is like a 6-month, in brackets, I am thinking of the reinforcements releases, which had the King's Huntsman and Knights. Yeah, stuff used to take a lot longer. Justin, about to try and put together these new Rohan princes. Wish me luck. Lol. The post-teen spirit. To be fair, Justin, I'm about 2/3 of the way through Mounted Halath, and he's not too tough so far.
I don't mind it for the heroes, because you only have to do them once.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the irony with the Dunland, is they're like, what, 4 or 5 points? You're doing a lot of it. I'd be having Crabane, mate. My Dunland army would just be just bases and bases and bases full of Crabane.
World Champion said there's more pieces than points.
And he'd be right.
Yeah, he's right. He's spot on.
You're right. Post-teen spirit, just follow the instructions and it's working out okay. Kind of to Damien's point. With the heroes, it doesn't feel as much as of a slog psychologically. I think with warriors, because you've got to do it all over again, several times over, it gets tedious. Jamie Wiggins, as someone who works in injection molding, plastic tooling takes so much longer to get the design and tooling done. It's a huge timescale. We were on about that, weren't we? Mm-hmm. I think there can be quite a lot more agile with the Forge World stuff.
Yeah.
And you see that in how quickly the Forge World stuff comes back into stock when it goes out, and to a lesser extent Finecast, as much as everyone hates it.
That's an interesting point.
It comes back quick when it's out of stock, whereas the plastics, when they go, just trying to think of a recent example of this, the new Kill Team stuff. So we've been trying to get the new Kill Team starter set back in stock since the first wave and still can't get them. So it's not just us, as much as it feels like it is in our little bubble. There are other games that wait a long time for stuff. Horus Heresy at the minute, shout out to anyone who plays that particular game, it's been tough to get the stuff you want, particularly resin, for a while. James Firth Hayden, I'm glad it hasn't all come out in one hit. The new kits are so good, but do they have to be so many parts just for menopause figures?
Is that a genuine typo for monopose?
Yeah, menopause. Beautiful. I mean, me personally, mate, 30 quid for a box of 24 menopause figures is a bargain. Maybe that's the Shield Maiden sprue. He might have seen a release that we've not seen. Who knows?
Oh, good work.
Michael Haskell. RE Damien's mini rant at 21.49. God, we're falling behind here, mate. You're rubbish at reading this. Said this before. I had to wait until October 1982 to see Star Wars again on ITV, having seen it in February of 1978 in the cinema. People were just more patient back then. Justin, at the Post-Teen Spirit, thanks for the encouragement. So far, I agree. Not too bad at all to assemble the princes thus far. They are bloody great models as well. Josh Coles. Yeah, that's sort of what I was saying. Trying not to have that I want everything now attitude. But I just thought the plastic one would have come, like you say, before the Wraith. Yeah. I think that's fair. But I just think the Wraith and the Hera model would be way easier to get on the shelf.
Yeah.
That's all that it is.
Yeah.
And at least they're bringing stuff out. Got to be grateful of that. Josh Cole's got enough stuff to paint up before it was released anyway. That's always the thing, isn't it? If you're honest with yourself, there's almost none of us that are waiting for the next mini to come out so that we've got something to paint. I get that if you're working on that particular thing and it's sort of piqued your interest, it's frustrating. Need a fresh cup of tea. I'm going to have to get a text message going here.
Oh, nice service.
Mate, I do not deserve Josie at all. Although the last 3 or 4 times you and I have spoken, you've assumed that we've split up. For no reason. Yeah. Josie was in London. Just to give some background on that, right? Josie was in London with Olivia and had taken her to a show, right? And I said to Damien, yeah, Olivia's in London with her mom. And I watched him just sort of start, when you can see someone's just thinking and working. And he jumped to the conclusion that Josie had not only split up with me and moved to London, which was news to me, but Olivia's gone with her. Great, man.
No, she hadn't gone with her. She was staying with her.
Oh, yeah, she was staying over, yeah. He's dreamt up this fantasy world where the mother of my children's moved to London and lives around the corner from Damien.
I think it was because you said with her mum as well instead of saying Josie, which feels slightly detached. Like she's staying with her dad tonight. She's staying with her mum tonight. But that's all absolutely true. That's completely true.
Everyone relax. We are still together. She will be in no time, hopefully with a cup of tea in a mug that has all of the letters still in place, so you can see what it's supposed to say.
She's not left you. She's just gone somewhere with one of your children. Yeah. Oh, right. Okay.
Larry Miller. All 3 Gandalfs are great. Forgetting the wet one, obviously.
Right.
Why is there a wet Gandalf?
He thinks the Fellowship of the Ring, the metal one, looks like he's wet. He thinks the beard looks wet.
Do you know what's really weird? In a bizarre turn of events, I've got one of those on the painting table right now.
You've got a good selection of the models we're talking about to hand tonight.
It's almost like I primed them all. Do you know what, Dave? He's spot on. Because I've got a plastic Gandalf from the Thorin's company set next to it.
What's spot on about being wet? Don't tell him that.
Do you know where I think he's going with it? It's because the beard is like incredibly flat. Like there's no shape to it.
No, you nothing of Larry. What are you doing?
I think he's right, mate. I don't think you've taken his claim seriously.
I haven't.
Rory, is Damien setting the entire sprue on fire? Mate, I've been looking forward to getting to this bit because I want to see at what point people started noticing that Damien was having a mini pyrotechnic show while I was just trying to hack through this chat. Larry Miller, no, it was about the War of the Rohirrim. Frederick Schultz, Wolf and Targ, dynamic, be like. Frederick Schultz, do A. No, I will do B. 10 times. Yeah, agreed. 10 times over. They couldn't agree on anything, Wolf and Targ.
Mm.
It's like some weird skit that didn't work out well for either of them. Joe Holzman, good evening, everyone. Hello, Joe. That's a point. Can someone put in the chat how the Villa have got on? Because I've not looked.
I haven't looked.
Don't look. Josh Coles, one thing I will say, after seeing the film, Wolf is not fight six. Here we go. When I watched the film, there was a power cut halfway through, and as there was, just me and my girlfriend and 4 other people, it was a bit awkward. Okay,
Wolf's
they're not
fault
two.
as well.
They're not two parts of the story that are linked. So Wolf being 5'6" has got nothing to do with the fact that the lights went off in the cinema.
No, but they'll blame that on him as well, for sure.
Yeah, but if Wolf's intelligence was any better, that wouldn't have happened. Having a power cut in the cinema would be weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's bloody dark in them rooms, isn't it? Like, there's nothing. I think getting to the cinema just after they've dimmed the lights is one of the most frustrating and awkward things you can go through, because you can't see where you're going. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody can see where they're going. Nobody knows where their seat is, and everybody else in that room hates your guts because you're the awkward bloke fumbling around with your light on trying to find your seat. Convinced of it. It's horrendous. Happened with Seb the other day. We went to watch Sonic, and we were just after the bit where the adverts had started, and we were tripping up all over everybody. It was horrible. Katie, why is Damien setting fires? Is this a hobby thing? I am too green to understand. Katie, if I knew, I would tell you.
I don't mind saying why I was doing it. I've got plastic glue. I've got the GW plastic glue, and the little metal thing gets clogged up. So you burn it to clear it out. But then, because the little metal thing gets hot, I use a piece of tissue to hold it so it doesn't burn my fingers. And then once, and only once, I set fire to the tissue.
Once?
Yes. It was short.
So we just happened to be here that time?
Yeah, it just happened to be live on the internet, of course.
Katie, there we are. Michael, sure looks like smoke to me. Frederick Schultz says fire streams in Middle Earth. BSIME, love that. Michael Dublé. Are you wanting the fire bogard out as well as the police? Fire bogard, I assume brigade. Larry Miller, your stream got its light from Damien setting his hobby on fire. James Wilson, evening all. Hello, James. Callum, are we going to break the number of emergency services on the BSIME twice in the same stream? I think so. It was close. You could see, when the when the smoke started to get significant enough, then where Damien had to leave the room, I think the panic was genuinely started to set in. It had gone beyond a joke for Damien at that point. Old school Chris C. Damien has failed so badly at hobby that his models have spontaneously combusted. It's harsh. The post-teen spirit. LMAO, I don't have any water. Oh, okay, I'll carry on with the chat. Yeah, don't break your stride, mate. Just keep at it. He's a consummate professional, and he's been doing this 5 years. Sean Clark, it's not about Damien just leaving the room while something is burning. Stephen Bonner, fire, foe, and fiend. Stephen Bonner, don't leave it unattended. Green Tree, Damien is going to come back into the room dressed like a fireman. That would not have surprised anybody, let's be honest. Cameron Bell, the hottest episode. Cameron Bell, the hottest episode of Battle Streams this, Dale. Thanks, mate. That's so kind. I think it's got more to do with the fire than anything else. I've just jumped down the screen. Give me a sec. It's okay, though, mate. It's not refreshed. I can see stuff above where I'm reading, which is good news. I'm getting the angle of this, mate. Tell you what, another 5 years of this, I'll nail it. The post-teen spirit may as well get the ambulance too to complete the set. Frederick Schultz, beasts and mounts now need to pass a courage test to charge Damien's hobby days. The post-teen spirit lost the chat to Larry Shawley. That deserves the like. Justin, Damien, that is not a pine cone. That is not meant to be set aflame and thrown at orcs. Valid. That is definitely a rule that is missing from the Thorin's company army. Just saying. I know we're not covering that bit today. Damien, the fire wizard. What's his intelligence? Stephen Bonner, not high. The post-teen spirit. Wolf, never won a fight. What an idiot. Agreed.
There you go.
Richard Planner, balancing intelligence is like balancing fate. No one is happy. Michael H. Remember when Aragorn kicked the helmet and broke his toe?
Yeah,
Intelligence 9 plus.
idiot.
Spot on. Stephen Bonner, fool of a tuck. Joe Holzman got Halathan Harmer built during the football. Many pieces were dropped, not because they were fiddly, but because I'm old and have massive fingers. I hate that for you, bud. They are at that weird point now where they're just enough of a pain for me to build that I can think of most other things I'd rather do than build them, which is why Jordan, as we mentioned earlier, is painting my goblins for me. Josh Coles, I've got to say, I've been building the new models from the starter set. And compared to what I've been doing, tens and tens of horrible Mirkwood Warriors, I think they go together so easily. Yeah, it's perspective, mate.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because like the Mirkwood Warriors, I remember the Mirkwood Knights in particular, I would say, are the worst models I've ever cleaned up in my life. They had
fine cast, right?
Yeah, and they had huge triangles under the cape that you just had to carve out. And so the fine that level, the Mirkwood elves and the Gundabad's were horrible because you had a lot of stuff to carve up, but they were kind of one piece, or the arms would glue on or whatever, but they weren't difficult to assemble. They just took time to get rid of all the whatever they are, joins or whatever.
Yeah.
Whereas these are much better quality models.
Yes.
But some of the arms, genuinely, I can't figure. I think I've got them. I'm looking at the instructions. I've got them in roughly the right place, but I just can't feel the lock. The legs and the bodies are brilliant, and they all snap together beautifully. But some of the arms, I just can't feel the exact bit where it goes in.
That would be where superglue could help you, because you don't have the melting of the plastic. Because that's the thing that kills you with the spindly or smaller limbs. As soon as the plastic melts and you lose that sort of the feeling, that contact point.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm dry fitting everything first. You know what I mean? So I can't even find it then.
So it's not the glue.
No, I don't think it's the glue.
Ryan Cuthbert, is Dale going to give out one of his dice tonight? Ryan, if I can find one of those dice, I'll tell you what. Great content in this. Give me a sec. I've got my dice tray here. If there's one in it,
I think you should give one out to the best range ruler. I think that should be the prize, the best range ruler.
Well, I've got to have one to give out because everybody wants one. Surprise, surprise, when they see them. So if I haven't got one, I need one of the other guys that have been trolling me in the chat all night to cough one of theirs up.
I'll send mine, mate. I'll send mine.
I'll get you another one sent.
Yeah.
I don't have one here, so you're having Damien's, which is a result that I have got one. I've got one.
Perfect.
I've got one. Yes, mate.
I might send this anyway because Emma's asked me to not have this in the house when the children are around.
The best range ruler.
Is it the best
tonight?
Then? So it's best. It's you choosing your favourite. It's not.
It's all conjecture. Let's do a roll off. Let's get a bit of excitement.
Right,
let's have a bit of excitement for the nerds. So we'll have a roll off for a Dale dice. It's got to be a range ruler, and we're not going to do it if there's only one of you have done one. We'll find something else to reward it for. Sorry, Larry, but you can't just have one. Larry, those dice do look pretty cool. I would rate them 3 Ks out of 4. It's unfortunate. Really unfortunate that. Do you know what, right? I think the fact that I know what the full colour version of that picture looks like, genuinely, the first time I saw him, I never made that connection. And then people who've never seen the full colour picture of me in that sodding party hat, of which there can't be that many people left anymore, immediately, yeah.
That's the fun. I think that's the funniest thing Larry's ever said.
It might be, yeah.
That really tickled me.
Be.
That really got me.
Frederick Schultz, fun fact, in Germany, steady, because I hope that's not linked to the message above. Hang on. No, it's not. In Germany, the hill tribesmen are called... Frederick, give me a chance. Bergstammkrieger, which is kind of a mistranslation. It would translate back to mountain trunk warriors. There you go. Full box of them.
What kind of trunk do you think they're talking about?
I think that's a bargain. £31.50 for 24 mountain trunk warriors. Is it 24 or 20 in a box?
24.
Nice.
Do you even get more than The Hobbit? With The Hobbit, they went to, with Dale and Mirkwood Rangers, they went to 10s.
Yeah, they did. Well, yeah, and then they bumped them to 20, right? That was weird. What 10 in a box was strange.
They did it. I
think that was the Finecast stuff, wasn't it?
No, they did it for warbands. So we used to buy boxes of 24 up to 2012. Then the source books came out that introduced the warbands, and they halved them to 12. But wouldn't you know it, they were not half the price. They were slightly more, and they sold it as
Slightly more than half,
Yeah.
or slightly more than 20. Okay,
yeah. So you bought half the models you used to for slightly more than half the cost.
brilliant.
And they said it's brilliant now because now you can just any box you buy, you've got a warband ready to go. And everyone went, but we used to have 2 warbands. You know, it's like it's not the sales
imagine
technique.
if they did that now.
you
They'd
think
never
it
get
is.
away with it now. They'd
But
never
then-
get away with it now. Not with those savages we've got in the GBHL now, mate. They'd have them on fire in the street like that bit of tissue you've got in your hobby room.
So then we got 12s, right? And then
Mhm.
Troki Swanson, Team Middle Earth, relaunches
Yeah.
SBG and puts
Oh,
them
mate.
back in to 24s at less,
Yeah.
I believe, than double the cost. So obviously still more
Proper
than
bloke
they
though, any
were.
trophy.
Still more than they were 10 years before, but they go back
I'm
to
going to give this.
do it. They go back to 24s, and obviously you just replace 12 and 24 with 10 and 20 for the Hobbit stuff.
Hang on. Let me see if I can get the light exposure just right on this. How miserable does that look?
I wouldn't eat that.
Hang on, it's got my face.
It looks like you found it at the back of a car and you open it up and go, oh no, that's been left out.
It does look remarkably like BSIME material.
You should put that in your mouth.
Okay,
What is this minute?
that's revolting. Larry Miller. I suggest it go. Ugh, that's rank.
Shocker, that, isn't it?
I suggest it goes on the right shoulder. Larry Miller. If you can't find it, maybe set something on fire. Yeah. Katie, did we find out why he was lighting matches? Mate,
I've
wish I
answered
knew.
that now.
he's definitely the kind of guy that would light a cigarette with a match or a pipe. I can just picture him doing it. Friedrich Schultz. In German, siege is called Belagerung, with Lager or Lega, meaning camp, describing how it's mostly about sitting around in camps around the castle or fortress. That's pretty much what sieges are. Wait till they run out of food. Friedrich Schultz, which is represented well in War of the Rohirrim. Yep, spot on. Jamie Wiggins. Greedo is Rhodian Damien before you get stuck on what race he is. He's a Rhodian. Do you know that?
I didn't.
No, you do, mate. James Wilson. In the books, Haleth is slain defending the doors of Meduseld.
Yeah,
Palmer
it's
escapes
the
to
same
the Hornburg,
Bible.
but later is lost in a blizzard as part of the foraging party. So he doesn't kill both of them.
Is he not?
Fight 5, mate. He's got Fight 5 writ all over him, let's be completely honest. Fight 5. Theoden or Wolf?
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Well, I don't
Theoden
understand.
or Wolf? In a fight.
What,
Who
yes?
does more
Oh,
fighty stuff?
Wolf.
You reckon?
I'd pick Wolf over Theoden. Yeah. At that point.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know, I think that's harsh on Theoden, mate. I think they're equal. I think
Because you
must,
like
they're
Theoden
at
and
least
don't
a
like
match.
Wolf. Theoden's
Cameron
an
Bell.
idiot.
Best bit of the
Theoden
book.
just sits down inside and does nothing for 20 years. Idiot. Intelligence 10 plus.
To be fair, he has got a rule where there's a model in the game that if he's even anywhere near him on the board, he turns to mush. Don't he? I feel like they've balanced that in. Cameron Bell, best bit of the book, having your late dad's armour delivered to your cousin by a child.
It's a risky plan, isn't it?
It's unbelievable, isn't it? I like the climbing the mountain first. Just call the bugger down. Do you know what I mean? Traversing Everest to give it a chest with armour in. That's also a question. Why do they carry the armour up there? You wouldn't, would you? It's a bit like why didn't the Eagles take Frodo to Mordor? We'll move on. The post-team spirit.
She doesn't.
They do make them.
She doesn't carry the armor up to the eagle. She puts the armor at the top of the tower, and then she climbs up, and then the eagle comes and grabs it from the tower.
You're right. You're right. The post-team spirit, they do make them, but they aren't in stock. That's 160mm bases. I've put more of that stuff in my mouth, and it's horrible. Why have I done that? Bear with me. Let me just get through it. Michael H. 160mm is almost a battlefield on itself. It is a big base when you look at it. So 160mm is all of the tape measure that's currently showing.
Was this for the Watcher?
and that's a 25.
Is this for the Watcher?
160 mil base is the catapult troll.
Oh, the catapult troll. Yeah, I mean that's huge. The catapult troll.
Like, that is insane. Tape measures out and everything. Visual aids in Middle Earth. The post-teen spirit lost in a foraging party. What an idiot. I love the intelligence gags. This is great.
Yeah,
Stephen Bonner. Thursday, 16th of January is the next GW preview, but no info on Lord of the Rings in it. There won't be. I don't think Middle Earth is going to have anything released that's substantial enough to be in a preview, probably until we get another supplement.
Yeah.
And Christ only knows when that will be. But sit tight, mate. We'll get it when it's ready. Larry Miller. The stream killed me when Damien started his arson, and it's done it again with menopause models. Yeah, the menopause. Yeah. Warriors of the Menopause is an unbelievable sprue of models, and everybody should have one. Larry Miller. Also, I was surprised that Hill Trolls were in stock earlier this week. Then were gone when I went to order them, and have then come back again. Yeah, the speed that they can get the resin stuff out when they've got someone on the case is remarkably different to plastic. As Jamie was saying earlier, it's a completely different world, those two materials. Frederick Schultz, hot take. Not a fan of Helm's helm. Believe it probably got the wing bits to the side for the one iconic silhouette scene. Yeah, that's fair. Cameron Bell, you taking Alwyn with or without... You taking Alwyn with or without menopause with your Shield Maidensdale? I think with menopause.
They're absolutely right about Harmer. I apologise. Wolf doesn't kill Harmer. He wanders out into the snow and dies.
Did you have to fact check that?
Yeah, I just looked it up. I'm nothing if not willing to admit that I'm wrong. But apologies for that.
Frederick Schultz, helm and hammer made him look like Thor. There. Paddy Farrell, have you got any Danes? I've always got Danes, and I've always got significantly more Danes than I need. That's because I've bought several job lots of Iron Hills in my time back in the hobby, and they all come with a Dane. Why wouldn't they? And interestingly, it's way easier to buy them than it is to sell them. So, yeah. But I've only got one now. Thanks, Paddy. Callum, Dale, mate, do you like DVDs?
Did you see? Do you know what that means? Did you see that one?
No.
Who was it?
that on a stream?
Yeah. Who was it? I want to say it was Steve. It can't have been Steve. Who was it? It was Mark Stone. Callum just put in for some reason, like, do you like DVDs? And we talked about it for like 20 minutes. It became this really, really enjoyable section.
Do I like DVDs? Let's entertain that. I don't even recall owning any anymore, mate.
When are we going to read the rule book?
I never got a DVD player, I don't think.
I'm going to say, stop commenting. I've never said this before. Stop commenting. Please, in all seriousness, we need to catch up. It's nearly 11 o'clock.
Mate, we're nearly there.
Yeah,
Don't
I know,
panic,
but they'll
we're nearly
keep
there.
commenting. So please, in all seriousness, you're all lovely, and we need to get to our main topic. So please stop commenting so that Dale can catch up, and then we'll get stuck into the rule.
I've nailed reading these comments, mate, I tell you. They just keep coming, don't they?
Yeah,
Right,
they do.
let's just get through this last bit.
Yeah.
No commenting now, that's enough. We've had enough of you guys contributing to the stream. We'll just talk.
I'm going to say Jack Brown saying really enjoying the hobby side of it. That's the last comment, all right? After that,
Okay.
we don't read.
Mate, I won't read another thing. Don't you worry. I'll have it refreshed and all sorts. Larry is right. Breaking news last March of the Ents coming next. Larry Miller, thank you. Or the last March of the EMTs. I mean, some of these are even too like significant or linked to weird hobby stuff, even for me. Larry Miller, thank you. Glad we have a host who can see reason. Stephen Bonner, Ents. It was Ents. Thank God. Larry Miller, that was what I was wondering if it was free. Dan Scott, Villa 121. Unbelievable. Joe Holzman, don't feed Larry. You'll only encourage him down. I quite like encouraging Larry, I've got to be honest. Absolutely shocking first half. Slightly better second half. Got lucky and recovered from 1-0 down to win 2-1. We'll take that, mate.
Good start to the Potter era.
It's first time in a long time I remember that we're in the third round of the FA Cup and we're not playing Man United. So we'll take that. Frederick Schultz, first time I saw the film, some idiot tried to use the wrong exit during the credits and I had to watch them with the fire alarm on. It was only sounding in that room. Oh, God. It is a place where people go to embarrass themselves, the cinema. But I'm telling you, never be late. If they've already rolled the adverts, just forget about it. Watch something else. Go home. Josh Coles, with the intelligence rules, I like that Mirkwood elves are less intelligent than high elves. Like Beorn says, they're less wise and more dangerous. Jamie Wiggins is not wrong about setting fire to it. I use pliers to hold the needle, though. Joe Holzman, sounds like you need better time management, Dale. Probably. Frederick Schultz, pro tip, Damien, use tweezers to hold the glue bit. See, the smart asses are coming in here, and I think they're right, mate. A paper element to hold your needle is not the one. Stephen Bonner, highly flammable glue on paper. Fire inspector says arson. Katie, Chris has opened the cola bottle flavoured Jaffa cakes we got for stream snacks. What a ridiculous combination of things. We had to try it. What you haven't put there is that they're good. Oh, you have later. We'll get to that.
Cola
Paddy,
bottle
tissue needs to lie down and roll 1 inch. Oh, Jamie, Katie, those are nice though. Katie, cola bottle flavour is subtle and does not go with the orange. That's a crying shame. You should try one of these bloody thingy bars I've got. Richard Clammer, has anyone seen the really awesome art posters that the 2 movie trilogies have on Amazon Prime now? I haven't. Tell you what I have bought recently though, mate. I've bought the old art workbooks inspired by the fact that they redid art workbooks for the War of the Rohirrim. I've got the one that's on pre-order that comes in February and then the one that came out at the beginning. But I bought some of the old Lord of the Rings ones. If you haven't got them, get yourself on eBay. They're like £2. It's either the companion book or it's the art workbooks. There's loads of lovely stuff in there.
The visual companions are like the... I think the new... I know the one you mean because it's here, isn't it? That's the... War of the Rohirrim one.
Yeah.
The visual companions for Lord of the Rings are very entry level, aren't they? They're just big pictures of the cast and stuff, but they had like the Weapons and Warfare book, which was more the Chronicles.
I mean, if you're inspired by the changes to Thorin's company and you're about to paint a Thorin's company army, having a visual companion for the Hobbit, and all your colours, absolutely, and like some nice pictures of them, and you're right. It's like it's a couple of quid. Yeah. Top tip that. Buy them before they all inevitably vanish. Where are we? Larry Miller. Oh God, I was cleaning Harmer's arrow and his shaft just snapped twice. Of course it did. Katie, Larry, this is a family channel. That's my thoughts exactly, Katie. Love that. Love that you told him before we needed to. The post-teen spirit, give a Dale dice to second place in the dice off. I like that idea. That's way better than the widget measuring thing. Nobody other than Larry is going to have painted one of those things. So we'll give you an entry if you paint one of those things. But second place, arguably the winner, can have the dice with me on. Guess the next BSIME music video will have to be a spin-on. We didn't start the fire, probably. Joe Holzman, lighting a cigarette with a pipe is a bit extravagant, even for Damien. Yeah, I think he'd light the cigarette or the pipe.
I mean, I don't smoke, so...
He definitely needs a match. Mate, when you used to smoke, you used a match. You must have done. The post-teen spirit, interesting. My approach would have been, Theoden listens to Grima. What an idiot. So true. Right, it's jumped again. My God, hang on. Snap twice. What an idiot. This is tricky, isn't it, this little bugger?
It is.
Josh Coles. If we're comparing profiles, Wolf versus Leggy or Tariel, he's never in that fight bracket. I mean, he's got you banged to rights here. Yeah, use Tariel to back my argument. Surely Damien won't pick Wolf over her. Now, Damien, you've got a decision to make here, mate.
Clever. No, I agree, actually. But I think they're internally balanced. So I don't think any of those guys... I don't think Haleth or Aemma should be as good as Legolas or Tariel either.
Yeah, agree.
I think maybe what we've seen there is that some of the Rohan heroes have benefited from the new additions. Some of the Elven heroes have suffered, I guess.
Yeah.
Not quite at Fight 7
agree
level.
with that.
But yeah, I think that's a fair point. But...
Michael Haskell, despite two largish glasses of red, I did tackle building the new Rohan warriors, but one at a time. Smart move. Assemblage was fine, about 25 minutes each. They do look gorgeous. 25 minutes is mad. What? How far we've come.
Mine are about 20. The hill tribesmen, I think, are about 20 minutes each.
Madness. Madness. Jack Brown, hello, been catching up on lots of your streams over Christmas.
Ah,
Haven't got back into SBG recently, having originally played it when it first came out. Well, Jack, I can say a warm welcome to you from one of the guest hosts. None of the other streams will be as rubbish or as clunky as this one. Josh Coles. Speed of getting Forge World stuff out. I've been watching GW like a hawk for Aeonor and the Denethor Irolas pack. Yeah, I think because of the bespoke nature of it, mate, it's the stuff that they pick up. It's the molds they pick up and pour the stuff into. I think hit the
hit the email
remind
me
me
button.
button.
I've always found that helps.
Yeah.
I've always found it does work.
Yeah, it does. Hit the email me button. If nobody's asking for it to be done, why would they do it? Jack Brown, although with Aeonor, you'd imagine people are asking for it, mate. So yeah, they'll get there, mate. They'll get there. Really enjoying the hobby side of it, which I lacked the confidence to engage with as a teenager, so mostly played with unpainted miniatures. Now loving painting and making my old things look nice. That's cool, Jack. It's good to see, mate. Joe Holzman, you've definitely said stop commenting before and it didn't work then either.
That's
Steve
it.
Bonner,
That's it. No, that's it. You've gone too
Is that
far.
it?
Yeah.
I haven't gone too far. I've got Jack's comment was lovely. I've read it, but
No,
I won't read Joe's.
That's what I mean. Jack Brown, that comment from Jack Brown was the last comment. Done.
Cool.
Done. Right, so.
Yeah.
Welcome to Battle Streams of Middle Earth. Now, it's up to you, Dale. I believe in your ability to remember that we haven't taken you on our journey. I think we should do the rule book.
Okay.
Or you can do we can have a like you can do your story and ask people for a hot fire questions. But
No, bugger that. We'll do the rule book.
Sure?
Yeah.
And then you'll come back on.
If you've got any questions for me, ask me when you see me.
But you need to come back on and do another stream in the future and remind me that we haven't done your hobby journey. Because it's
I'm
important.
more than happy to do that, mate.
Wonderful. All right,
More than happy to do that.
Today, the main topic that we were going to look through is we're going to look through this. And we thought, what better time to start it than 11 p.m. So the idea of this, what we're going to do, is we are specifically looking at the rule book. I'm going to go through this, and what we decide to do is pick our 5 favourite things about the new edition. And we don't know what they are, each other's. And so we're going to go through this and basically interrupt each other and call them out as we get to it. Maybe have a brief discussion about... I say a brief discussion, this is the main chunk. We're probably going to be here for an hour or something. And then we're going to jump back into the comments bit by bit. And so, I would say the first section we would like to get to is up to and including courage and intelligence. So, anything you guys want to say, and, please now do keep it focused, about, priority, move, shoot, fight, anything like that about the new edition, put that in the comments now, but just those sections. And then we'll get up to that point, and then we'll have a little comment review and keep going like that. Sound good?
Sounds good to me, mate.
Let's
I'm
get
the only
stuck
person
in.
who can respond, so I'll do it.
Fwah, new book. What do you think?
I think the way that they've been able to condense the game into a smaller book, I think on having read it cover to cover, I didn't feel in isolation, and I think this is the important way that you should judge these things, when you're just looking at it as your book and your understanding of it for the game you want to play. I thought it was brilliant. Is it absolutely perfect? There are a couple of bits where there's probably a bit of dodgy copying and pasting going, or some formatting that's lost us some bits or whatever. But overall, mate, I think it's lovely. I think it's well laid out. I think it flows really well. It's good to read.
Good cover, right? Good image.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Strong image.
The artwork throughout it, mate. I tell you what, it's the sort of gold red colours. The breakups and the divider pages are all really nice, and that's carried through into the army books, which you'll cover at a later date.
It's very much War of the Rohirrim, right? So the inside map is War of the Rohirrim, and then you get these lovely frontispieces, which are artwork from War of the Rohirrim.
Yeah.
And then even throughout it, the borders are War of the Rohirrim. But
yeah, they are.
The sections, that's a terrible example because that section is, the section pages aren't. So I think they've balanced that quite well. That it's clearly inspired by and influenced by that, but it doesn't feel like a War of the Rohirrim book to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's a beauty, mate. It's an absolute beauty.
I'll point out as well. I have read it. Part of the joy. I've just about got there. But for me, actually, I can't say that because that's going to be number one. I'll say that when we open it up.
Okay.
Shall we? We're on to introduction. Anything to say?
Introduction. No.
I'm going to interrupt you there. This is my first one. So here's my one, all right?
Really?
My favourite thing, or one of my top 5 things about this, is the big thing of getting a new rulebook and reading the whole rulebook. I don't think I read this. I read the Gandalf one.
Do you know when you said to me, Damien, it's worth having a hot take ready in case someone asks you for one?
Yeah.
Do you know what my hot take was?
Go on.
Nobody actually reads the rule books.
Yeah. It's good. It's a good hot take.
And in fact, most of
would have asked you a hot take.
Of us play the game.
Yeah.
We learn the game by playing, and most of us play it wrong in like weird little ways, almost like free parking on Monopoly. Like it's not hurting anybody, but it ain't in the rules, mate. Somewhere somebody
Mandela
was
effect.
like under the cosh and thought, I'll tell you what, if that 200 quid was in the middle and I could pick it up if I landed on free parking, I'd be in a way better place. And it just became a rule. But yeah.
So
I agree with you.
I definitely read the Gandalf rulebook, the MESBG rulebook, and because I remember I read it on the plane to Nova. That was in the glory days with the GVHL, the YouTube channel. We got the box early, and it launched at the Nova Open. And so I remember that was my reading for the plane journey out, and I read the whole thing on the way out there. I don't know about the Osgiliath one, but I don't think I read it because it was mainly FAQs, right? Whereas this, I've read cover to cover, and you know I'm lying partly about this, I'll be completely honest, except for the siege section. Except for the 5 pages about the siege section. It's the only thing I haven't read. And so, honestly, one of my favourite things was going back through it, and, like, not even the new rules, but refreshing things. And I found 2 things. Now, you can do your best acting here, because I've told you one of these already. But what I was interested by was when you read through, particularly the movement section I found I and a lot of people had been playing it wrong. Now, I'm going to be absolutely clear here. All of you, there's 55 people watching it, all of you might have been playing it right. So I really don't want 55 comments going, I knew that. But all I know is that I've been playing this wrong for the last ever. Yeah. And everyone I've ever played it with has never questioned it. And so a lot of people playing this wrong. And the first one I noticed was about descending, which was if you want to climb down a wall, say you're at the top of a cliff, Dale, and you want to take a climb test, and you fail it, so you take falling damage down a 6-inch cliff. My question for you, Dale, here comes your best acting. How many strength 3 hits do you take?
Well, the answer, before you told me the answer, is 6, right?
1 per every
but it
inch.
Isn't.
That's how I've always played it. 1 for every inch. And it's not. It is 1 strength 3 hit plus another strength 3 hit for every full 1 inch greater than their height. So I've never in all the games, and this isn't a change. This was I went and checked. This was in the last one. In all the games I've ever played, I've never seen a single person measure the height of a model and take it off.
No, never.
And the other one of those was that if you want to shoot, you can't shoot if you've attempted to climb or jump or leap or swim. Yeah. I am certain I've seen people climb up onto Osgiliath ruins and shoot.
Yeah.
I'm certain of it. I didn't know that. And again, not a change. Like just that idea that you can't move any further, but if you roll a 2 to a 5, you can go 3 inches up and then you've moved half and shoot. I've seen that all the time. So yeah, my first one, my first point is that I've enjoyed reading the whole rule book and refreshing my knowledge of the whole rule set, I guess. That's number 1 for me.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Love it, mate.
So
playing the game, there are 2 ways to play this game, Damien.
All right.
There's, and this is page 6 for those of you that are skimming through the pages along. Playing the game, you can do it one of 2 ways. You can either play narrative play, which is recreating all of your favourite scenes and battles from the films or the books using your Citadel and Forge World miniatures in the narrative scenarios, which we don't have. So you can't play narratively yet, but I'm sure it will come. And you got match play.
You notice it refers you
It's
to page 100.
interesting, the scenario thing, mate.
Yeah.
Like, what's that going to look like? Like supplements and all that stuff. In danger of going into a sort of 45-minute conversation. It could either be nothing or loads, couldn't it?
Yeah. It directs you to page 150, and that says, I noticed two things. It says, many publications will have a number of narrative scenarios, and it says, where was the other one? What was it? There was two. Many supplements will explore narrative play. So, I can only assume we are about to get the start of a whole new range of supplements.
Yeah, wave. Yeah. Okay, so we pick through that. So playing the game, there's nothing in there from me. There aren't an enormous amount of changes in there, to be fair. The characteristics of miniatures, I guess you get into the first obvious change in courage and intelligence.
I think we can deal with them when we get to the sections.
Yeah, don't mind sharing. They're not favourites of mine, so we can move on. Anatomy of a profile, again, bit of a repeat there. What you need to play.
Lovely picture. Big chunky ruler.
I like that 3x3 mat, by the way. Part of me had hoped that they'd compress the game down onto a 3x3 table. That you make the board smaller. Just it's an interesting change it makes. This code of conduct on page 15.
The only change, there's one change between the last edition. They add the sentence. So on the fourth bullet point down, ask your opponent's permission if you wish to use unpainted or substitute modules in the game. That was in the last one.
Yes.
And the next sentence, in match plate games, players must have all of their models fully painted and using the correct miniatures and base sizes. They've added that for this edition, and it's the only change. That's weird, isn't it? I don't know what that is. Ask your opponent's permission if you want to wish. That's fair enough. And then I guess
there is a little bit of getting back to respecting the IP with this, isn't there? With the reducing the profiles based on the fact that they've got or not got miniatures available that represent them. So maybe it's that. Maybe it's some emphasis on that.
Basic principles. We have a load of new ones. The what is a model box is new. The choosing models is new. We now always round up.
Yes.
That used to say, I think in the last edition it said always round up unless a rule says differently. It's now always round up. The within and wholly within one is new. The dice modifiers one's new, and friendly and enemy is new. So they're not necessarily new rules, but they're new.
They're new sections. It's clarity on bits. Yeah. So turn sequence, we get to one of my first favourites, and it's an obvious one: the priority change. I think the ability to choose from the player who wins priority, who moves first, or who activates first, rather, I think is a great change. And having played a few games so far, it does add a dimension to a game, I think.
The only thing that really changes is that you can get it wrong, right? It doesn't change your odds of getting it, does it? It's the fact that your opponent can, or you can make a mistake. You can give priority or take priority when you shouldn't. You should have done the other. Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't change your chance of getting the result you want.
No,
but it's a feel-good moment.
That's a good point.
It's a feel-good moment, isn't it? Because now, whenever you win the dice roll, you get to do what you want, and I think that's the change. There used to be times where you would win the dice roll and effectively lose the result.
Maelstrom.
No, I just mean in the role of priority. Like you get a 6.
Maelstrom's a perfect example of it. You roll for priority to move onto the board.
Yes, I see what you mean. So you win priority. But
you win that roll. Nobody wins, do they, when they win the Maelstrom roll?
But I think it's true of like throughout the game. Say you don't want priority, and then you roll a 6 and you get priority, like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Interesting though, like for the way it's broken down. I'm into the move phase, but the way they now start the move phase: declare heroic actions, prayer of priorities, activation phase, prayer of out, end of the move phase, and then within the activation, start of activation, start of move model, end of move, end of activation. When I first saw this, I thought this was kind of almost needlessly wordy, But then having read the
Yeah.
rule book, I think it will make no difference whatsoever to your games, but it really clarifies when everything happens. So I've become
Yes.
a big fan of this. That whole idea of like, I think just Bomber springs out, like Bomber, during Bomber's move, he can do this. And it was like, well, at what point in his move, or Effie's moved, and that sort of, that kind of thing has now been completely removed. And so it's one of those things that I think when you first read it, again, if you're new to it, you go, God, this is complicated. But once you realise it actually makes no difference to the way you play the game, really. Yeah. But it does add a lot of clarification.
The sequencing's useful. Yeah. The sequencing's useful for a lot of rules. And knowing when things happen within a phase just stops the arguments about, well, I get to do this thing before you get to do that.
Yeah.
I think most of it is fairly clear, to be honest.
Okay. Lots of examples using like Fellowship models and non-War of the Rohirrim models, which I think is people will find good. Again, not it's not a War of the Rohirrim rulebook.
Yeah.
There's a big change on page 28 for charges and control zones, where they introduced the fourth rule of control zones, which is now that if a model wishes to charge an enemy model that has lost its control zone, it can ignore the control zones of other enemy models that it will be impossible for them to charge. Only implies if
this spear supports.
Yeah, it's removing the lying a row of models prone in front of spears, which I never saw. I think it was slightly one of those theory hammer things that people whined about on the internet more than it happened. It never happened to me in a game, but I think they've come up with a really clear and clever way of removing it without mentioning it, basically. Lots of very good examples on page 29 of how it works. And so, yeah, I'm glad that's gone.
Yeah. But, to be, mate, like a lot of stuff, and you've just said it, you see a lot of people bemoaning certain changes in the way it interacts with the game, but these things very rarely ever happen.
Yeah.
I think you look at the rules and you think there's a gap there potentially. If somebody does this thing on this particular roll and they get that result and they're this far away, then that could happen. Yeah. So when is that going to happen?
Obviously,
it's the same with banners.
Doing it. Some people must have been doing it, like internationally and maybe even domestically. Yeah. Like clearly, people were doing it and gaming it, and it's a horrible thing to do. And so I'm glad they've got it out. But again, I've been playing the game competitively for 12 years. And never seen anyone do it. So,
no.
But I'm glad it's gone. My next note was on page 30. I don't know if there's anything from you before that.
Nope, nothing from me, mate.
On obstacles, page 31, it says, I just thought this was interesting. In situations where you need to check the height of a model, measure the model from the top of its head to the bottom of its feet. Be sure to always work out the model's true height. What this means is use the height of what the model should be, open brackets, including its base, close brackets. Now, why I picked this up is that brackets is new. They've added the brackets for this edition, but that to me seems to completely contradict.
Yes, the statement
top of its head to bottom of its feet.
Yeah.
So I find that very interesting because, as I said, I went and compared them, and those three words have been put in this edition. And that's I don't know what that is.
There's a couple of strange things for jumping and obstacles. One that I think is interesting in jumping is that if you get a 2 to a 5 on the result, because previously that wouldn't have allowed you to enter a control zone and therefore charge a model, you'd be stuck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Whereas now you get a 2 to a 5. If that lands you into a control zone, you can then charge a model with the minimum amount of move possible.
Yeah.
So defending barriers becomes like way more difficult to do. And again, a bit like the spear support thing, how often are people nestling 6 models behind a barrier and standing there?
You know what it's doing though. You know the thing it's stopping. Yeah. It's stopping people.
It's stopping people from not being able to move.
Yeah, it's stopping them moving an inch and a half behind a wall.
Yeah.
So again, that I was pleased to see it in there because that must be a nightmare because clearly Jay is going, I want to stop this thing, but I can't say don't. There's no way I can write don't stand an inch and a half behind a wall.
Yeah.
You have to write a rule.
Do me
that
a
means
favour, don't be a knob.
Yeah, you have to write a rule which allows for it. So that I quite like, the idea that if it's within a control zone, which it would be if the model was 1.5 inches away, it must move the minimum distance. So you basically get a kind of 1/2 inch move now if you roll a 2 or a 5 and land in a control zone. So I was a fan of that. But again, honestly, I've never seen anyone do it to me. I know people do it, but no one's ever done it to me. And I'm not playing on the top tables anymore, so maybe that's it. But it annoys me that it has to be in there, but I do think it had to be in there.
Yeah, there's a couple of clarifications around climbing, tall structures, like the unscalable terrain stuff. Basically, they've tried to make it so that people aren't just nestling models on ledges, that they're the only model that can fit on them, and therefore just stand there all game, not being able to be interacted with.
Yeah.
And that's fair enough. You're supposed to be wanting to have a game of a gathered game of it with your opponent. Don't just hide all your stuff. Boring. Just one on movement, which was one of the things I was going to mention, but it was one of those didn't quite make the top 5. But I think it's a notable mention. Reinforcements.
Oh,
they get a. Is that one of yours?
It's not one of them, but I wanted to mention it because I'm glad they've done
it. Yeah. Not having to move on this weird arc from one single point in Maelstrom and Recon and other scenarios where you've got reinforcement rules is really way better.
It's one of those things that I wasn't necessarily expecting to see in it. Do you know what I mean? I didn't think it needed fixing, but when they did it, I was like, oh, that's good. So you now pick a point and you can enter from 3 inches either side of that, so you come on in a line.
Yeah, makes total sense.
Good stuff, like it.
Yeah.
Into the shoot phase. Lovely artwork there from my boy.
Oh, beautiful! Is that the bit where he surfs down the stairs?
That's the bit where he's.
Or is it when he misses the
embarrassing bit
berserker?
where he misses the berserker?
No, it's a shame.
I love that for the shoot phase they've used the quote "Bring him down, Legolas" for pretty much the only thing Legolas misses in the entire trilogy. I had my climbing thing there, which we've noticed. Nice little Helm's Deep picture. I thought that was quite fun.
Yeah, it's beautiful. They should. We've had. I think this conversation's happened several times. That set should have been back before now, but I don't think it's actually GW that make it. So I don't think it ever will.
Can't make it. Harmer's getting a lot of shots in the shooting section.
6 is always hit. Was that written distinctly in the previous edition? A natural 6 always hits regardless of modifiers.
Find out. I mean, is there? What would that affect? That would affect the old shade or the new shade rule. Do you remember that? Was there a ruling on that before?
Yes.
I can't remember what was the decision on that.
I don't know if there was a ruling on it because there wasn't like any sort of FAQ or adjustments to that because it came out right before.
Where is a natural 6 always hit under rolling to hit? It's not in the last edition, you know.
No.
So I suppose that maybe that deals with it. Does this new edition now deal with it? Because that was the issue, wasn't it? That it was like, I can't remember what the interaction is. It was the shade giving you -1 to hit or something.
Yeah.
So if
an orc that had moved needed 6s,
and he got -1,
and then
so he
a -1.
Yeah. So
and it was a 5, so he couldn't hit.
So that's good to have that clarified.
Yeah. In the ways, regardless of what it is, whether you're hiding in Helm's Deep or you're stood in a bush, it's a 4-up. So love that.
I sense that I know how you feel about that.
Yeah, I mean, does it matter? The in the way thing, it's just introducing a 50-50 roll, isn't it?
I don't care about the bush.
Have you argued more with your opponent about whether that brick wall looks like a purpose-built fortification, or like, that should really be a 5 because look at the quality of the flagstone.
I'll tell you what, every now and again it came up for like fences and stuff and I was always, because I was there pre-Hobbit edition when it was the 3+, 5+ comes in the Hobbit edition, so I'll be like 4+, and I go, I think that fence is actually a 3+, and I was always like, oh really? Like, all right. I was like, oh cool, if you need it, like, sure.
Yeah, Good
I
for
never,
you,
I
mate.
never questioned it, but I was like, I've never been bothered. I will say that I get that. I don't mind losing the 3+. I think, and the hilarious thing is, the only 5 pages I haven't read are the siege pages. I kind of wish maybe there was a siege rule that made it a 5+ or a 6+. You know, like if you're on the battlements of a castle, the in the way becomes a 5+. You know, like separate to the main rules. But whatever.
Yeah.
There is a new bit that now. So we've got the shooting behind friends section 42, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A model that is if a model is shooting from behind a friendly model in this manner, and that friendly model is in base contact with a barrier, which it can therefore ignore, the model shooting over their friend can also ignore the barrier. That's new. So in the past,
And you couldn't do that before.
So you could shoot over the friend,
No,
over
right.
the shoulder of a friend, obviously.
Yeah, but the barrier would be in the way.
The barrier would be in the way. I quite like that. I think that seems logical.
Yeah, it's good. Makes sense. I mean, it's just anything to remove the arguments. I think that's one of the things. You're getting rid of stuff that is contentious, or you're having to debate it. Like the 4+ in the way just gets rid of. Who cares? It's just in the way. Did you get past it or didn't you? So I'm not against that.
Into the fight.
Wound charts. Wound chart's an interesting one. Removal of lots of ways that you can interact with the wound chart and defense buffs and other bits and pieces. Would you have liked to see in a game where it's slightly easier to kill your opponent?
Not what you mean, like 2s.
I mean, just make stuff happen. Like, let's get stuff dead. You've only got an hour, haven't you? Hour and a half, realistically.
I think that we definitely talked about this recently, maybe on this thing, but the removal of special strikes annoys me because it stops that. But just across the board, if you're reading the profiles, you can see so many reroll of 1s, +1 to wounds, that sort of thing. So
yeah, the buffs are in there. I still think it's a slog when it's shield wall to shield wall.
It would be interesting.
I asked that question because I personally would have liked to have. I think it would have been a good opportunity to have a look at the wound chart and just rebalance the game around it and just make things happen a bit quicker.
It's an interesting idea because we've always, whenever we do the mega battles for SBG, where we basically have like whatever, like 800 models, and we've got to play the game of the day. Our instant go-to rule we always do is we just give warrior on warrior +2 to wound. And so and that way every fight is real, and they all the balance is the same, but everything dies quicker. And so you could there'd be an interesting version of the game to play if you just gave every single thing +1 to wound, and see if it makes for a better game. So I mean that idea of does everything. Imagine everyone's defense was reduced by 1 or whatever. And you could.
I'll do that as an event for you, mate.
Yeah, you could just do it as a game, and the game would be over a lot quicker. And did you enjoy that more, or did it feel like things died too fast? But yeah, it's an interesting idea. 5 phase?
Yes. Where are my notes here? I'm skipping between. So 5 phase. Here we go.
Oh, there's
backing away and all that stuff's fairly straightforward and similar. I don't think there's anything in there that's changed massively.
You can't make way if you're immobilized. They've added that, which is fun.
Yeah.
So I wonder if, I mean, it's kind of niche, but I wonder if now you could be looking at a new way to trap someone is to immobilize the guy who would make way for them or something.
You also can't make way over a ledge. If it causes falling, you can't make way.
You used to be able to do that? You might have been able to.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
Just on the order of strikes thing, because they make a point of being quite clear on this, and in that weird way where you feel like you've read it before, but you might not have. There's 2 things. So you resolve all strikes from a particular model before you roll others, which is something that you often see not happen. So if you're going to roll all your dice together, fine.
Yeah.
But if you're going to make a choice to roll them separately, once you start rolling dice for a particular model, you can't then start rolling somebody else's because you want to start being advantageous with who wounds what.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
Also, when you're doing that, special rules and might have to be resolved for each strike before moving on to the next one, and you can't change them once the next strike's rolled. A bit like fate, so they're sequential.
Unless you roll them together.
unless you roll them together.
That's your option.
Which kind of makes that rule irrelevant. You might as well just say people roll their stuff together.
We had a big chat about it in the patron chat. It's that idea that like it works both ways. There's an advantage to rolling them one at a time for your might, and there's a disadvantage to rolling them one at a time for your might.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the point. If you roll them one at a time, you have to use might, and if you roll them all together, if you roll them one at a time, you'll get to see what your opponent does with fate before some of your attacks. Whereas if you roll them all together, you'll know the overall result potentially. You'll know that you're going to kill them before you decide whether or not to use might. But yeah, I think everyone rolls them together pretty much. You know, if they're going for...
Well, again, it's the speed of the game thing, isn't it?
It's speed, and a lot of people don't realise there is a difference. A lot of people don't realise that the decision to do that thing will have an effect on your might one way or the other.
Yeah.
But I've always thought because it can have an advantage and a disadvantage, I've never cared.
Fair.
I liked that on the doorway section, they had the massive photo of Aragorn in the door. Like, you know, that kind of... Is there any good door moments in Lord of the Rings? There is, actually. There is a really good moment.
Yeah, there is, but they say that only a single model can defend a doorway at a time.
Yeah.
The doorway in question here is clearly big enough for two people to walk through it, so therefore it's not a defendable doorway.
Well, he doesn't defend it, does he? He just opens it in a sexy manner.
He does, and then they all ride through it, giving it the big one.
Yeah, I mean, the Uruks clearly cannot defend that doorway, to be fair.
No way, mate. No way.
And you've got nothing there. We're on to courage and intelligence, which I think you said was one of yours, or you wanted to talk about?
Was it? Look, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I've got anything on here for courage. I mean, I don't mind sharing. I'm not really sure on the change of the role, the target thing, you know, the 4+ or 3+, rather than just giving you a value.
Right, yeah.
I think there's some weird stuff in that with rules like Harbinger of Evil, Blades of the Dead, because it's now a score on a roll, and all of those buffs and debuffs to courage affect the roll rather than your score. Those values are actually quite static when it relates to things like Blades of the Dead, how they wound you, or other tests. I don't get it. It's like they've written a new profile or new statistic, but then the rules would have worked better in the old way of doing it.
Yeah, well, it's just I think it's the idea that now Blades of the Dead is more complicated, but courage is far simpler. There's no reason you have to get to 10. It's just so weird. It's like it's a lot easier to teach someone new roll 2 dice and get a 5+ than it is to say add your courage to these 2 dice and get a 10. And then the inverse of that is that you then have to make the Blades of the Dead the old courage rule.
Yeah. Intelligence, I'll be honest, I've not used it enough in the games I've played so far to really know what it does. We've got an event on the 2nd of Feb where you get a Gimli for free in your army, and essentially he's got the Thrain the Broken rule because he's been at the Pipeweed in Isengard, and his intelligence is just low enough that he fails most turns, and that's a bit of a pain, but that's really the only sort of experience of intelligence tests I've had so far, so I don't really know what impact it's had on the game. We will see.
I mean, I like that I get the idea behind it. The big one for me is a Berserker charging a Ring Bearer. So you got a Berserker who was courage 7 in the old edition because he's mad.
Yeah.
Who could then always see an invisible Frodo from 4 inches away. And I like that they've separated those, so you can have brave idiots and you can have courageous cowards or smart cowards.
Yeah.
And I like that, but it does strike me as the sort of thing that's like you're probably not going to do a lot of intelligence tests.
No.
And my honest thing with it, and this isn't a complaint, it's just I don't know how the hell Jay sat down and worked out the intelligence of everyone.
Yeah,
like
exactly that.
I haven't gone and analysed it, but it's like, do you just do the same value? Like for most, like is Aragorn more courageous or intelligent, and then is Elrond more courageous or intelligent, and is Aragorn slightly more or less intelligent or courageous than Elrond? I just don't get how you can do that.
No,
like it's hard enough, like we talked about with the fight value, right? Fight value 6, but anyone arguing about anyone's intelligence value, I just think is silly, because they're all up in the air. Like I saw, very early on, well, a horse is more intelligent than a warrior of Rohan or whatever. I was like, well, maybe he is. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe they are, but I feel like all the evil things are. I haven't looked, but I imagine orcs and goblins and trolls are going to be less intelligent than elves and men and eagles.
Yeah.
It's like I don't necessarily think that's correct. I don't necessarily think
a little bonus for you on intelligence.
Yeah.
You can't use will to influence the roll.
Oh, can you not? That's a good one.
No. So will can only be used for casting, resisting, and for courage tests.
You just can't really think hard about and try and work out a problem.
Nope.
I did notice this.
You need to use
I don't.
summon your might for it.
I've got a quote here, and I was like, "Does this have any effect?" And that is for Standfast. It says, when a hero makes a courage test for being part of a broken army and passes, at the end of their activation, they must call Standfast. It didn't used to say that. It used to be optional. But now a hero has to call Standfast. And I just wonder if that were the people genuinely doing that, using the wording to be that kind of, well, I want to break and I want to run away, so my heroes won't be calling a Standfast.
Interestingly, I was having this discussion earlier on today with Tom and a couple of the other guys who've been trolling in the chat, bless them, this evening. I think taking your courage tests in a sensible order can be quite gamey, but equally it can make sense if you want to get a hero out of a pocket where they're stuck. Like if your hero moving first means he's basically stood with guys around him and you can't get him out of the gap, you might want to see if a few can either stick around and move.
And I'm all up for people testing for their warriors first to make them run.
Yeah.
But the old version said, warrior models do not have to take their courage test for their force being broken if there's a visible friendly hero model within 6 inches who has already taken and passed their courage test. So there's no, do you see what I mean? There's no option in it.
Yeah.
In the old version, there wasn't an option in it. But they've just changed the wording. Again, maybe it's just tightening up the word in there. And and I was just wondering, like, I noticed that change. They must call it, instead of if a hero's passed his test. It's now more like an ability the hero does rather than the benefit the warriors get, it seems to me.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just, I don't know, something that occurred to me as I went through.
Unit types, Damien.
We said we'd stop there. We said we'd stop.
Yeah.
I am desperate for a wee, and I'm going to get a drink. Do you want to jump in?
Comments
from? I'll tell you what,
I've got
mate.
it. Jack Brown, really enjoying the hobby side. I've got it, mate. It hasn't refreshed.
But bear in mind, some of them are being naughty, so you need to jump down to wherever they start talking about the rules. It's that welcome. It's 11 o'clock from Jamie. So Joe Holzman saying, "Oh, now you want us to comment." That's where they've started talking about the rules.
There we go.
Sam, I liked the any model reduced to strength zeros removed thing. It'll be rare. It's something different. Justin,
I don't have that in live chat. This is really weird, mate. How this isn't updating.
Are you sure you just haven't scrolled down far enough? Justin, I'm unfortunately still waiting for my local hobby shop to receive my pre-order box set. Devastating scenes. So sadly, I don't have much to say about the new rules yet. Granted, I love the change to priority. Brian Smith, I think adding intelligence was kind of pointless. I don't think it has added enough. It's a small gripe. I would have rather kept courage for everything. Yeah. Larry, models cleaned. Time to try and assemble them without setting anything on fire. Brian also doesn't like how they changed courage to X+. All they did is move the math to Blaze of the Dead. Older system was cleaner. I agree with that, but Blaze of the Dead doesn't come up in most games. Courage comes up in old games. So yeah. They've made the less common thing the complicated thing. Sam, my biggest gripe of intelligence, I have a mental block where I check courage and immediately scan the last number of the stat line, which is in the same format as courage. Oh, I see. So getting used to it being there. Joe Holzman, I disagree about intelligence. It stops, for example, cave trolls not being able to charge scary things because they should be stupid. And then he says all berserkers being able to reliably charge invisible models just because they're... Yeah, I think he's saying the right thing. I think he's saying he likes that they're split off for the reasons we do. So I don't think he disagrees. Sam, I screwed my arable dwarfs the other day when I played them with 5+ courage, which turned out to be the intelligence. Yeah. Then he writes, what an idiot. Sam Huddy, intelligence 10+. Jord of the Rings, I can't believe you lads are still going. Amazing effort. It's what we do, man. It's BSIME. It's what we do. We start talking about the main topic at 11 p.m. Tom W's in. Hello, gents. Just got in from a friend's engagement party. Terrible clash with tonight's stream. Going to try and get one of the models ready from the box set. Do it. Bonar, it's always been the minus height. So they're literally doing the thing I told them not to do. I know it's always been minus the height. I know that entirely now. What I'm saying is I've played that wrong, and everyone I've ever played it against has played it wrong. That's all
including Stephen Bonner, if he's honest with himself. Let's be absolutely clear.
It's just I've never ever, because I've never played that right. I'm certain of that. And at no point do I ever remember anyone going, "That's falling down." Don't forget to take his height off it. I've just never seen I've never seen a single player measure a model to check his height. And I said, I'm being very clear on this. Just me, fine with that. But that was my favourite thing. Larry, I genuinely always played full damage like that. Fair enough.
No, don't let him have that.
No, well, some people might have done. Some people might have done. He might have done. Joe Holzman.
Right, anyone in the chat who's ever played Larry and he's ever fallen off anything? Has he ever?
I've played him a lot. He's always jumping off stuff. Joe Holzman, I know it was like that, but I don't think it ever came up in any of my games. So falling damage has never come. I don't know. Sam says, in terms of climbing and jumping, I was very happy you can now charge on a 2 to 5 you can reach. I didn't like needing a 6 to get across if they sit an inch back. Agreed. Brian, I'm a big fan of the fact that omitting to tell your opponent about a rule they're forgetting that might benefit them is actually against the rule. Yeah, not sure it'll be enforced much, but I like it. I agree with that. And I agree with that entire sentence because I don't think it's enforceable. But I completely like the fact that...
A bit like not fixing the outcome, isn't it?
Yeah, which one is it? It is... Remind your opponent about any rules they may have forgotten to use or used incorrectly, especially when doing so is to your opponent's benefit rather than your own. The other place they do this, and I love this, I believe it's the only place in the entire rulebook where they make a note of it, is for heroics. And there's a box out that says, some heroic actions allow a hero to shout something in order to benefit their allies, like with me loose. In the heat of battle, it can be easy for a player to forget to declare a heroic action and then forget to say the hero is going to shout whichever thing. Though these are optional, it's sporting and good practice to check with your opponent if they meant to shout the relevant phrase as part of their heroic action, or if they purposely did not. You should always check with them if you can. If they've just forgotten, it's expected that players will still allow their opponents to do so. After all, they've clearly planned to, but just forgot to say it out loud. I have a funny feeling that was in the last edition they added in, and I hate that has to be in there. I won't say anything about the people involved, but I know exactly which game that came up on. I was on the table next to it the first time it ever happened in the GBHL, and everyone was kind of appalled. But it was like, no, that's insane. That obviously he meant to call with me. I was like, well, he didn't say it, so he can't. And it's now in the rulebook to stop that, which I think is good.
Joe Holzman, interestingly, lower down, says, don't be a knob. That's got to be it. The don't be a knob rule you've got to apply that all the time, regardless. You could just put that at the start of the book, frankly, and get rid of a load of that.
Sadly, people are still knobs. Tom Turtle, like Helm's helm a lot better after seeing the real prop Weta made. Think it'll look great on the tabletop. That's not remotely about the rules. Cameron Bell, when do you think they'll update the Battle Company's book? Will they include the legacy models? Will they have less options due to the company making you take what they sell the box? Oh, that's a great question. I hadn't even really thought about that.
Battle Companies is an amazing mode to play, but it never seems to keep its momentum once you get a campaign of it going, which is the idea of how it's supposed to work. And maybe that's because the bit that everybody wants to do is the bit where you just start rolling dice and leveling up your guys and getting new rules and stuff. I don't think it being simpler hurts it.
But it doesn't really align with what they're doing, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It's all about converting. It's all about.
I think that's where making it simpler would work, mate. I think they stop a lot of the sort of customization of war gear that there isn't models reflecting of. Maybe. Bob, I don't think Battle Companies is a better game for falling into the current dynamic of the rules. I think it limits it.
I also think,
but it'll make it easier.
I also think it lends itself very much to using the old book. Like I would be if I was interested in Battle Companies, and bear in mind we did this during the Hobbit edition. There was no Battle Companies. It was the old, outdated rules from White Dwarf, and someone had done something and put a PDF online where they'd updated them and all that and added new companies. So I think that's all right. Bob Quinlan says, is the activate word new? Seems it's a way to not have minis repositioned after they've been moved. It is new, but it's not a change to the rules, if that makes sense. So you still couldn't. There's no reason that having them activate stops you moving them after you've moved any more than the old rules did. But you're right, that potentially it makes it absolutely clear that you can't. I'm sure if we read through here somewhere, it will say once a model's finished its movement, you can't go back to it or something. It will make it very clear that you can't. But I think maybe that idea of activating models one at a time might make that clearer for new people. Tom Smith says, thanks for the chat, guys. I'm off. Have you not found this yet?
I found it. I'm looking at it right now. Just enjoying your reading.
I need a wee.
You want me to go? Need a wee? Yeah. Thanks for the chat, guys. Tom's off. I wonder if he'll have stayed around to have that read. It's always weird saying goodbye at the end of a stream, innit? Because you kind of want to see your message read, but equally it doesn't happen. Cameron Bell follows up with hell of a week. Joe Holzman, don't be a knob. Is that not the golden rule, Dale? It's the only rule that really matters, mate. Let's be honest. Cameron Bell, do me a favour. Don't be a knob. Dale, 10th of January 2025. It is true. Like you do have those interactions with people where you just have that little bit of eye contact that lasts that little bit longer, and you just question it. Well, have we really driven all this way and paid our money to argue over this? Don't think so. Jamie Wiggins, I'm well annoyed about that one. Nestling behind a barrier for tactical advantage was a favourite tactic. I mean, when it works, it works. But it is a strange. It is a strange tactic to adopt in the game where ideally you want to be trying having fun as much as possible. I think if you two of you are staring across a barrier at each other and neither of you want to move because you've got a 1 in 6 chance of getting into contact with each other, it creates a really weird game if two of you are playing in that spirit. But each to their own. Frederick Schultz, big fan of the new reinforcements change. Me too, mate. Not having your warbands come on in the sort of shape of an ice cream cone is really cool. To be fair to Legolas, he didn't miss. No, he didn't. He just didn't kill him. And he was telling him to aim for the neck. No, he knew what he needed to do. Joe Holzman, was there anything before the shade rule that gave a negative to hit rolls? Was there? Other than moving? I'm not sure. Not sure at all. And siege engines can't move and shoot, so that wouldn't have affected it if you had untrained crew, for argument's sake. So I think it was just the shade rule that created this weird, well, actually, in certain circumstances, certain models just couldn't hit. Yeah, so you're right, it wasn't applicable before. Now there's a shade and the elven cloaks that do, correct? Brian, it didn't say a natural 6 always hits, it said a roll of a 6 always hits, so this is an improvement to clarity because it affects the shade, solves the shade issue. Yeah, spot on.
Picked up another stolen slice because I've got bloody hundreds of them.
Have you?
Ransacked Sainsbury's, didn't
I? Where are we? I also liked the small variations to some war gear, light shields and light armour. Yep, we'll get to that, mate, I think. Light shield simply being for shielding and light armour just to help against shooting, as demonstrated when Gimli...
Not yet, Sam, not yet.
Hits a berserker in his light armour. Let's see. I've definitely met people I'd say were less intelligent than a horse. Joe Holzman, me too, mate. Sam, I'm hurt by that, Joe. It is Sam, the post-teen spirit, right?
It is, Sam Hardy.
James, how do you spend the whole evening painting without realising that Battle Streams was live? Opportunity lost. Oh, sucks to be you, James. Sorry about that, mate.
Oh, what? So he's just... Oh,
He's
no.
just realised we're on, having been sat hobbying.
Sorry, dude.
Unbelievable. Joe, I named no names, Sam. And then, Joe, I disagreed with a comment above mine, Damien, not with you.
Oh, I see. Got you.
Lee
Right, about intelligence.
Lee Crosby, Run Minas Morgul took a few games to figure out. Hello, Lee, by the way. That's another one of the Bib family. Run Minas Morgul took a few games to figure out the Orcs Blades of the Dead courage calculation. Yeah, that's not been made better by the change. I think Damien's spot on that it just makes teaching courage way easier, but the rules that interact with it, it's created a weird, unnecessary bit of arithmetic, in my opinion. Stephen, nope, I've never played it wrong or versus Damien yet. And then Larry or his models, I assume that's measuring and falling. This fall damage rule, how the heck did you calculate tall models or monsters like trolls jumping off cliffs? From Richard Clammer. Well, you only take fall damage if the fall is taller than you, so I guess it depends on the cliff, right?
What was the question? How the heck did
the
you
fall
calculate
damage rule,
tall
how
models?
the heck did you calculate tall models or monsters like trolls jumping off
I don't
cliffs?
think I've ever had a troll jump off a cliff, to be honest.
No.
It's the
And
answer
then
to that.
Paddy's teasing the male pattern baldness. So his question is, did Dale's hair fail its courage test? Or did he opt not to call the stand fast? That is a great question. I think I tried for the stand fast, but failed the courage, and then everything ran away in that way that you hope those last couple of warriors stick around and even they don't stay. So then you end up with the full Prince William. But thanks for asking, Paddy. That's really kind of you, mate.
You should have called a heroic regain.
Yeah. Spend a point on minoxidil. Jack Brown, the courage change is a bit like declimatization, changing from a system that was a bit arbitrary to a more logical system, which feels more complicated to people because they aren't used to it.
Yes.
Probably. Sam, I played against Larry where Frodo fell into Mount Doom. To be fair, I don't think taking his height.
But did he? Did he measure it though? That's the thing. Did he? Did he do it?
No, he didn't.
Bet he didn't.
You're damn right he
bet
didn't.
He didn't.
No, he didn't. He took as many strength 3 hits as there was inches, the dirty sod. Larry Miller, you seem to have skipped my comment about what I was asking about, if it was free or not. Don't know what you mean, Larry. And if I scroll up in this chat, bad things will happen. So I'm going to keep pressing on, mate. Sir Stromming Fish, not sure who that is. Very minor change, but I like that you no longer use a banner if you're winning a duel. We'll get to that. I agree with you on that. There's a couple of changes to the.
So Stromming Fish is Josh Coles, I think.
Okay, so actively trying to lose a fight, I think sucks. So spending might to put your duel roll down is rubbish. Using a banner to lose a duel is rubbish.
Yeah.
Joe Holzman, I actually just remembered it's definitely come up in at least one game. My Assault on Helm's Deep played Danny Whistle's Mirkwood at the meetup, and he kept kicking down my ladders. I was talking to Damien about the ladders thing. I tell you what, there is no place on the tabletop worse to be than at the bottom of a ladder where the bloke at the top has failed a test, because they're all falling down and they're all going to land on you.
I'm on my.
If you want to laugh, read those rules. They're rubbish.
Fun hobby update for you. I'm on my last Hill Tribesman, right? So Hill Tribesman 12. He's one of the archers, and I'm scouring this sprue looking for his head. And like, it's the last head. So you got the hands there because I did the flaming brand guys. I'm like, where's his head? Where's his head? I'm looking at it again. It's 96. Where's piece 96? Where's his tiny little head? And I was starting to think, oh my god, has this snapped off and fired off somewhere? Do you know where his head is?
You get some good spares on there, don't you? Little swords and bits.
Yeah. Do you know where his head is?
I do not.
It's on his neck. Or I put it earlier.
Oh, where you glued it on?
Yeah, to save time.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Ideal. I seem to remember a host of this show having their glasses on the top of their head while they were looking for him in a similar sort of vein. But
it's a beautiful moment.
Lee Crosby, we stuck it out, Dale, the big battle companies. We did. We did a Battle Companies campaign. We did it over the course of 6 months. We did all of the narrative scenarios, a month for each, and then we played some casual games with each other in between. As is always the case with Battle Companies, the people who take part more often, their Battle Company races ahead of everybody else's. And we crowned off that campaign with a Chaos in Arda game, but including people's Battle Companies, which was good fun. Because even if you had a really good company, everyone could just team up on you and belt you.
Yeah.
So I'd recommend that if balancing your Battle Companies is an issue that you struggle with, guys. But yeah, we've tried it a bit. We're going to do it again, but I think you've got to be really careful that people's stuff stays balanced or people just get disengaged from it. It's tough to keep going. Joe Holzman, perhaps Battle Companies will just be an entirely different game now, and there'll be no why not bring your Battle Company to a points game section. I agree with that. I think it is a different game. I think that's one of the things about Battle Companies. I think Harry used to talk about this on Entmoot, that
I'm pretty
he didn't
sure Harry
particularly like Battle
he doesn't
Companies.
like it. He doesn't like it as a way of introducing people. Yeah.
And I think it's because it's just similar enough to Middle Earth that it confuses the way that you interpret the rules, and it changes the way you think about certain things.
Yeah,
but it's not close enough that you can use it to teach people the game. I think that was his point.
I don't think I dislike it as much as he does, but I agree that I don't think it's a useful way of teaching people the game, because it's actually far more complicated than the normal game if you're doing the bits in between.
Yeah, agreed, mate. Michael Haskell, going to turn it in shortly. Been a lot of fun as always, and lovely to see Dale in the spotlight, especially in the week Dale was in the spotlight, taking the top spot at Into the West. I know, right? When you got an army that's named after you, tell you what, fun story with that. I bought Garrison of Dale, bought loads of it, and was told by somebody that it was absolutely rubbish, so I sold it all. And then getting to know that particular person slightly better, I realised they were awful at the game, and I should have ignored them. But I still don't own a Dale army, so I'll correct that at some point through this edition, I think.
Yeah, they weren't rubbish in the last edition, and they're better now.
Yeah. What does Paul know, eh? Joe, Dale, don't look me in the eyes when you play me 10th of January 2025. That was in reference, Damien, you weren't here. You know when you have those interactions with people where you just know you're going to get a bit of knobbery across the table, like they're just going to start, it looks like a cock dice, that, mate, or, are you sure you can see him from there, or, oh, well, actually, I think you'll find that you started your move just outside of that, so actually you're going to have to... And you have that bit of eye contact where you just you want to say, are we really playing that game? But you just give them the look first, so you don't have to have that conversation of, look, mate, you're being a dick here. Can we just knock that on the head?
You sure that fence is a 3+?
Yeah. 3+, mate. Kidding, aren't you? Look at the pointing on that wall. Look at the masonry there. Joe Holzman, moving didn't give a negative to hit rolls, did it? It just made your shooting values worse. That's a good question. Does moving affect your to hit roll or your shoot value? I think it affects your to hit roll. Larry Miller, I work in retail.
It's -1.
I think so. I work in retail, plenty of experience of intelligence 8+ people. Amen to that. Joe Holzman. Cliffs are generally pretty tall.
It worsens your shoot value now. So it worsens your shoot value, yeah. Now, I say now, I thought it was a -1. I'm sure in the Hobbit edition it was -1. Good question. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of difference, does it? I'm sure there's some niche cases or something.
Well, it's the shade thing, isn't it? It's why it's where the shade rule created a weird little thing within the rules.
Yeah.
Suggestion to the Army of the Dead players: make a small table of what you need to wound against what courage, like another wound chart to take to games. Makes life easy. That is a great suggestion. And I'd widen that to Blades of the Dead players. But yeah, spot on. I think that's a great idea. Larry Miller, War of the Rohirrim. Joe Holzman. I'd argue being at the top of a ladder with an elf kicking it down is way worse. Honestly, mate, if you read those, if you read those siege rules, and I don't think they're new, by the way. I'm not telling you anything that you won't have already seen if you'd have read the previous book. But if you read in sieges where it gets to ladders and fighting down ladders and fighting up ladders, and what happens when people have to back away, it is carnage. You'd never go up a ladder, never. Larry Miller, you need to make a Dale Grove display board. A while ago, somebody was printing another picture of me that they were going to put behind a glass frame and turn into a display board.
Beautiful.
I will do a Dale army with a display board at some point.
So this version, it's represented by making the shoot value of the model that has moved 1 point worse for the rest of the turn. So same in that one.
So it is shoot value?
Yeah. I mean, it was shoot value in the current one, it's shoot value in the last one. I'm sure when because it was only introduced in The Hobbit. Remember when it was introduced, everyone was like, how is anyone going to remember? It's impossible. How are you going to remember?
Oh yeah, Grats on fighting off thousands of eagles to the top, mate. Yeah, it was a tough weekend. There's been a lot of noise made about that, and I know today's not really talking about sort of armies and balance. I think we have to be really careful that we don't overreact to this stuff and just start claiming that things are way too good or not good enough, or like we've got 6 scenarios.
I'm completely wrong.
Go on, mate.
In that one, it's shoot value is worse as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always been that one.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, carry on.
That we haven't got enough scenarios first and foremost. I think that makes a big difference. And like the Eagles, everybody's talking about the Eagles are going to be overpowered and stuff, but there are going to be points levels where the last thing you want is just another Eagle with no might to add to your list. So yeah, at certain levels there are going to be things that stand out, but yeah, I've seen a lot of people sort of complaining about that or reacting to it. Everyone's buying Eagles in, but be interesting to see how it settles down. There's a lot of lists that are very different to the way that they used to play, and I think that will catch those of us out actually that have spent a long time playing the game. Because I don't know of many editions, like edition to edition, where the way that a model interacts with the stuff around it has completely been made different. Like, I don't know, Alfred's role, for argument's sake, in Lake Town is a completely different mechanic now to the one it was before. The Goblin Scribe works completely differently to the way it did before. The ring's completely different. There's a lot of sort of fundamental rules or sort of core models that you saw all the time that are completely different. So I don't think any of us will know how the game will actually play probably until February happens, and some of the things that we're sort of leaning into and wondering whether they're errors or sort of typos, or frankly it's just rules people don't like and they're trying to bully GW into changing them. We won't find out until we get through an FAQ or two, I think. Larry, that's what I was asking about the freeness of. I mean, a small area of woodland belonging to Dale, a Dale Grove. Joe, I think Dale army should all be look like him. That would be ace, wouldn't it? If I got a load of like, I think Saga or something like that would be good. Some bald Viking heads and stuck them on. I'd happily do that. I mean, let's be honest. It's not like the Dale models aren't already difficult enough to get on the table and paint without converting 30 or 40 of them at the same time. Then it would be Dale army of Dales, correct? And Lee, large target in shooting, Witch King on Fellbeast can't hide very well. No, he can't, because he's large target and he's a flying monster. So only a monster with large target, I would assume, could give you an in the way, right?
You don't need large target. It's a monster, a siege engine, or a war beast gives him an in the way.
And that, mate, is the chat.
Wow, nice work. All right, next section.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go for now. Sam Huddy, naughty boy. We will go through cavalry. Let's do all the different types of stuff, I'd say. So we'll do unit types, cavalry, heroes, monsters, war beasts, and chariots.
Unit types gets us right into one of my faves, mate.
Oh, I found your second fave. Go on then.
One, the introduction of Beast.
Okay.
I like. And particularly the fact that they can't pick up items.
Mm-hmm.
So it stops Crabane flying over, picking the objective up, and flying off the board.
Love it.
Tried to do that to Cameron Belder once, and he beat me anyway. So I'm not sure that rule needed to be changed, but thanks for that, G-dubs. And then they can't pick banners up either, which is good. Can't have war gear, basically, that they...
Well, lots of things can't pick banners up now, right? Can only pick a banner up if you can take a banner.
And then I like Elite, because as much as I loved seeing 24 Guard of the Fountain Court, I'd much rather see less, 4 ideally, but if it's got to be 12, fine.
I haven't dug too much into the army lists. I suspect there's ways around this, right? So, like, Royal Guard was the other
There
one.
is.
Royal Guard spam.
There is.
And surely, I don't know, but can't, like, Theoden, Daelwine,
Yeah.
and
Gamling.
Aemma all lead them?
Mm-hmm.
So, it is good. It's clearly a good rule. Be interesting to see exactly what... as I said, I haven't read the Hobbit book at all. I've read the Armies of Lord of the Rings good profiles on lists. But I wasn't really looking for that, if I'm honest. I wasn't actually looking for elites to see what they were. And obviously we'll have a lot more profiles coming in the Armies of the Lord of the Rings book. But I think that's a good thing.
You've just brought something up, Damien, that I think's interesting. I don't know of a single elite profile in the Hobbit book.
No. Maybe there's not any. They're all plastic, aren't they?
Can't think of one.
Berserkers must be elites, aren't they? I reckon Berserkers are elites.
Gundabad Berserkers.
Yeah. They feel like elites. Are they not?
No.
Oh, that's rank.
That's a question. Are there any elite profiles in the Hobbit book? I don't
Goblin
think there are.
Mercs?
No. By the way, Goblin Mercenaries. Jordan, who's been in and out of the chat,
Yes, Jordan of the Rings.
has painted me some absolutely wonderful Goblin Mercenaries to be part of the Goblin Town army that he's doing, which is also wonderful. And they're no longer in Goblin Town.
You're absolutely right. Neither of those are elites. Palace Guard. Palace Guard must be, surely.
Oh,
Surely.
yes.
Surely Palace Guard must be.
Yes, Palace Guard. Legolas and Legolas and Thranduil. Larry Miller straight in.
Yeah, Palace
But what's
Guard
nice
are.
with Larry is he said, yeah, Palace Guard, because he's acknowledged that somebody else has said it. Love that from Larry. Love the honesty and the transparency.
Knight of Dale, I reckon, will be when they come into the book.
Yeah.
All this before me, I haven't read any of it. No. It's because they haven't had The Hobbit, just shows you what's in the films. It hasn't had the extra 10 years of adding stuff that isn't in the films that the rest of them have had.
The Hobbit, I was desperate for us to get a there and back again supplement in the previous edition. I make no secret of my love for the Hobbit films. An Unexpected Journey and Battle of Five Armies are in my top 3 favourite Middle-earth movies. Fellowship's my fave, but Battle of Five Armies. Battle of Five Armies is second. I just enjoy watching it, and I think Unexpected Journey it's just wicked to just stick on.
Unexpected Journey gets in for me. I think it's Fellowship,
I
Two
love
Towers, and Unexpected Journey for me. But we shouldn't be saying that because that'll just drive the chat wild.
That's kind of why I did it, mate.
Drive the clicks. In the cavalry section,
engagement.
there is a change,
Yeah.
I believe, because this would be a change to an FAQ. Models that must charge. Some cavalry models may have or been affected by a special rule that means they must charge when they're activated. When it's the case, if the only way for the model to charge is for them to dismount, they do not have to charge. I have a funny feeling that in the FAQ that it said they did have to charge. I could be wrong about that, but that's the correct answer. I'm glad to see that. Would you agree?
I completely agree, mate. Completely agree.
Lots of cavalry things.
Yeah, cavalry are quite. They're more the same than they are different. I'll tell you what is an interesting one with cavalry, and it's about the rider and the mount dying.
Yeah.
So previously, I'm pretty sure the rider and the mount needed to be dead for it to count towards your breakpoint.
The breakpoint thing. Yeah, you're right.
Whereas now, I think as soon as the rider's killed, it counts.
Yeah.
And the mount dying doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, that's a change from the last rule book. So it was FAQ'd in the Gandalf book. It was written into this one, and they've changed it for this one. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
So if you kill a warg, that has no bearing on anything. The in the way rule has also changed. That you now, it's a strange thing, and it must be related to things like sharpshooter shooter, but you have to target the rider.
You have to shoot the rider,
and the horse counts as being in the way, which of course is a completely different rule, but makes no difference to your odds of hitting the horse or the rider. But you can now I was just trying to think it through. Sharpshooter, you can now choose to target the horse and not have to take the in the way. Which I don't understand why you have to, either of them, you have to target the rider or the horse, when it could just be as it was, and with Sharpshooter you could pick the one you want to hit without the in the way. But I don't know. Again, it's probably a clarity thing, I think. I also noticed that in here, for the first time, it's made it clear that mount models have their own list of keywords, and they take on the faction keyword as their rider, which I think for the first time in the rulebook clarifies that a Arnorian horse will benefit from Malbeth's 5+ save.
Yeah, which is gross.
Yeah, it is gross, but I think that used to be in an FAQ. So same answer, but in the rulebook for the first time.
Yeah.
This one is a potential rabbit hole, but I was pleased to see it. They've made it absolutely clear now that there's a very subtle change here that does change things, which is on cavalry charge. The second bullet point is to get your cavalry bonuses. The cavalry model is not engaged in combat with another cavalry model. That used to be in base contact with another cavalry model, and that's the thing I used. I don't know if you saw the thread. I used it to poke the bear, and it used to be the idea that if a cavalry model, my cavalry model charges your cavalry model, no bonuses, you charge a infantry model into my cavalry model. 2-on-1.
Yeah.
I charge an infantry model into you, and they split off. People used to argue that my charging cavalry model wouldn't get the charge bonus against the infantry guy because he didn't charge cavalry, but they would ignore the fact they would claim that your one who charged got it, and they would ignore the fact that our 2 cavalry models were in base contact, and the rule said you can't be in base contact with it. And it's a subtle change, and I'm not saying for one second that I think it should have been that you would get the charge bonus, but people used to ignore that, and he's changed it now. So it says, instead of saying in base contact, it says the cavalry model is not engaged in combat, and he won't be engaged in combat. And that is a subtle change for the better, which now means if my cavalry model charges your cavalry model and then ends up just fighting an infantry model, it doesn't get the charge bonuses. And that's correct, and it's always been correct, but I didn't like the way people used to argue it, because they would pick one rule and ignore another rule. So I'm glad for the clarity in that.
Yeah, agreed.
And I made the point
I saw someone weirdly post, right, where it was on this page where they posted the Theoden example, top left, example 55, questioning why cavalry that got the knockdown. Cavalry that got the knockdown. I'm going to swear in this little period, by the way. Cavalry that got the knockdown didn't get the additional strikes, and they posted a screenshot of this thing which says fucking exactly that. That's precisely what it says.
I did enjoy it.
I'm going to screenshot this bit of the rule book, and I'm going to argue that what it says is exactly what it doesn't say. You got no chance, have you? What chance have you got? You're lying in bed at night, minding your own business, and there are people out there just finding stuff to moan about and posting it in the Hobbit League. And by the time you get back to it, it's chaos in there.
I can't remember who that was, and as ever per my rule, I wouldn't say who it was, but I felt quite sorry for him, because it's clearly maybe didn't read the second sentence or something, and it was like the thing that you're saying.
But don't take the time to post it.
It's in the picture, mate. It's in the picture. Yeah, that was good. I'm going to interrupt you only for the second time. Or maybe I won't. No, actually, we probably need another couple of pages first. Because we just got the normal page about might, heroic mounts.
Yeah, might, the dual roll. You can't might it down. We mentioned that earlier, but that is in that section about can you use might. You can't modify a dice roll and put it down. That is a good change.
Was that not true in the last version?
No. No, because Maelstrom, mate. The whole way we all got around Maelstrom was mighting that glorious little 2 down to a 1 and not coming on the board. You can't do it.
Where is it in here now?
Can't now you're asking, my friend.
Player does not need to... They may increase the result of the dice pod. I just thought... I know what you mean, that was an old Maelstrom thing, but I thought they'd already sorted it. I could be wrong. No, you're absolutely right. So this version says alter the dice by 1. Yeah.
I think that's a good change.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's just get the game going. You roll
Although,
2. You either want me to place your model, or you want to spend a load of money and get on the board. Up to you, buddy.
Yeah, I hadn't actually thought about it for mouse. That's a big change. I hadn't noticed that. I hadn't picked up on that.
Yeah, Jack and I played a little test game, Hold Ground, which is Maelstrom deployment. Try and get in the middle. Both rolled fairly rubbish on Maelstrom, and it's interesting not having the option to change the 2 unless you want to blow a load of might to get up to the 4, so that you get to place your model where you want it.
I'll tell you why I've probably not noticed that. I never believed in that as a tactic, if I'm honest, because you could always roll the 2 or 3 in next turn. I was always of the opinion you use 2. You never use 1 to get a 1. You use 2 to get a 4. I just always came down on that. But yeah, good spot.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's a good change. It will catch people out as well. So for those of you in the chat that are still with us, I'd imagine there's at least 3 of you.
34 people still watching along.
My God, at 12 minutes past 12. Incredible scenes.
So the next page is one of mine. So one of my top 5 favourite things. Feels like a kind of a bit of a cheeky one because I'm sneaking a load here. I have put the changes to heroic actions as one of my favourite things.
So you've just bundled every single one together. So you've gone, pick your favourite 5 things, Dale, and I'm going to pick 6 in one go. Love
Not every single one.
I tell you what, I'm with you though, mate. I think Strike in particular being made worse. It is, well, more consistent, but more consistently average is good.
That's the only one I don't like.
Good.
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking.
Why don't you like it, mate?
Talk
to me about Strike. Come on, let's get it out.
I don't like it because I think I am worried about how things are going to combat big things. I think I'm genuinely worried about how armies are going to deal with big heroes and monsters.
Yeah.
And the first tournament coming in with 6 of the top 10 armies being the Eagles. And I know they've got better. I know the monsters have got better. But one of the ways you deal with them is heroic strike, particularly Eagles and Ents. You know, the ones without might.
But mate, if you were to change Strike, the problem is I agree with you. It's going to be more difficult to deal with the big stuff. The problem is, I almost feel you're damned if you do, damned if you don't with Strike, particularly where monsters are concerned. Because I've always felt, and I don't think I'm alone in it. I think the being able, like the likes of a 45-point orc hero being able to strike up to fight 9 or 10 and gazump your Ent or your troll, it's rubbish.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but that never happens. Like everyone will go, "Oh, I don't."
It did happen.
People will go, "Oh, it's rubbish when just some nameless orc hero just strikes up above Gilgalad." It's like, yeah, brilliant theory, Hammer. When did it happen? And it's
it does happen, mate. That does happen. You know it. You know it.
It doesn't like what a fight 4 gets to 6, rolls the 6, gets to 10. Gilgalad rolls a 0 and dies. Does he? Like.
Oh, not Gilgalad, but an Ent or a troll. I mean, that is why. What's
the hero? They took it away from unnamed captains. It's someone like Gorbag with 3 might or something.
It is.
I don't know. Like, I get where you're coming from.
Just think about the previous meta, though. You saw no monsters without might, realistically.
Yeah.
None.
No, I get it. And I will also say...
that was why.
I think I'm in the minority with this. I think most people will agree with you. And I just worry. I just worry that you're going to go out there with your Dale army, or maybe not Dale because they've got such great shooting, but your, I don't know, like Rohan, kind of like the new Dunland army, the even dwarfs maybe, and you're going to be wandering up against monsters going, I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I don't have magic, so I haven't got to mobilise, and my strikers are like fight 5.
I think monsters will be adjusted from where they are, but I think making Strike less of a lottery of the gulf between being able to match the combat prowess of Gilgalad or be marginally better than you were in the fight just before you said you were going to do this heroic thing.
Do you know what that is to
me? The window's weird.
That to me is Sam beating Shelob. That's the Lord of the Rings. That's the little. It's a.
Can he still do? Can he still do that?
No, of course he can't. Like,
can he not get to fight 7?
No. Like, it's Isildur cutting the ring off Sauron. You know, that kind of the moment, that one moment of weakness where someone is able to literally strike heroically. I quite like that in the story. Now, again, I think most people like the change, and I'm just saying. Anyway, this was meant to be a positive because it was about the ones I do like.
Okay, sorry. I don't think you being unsure about one's a negative though, mate.
But I love the change to heroic channeling. I'm in favour of that.
Me too. And getting rid of the channel versions of spells is a massive amount of the book that none of us need to have to remember.
This is true. There's a legitimate argument now that every single spell in the game might be channeled, whereas before there was about 4 or 5 that could be channeled. Yeah. I love the change to heroic resolve. I love that you can move for one thing.
Me
and
too.
the courage bonus test is really interesting. I wonder if someone's going to crack that. I don't know who. I haven't looked at who's got heroic resolve, but I just, when you're broken and you suddenly have a hero at the back, I'm thinking like your Master of Lake Town or your Curdon or someone like that. I'm not saying they've got heroic resolve, but a cheap hero that you keep at the back with 3 might or something, and you go, oh, you broke me. Spoilers, don't care.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That kind of heroic resolve. You could say it with Aragorn, but I think he'll be using his might for other stuff. But I just wonder, I don't think there's a lot of heroic resolve around, but I just wonder, I feel like no one's really figured out the best way to use that one yet, obviously.
Faramir getting that for free in that Osgiliath Legion when they're broken, it's bloody spicy because he gets all the bonuses at the same time. He turns into a right little tank at that point.
I really like the change to heroic challenge. I think you'll see it now. Again, I think that's fascinating because I think now people will have to spend some time working out how that works.
I've got a real concern with challenge. I like the change because I think so you call it in the fight phase, which is interesting, right? Yeah. So you can call it when you're within 6 inches of a model, but I don't know when you'd call it. You'd like get close to the model that you've got your eye on, and then you'd call a challenge in that fight phase for the next move to try and drag them into you.
Yeah, you have to be within 6 inches, don't you?
But the worst bit about it is there's no mention in any of that rule of not allowing other models to get involved in the fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they are allowed to get involved in the fight, aren't they?
Yeah. Which
on both sides.
It feels like you're just going to end up in a melee of stopping each other from charging into each other.
Because I can see Aragorn like with his free one just go. I'll challenge you, and maybe in the future we'll fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
loves a free one, Aragorn.
I really
Nothing
like
better
the
than
change
getting
to
a free
heroic
one with
strength, because heroic strength, I now think heroic strength is now guaranteed to change your role where it wasn't before.
Yeah.
And again,
I like strength too.
I think like Aragorn, I've been using Aragorn for 20 years, and it's just free heroic move every time, free heroic move. And now I reckon there's a real decision. Imagine you don't have Andrew, I'll just do a free heroic strength every turn. Chop everything down on 3s. Oh, maybe I'll heroic challenge that dude over there or that dude over there.
Yeah.
And so those 3 in particular, strength, challenge, 4, channeling, resolve, challenge, strength and challenge, which I think were 4 of the... Yes, I would say they were 4 of the weakest. They were the 4 weakest, I think. I think have all had really good changes. So number 2 on my list is the changes to heroics.
I like it, my friend. Yeah, we've mentioned the will stuff. Doesn't mention intelligence. So it looks like intelligence is might only.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Which is weird,
Good
I think. Monsters. Speak of the devils and they shall arise. I mean, where do you start?
They're one of my 5.
Yeah.
I've put the changes to monsters.
There's a lot of areas in the monster element of the book where you go, Christ, that's interesting. Like Hurl is almost like a little sniping tool, a utility tool when you've got a cleverer monster to try and go for key targets, but it's not the obvious thing to do every single time like it used to be. Barge is just money now.
No, you can change the make weight.
So dependable. You're going to be barging all the time to sort of work on your positioning and get your monsters in where
I
you
played a
want.
lot of games with Ents in the last edition, and it was good then.
Yeah, barge is amazing for
But
Ents.
the game changer is the make ways. Being able to choose their make ways as well is huge.
Yeah, and moving a minimum of 3, so you're always going to be able to charge at the very least the model. Oh yeah, but you're always going to be able to charge as a minimum the model that you barged.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So you're always doing something.
You have to be quite clever. In what you have to do is do the kind of sideways 3 inches with one model to make sure that you could barge in if you only rolled 1 inch.
Yeah, which you always did when you needed to get in further. Monsters being able to have a go at spear supports.
It's great.
Is brilliant
the thing
and
is,
grotesque.
I put this down as one of my favourites. I'm a big fan of monsters. I love my Ent army. I love the trolls. I've got all the big Gundabad ones painted up. I like cave trolls. I like monsters. And so them being buffed like this is definitely for me. Despite what I said about Heroic Strike, I think it's great. I think that monsters now I want to see monsters on the table. I want to see cool models. So them getting a buff is great. I just do worry they might have done this. You know, whether this one goes up, this one goes down, which is a problem. And there's magic over here as well. Magic being turned down, and strike being turned down, and monsters being turned up. But
is magic down though?
Yeah,
I think the spells that offered the utility that you were using most often, Transfix is still ever dependable. Paralyzed is still grotesque, and it's got easier to cast. Channel just means when you need to get that spell off, it's off on a 6. Unless they can resist.
A lot of the casting rolls have gone up as well for your average casting. And like Saruman
Saruman's pretty difficult now.
And there's things like Compel, which I've argued for. It's been getting worse every edition, but I've argued since I've been playing this game, Compel's the best spell in the game. It now doesn't immobilize them.
Yes, big change.
It just moves them. So it's and magic is literally like, you know, in which version was it? In the blue rulebook, if you just cast immobilize on someone, they would fight one attack.
Yeah.
and then the Hobbit became like half fight, half attacks, channeled was 1. And then SBG just went, you're absolutely fine, you just can't strike. Do you know what I mean? And now
do you think to balance, what do you think needs to give? Do you think monsters need to be calmed down a bit? Do you think heroes need to be able to interact with monsters better, or do you think magic needs to be slightly better? Because it's one of those, isn't it, in that perfect triangle?
I'm probably going to sound like a broken drum for the next 6 years. I think they're fine if Heroic Strike's D6. That's me.
Okay.
I think if you've got the ability to get up above them, those Eagle armies are far less scary if you've got 3 Fight 5 or Fight 6 models that have a decent chance of getting to Fight 8 or Fight 9. They're far less scary. Whereas now you're scaring and going, I hope I roll a 5 or a 6.
Yeah.
Or he's dead.
Yeah. When the average roll is you're going to match them at best.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough. Yeah. It is. But that's the sort of $1 million question, isn't it? How easy should it be to combat
exactly,
big bloody flying birds?
You know? But I don't like the game where it's like, hope I don't roll a 6. I like there to be some interplay, and I think when you're going up against a lot of these monster armies, it's going to be hope I don't roll a 6.
Be like fighting the Balrog, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but there's only one Balrog.
Yeah, it'd be like fighting the Balrog.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, you'll get into that with whoever you talk to about the Lord of the Rings book. But he's had a glow up that makes him a bit of a pain to deal with.
The other thing is they're cool models, and I would far rather armies of Ents and armies of Eagles and armies of Trolls were winning than armies of Rangers of Athelion shooting people off the table, hordes of Survivors of Lake Town, hordes of Goblin Town. Like, do you know what I mean? I would rather, we haven't had a dominance of monsters before in this game. We had a dominance of heroes in the kind of Hobbit era, pre-Hobbit era with all heroes and fell beasts, but we didn't have a dominance of monsters. And so I think if it's their turn, then it's their turn.
I think that 2 things have moved at the same time that have amplified the problem you're talking about. I don't necessarily think it's just the fact that they're harder to kill. I think it's the fact that they're the way that they interact with the objectives, dominant, so they count for more models. But all of that stuff means you can't ignore them.
Yeah, for sure.
So stuff that you couldn't kill before, you just ignored it. I mean, as you mentioned, you've played Ents. I played Ents a hell of a lot. There's nothing worse than a player that realizes all they need to do is just not be anywhere near you for the game and just keep running away, playing for the objectives that you're not near. And as soon as you split up, jump on one Ent and try and kill them. So another flavour of monster could be argued monster, which has had some massive changes. War beasts. I think my sort of favourites. I guess my main favourite is it can still activate even when it's being charged.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's really cool. And if you've not been able to pass enough courage tests to get in enough models so that the combined strength is equal to or higher than the war beast, it just goes cool story, that mate.
I think
tramples all the stuff that you're in there with, and then off they go to trample.
It feels quite fair to me. I looked at the Mimic strength 10. So you've got to get equal, right?
Yeah.
So if a hero and 2 riders gets in, you're fine.
Yeah.
And that feels right to me, I think.
Yeah.
And what war beasts have we got? Have we only got 3? We've got the Great Beast of Gorgoroth, who's in Legends, and we got the Troll Brute.
Yeah.
Is it just those?
The Troll Brute being made a war beast is cool. You got the Mummock, you got Gorgoroth. I don't think there's any others. I'm trying to think if I've got any there. So
I'm all up for that. Mummoks have always been rubbish. They've never done what they're meant to do, and I think this is a good change for them.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree.
If you're going to put all that effort into painting that model, I think you should get to do some things with it. But yeah, it's weird again. I'm going to say the same thing about chariots. It's not like, make all these new rules for chariots and instead all your chariots are legacies is weird.
Oh, and by the way, if it's equal to or less than the strength, it can trample. So you've got to get higher.
You've got to go higher. So it's not a hero and 2 then. Oh, okay,
you have to get higher.
Yeah.
Which I think is good. They're immune to magical powers that stop them from activating, which I think again makes total sense.
But you can still I think in the old version you could immobilize the rider and stop it, right?
Yeah.
Now you can immobilize the rider and stop it pivoting.
Correct.
So
it can still move. It just can't turn.
Play against it. You can get out of its way essentially.
And that's interesting because it links to the fundamental rule for war beasts in that they have to move if they can.
Yeah, but they don't. I always look at that. They don't have to move full, do they? It's the same as chariots.
Yeah,
they just
because their move is a trample, isn't it? So when they move, they have to move and they have to complete their move.
It says it must
so
move
in trample 77.
Yeah.
When a war beast activates and moves, it does so by trampling. So every move is trampling. A war beast must move if able to trample.
Move its forwards a full distance. Yeah, fair enough. I think maybe I was thinking of the chariots because the chariots have got the same thing.
Yeah.
The chariot must move if able. But then it says you pivot the chariot. The chariot will then chariot charge up to its move value.
Yeah.
So that one to me reads it has to move, but it can move half an inch.
Yeah, chariots can stop and pivot, can't they?
Yeah.
As well.
I also noticed in both of those. I don't know why I'm jumping across them because there's some similar rules, but both war beasts and chariots pass the test for they can never run away.
Correct.
Which is
good.
Odd, interesting. I'm not quite sure why.
Me neither.
I kind of get it with the Mummock and the Great Beast. You know, this idea that they're not going to really get it, but I don't get in a canned army why chariots can't be scared or why Radagast can run away when he's on an eagle, but he can't run away when he's on a sleigh. Not quite sure about that one.
I mean, with chariots, you can't even target the model riding it. You have to kill the chariot first. If you're shooting at the chariot, you've got to kill the chariot.
Yeah, it's just it's one profile, isn't it?
Striking it, you've got to kill the chariot. And a hero, so warriors can't dismount chariots. Heroes can, which is interesting. I'll tell you what though, just on the chariot, if you think of the sort of I don't want to call it a mess, but the really confused sort of edition after edition after edition of chariot rules that
Yeah,
were in the old
I
book,
agree.
and you
Yeah,
never really felt
yeah.
like you were grasping how the model worked.
Yeah.
This is way easier.
Yeah, having
They've
a
simplified it massively.
Yeah,
It's just a model with
one
wounds.
bit with wounds. I do think makes more sense. I think it's cleaner.
I think it's much better.
You notice they've also got rid of Hurl and Sorcerer's Blast, which move models.
Yeah.
And I think that one of the biggest pain in the arses for that was bits of models. So like the Iron Heel's Chariot, if I blast this, what happens? If I blast this?
Yeah, you can't blast stuff off.
Same with the Mummock. If I blast this guy, where does he go?
Yeah.
And so I think almost they've removed those rules to just remove any issues with those interactions, I think, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah, I agree, buddy.
And that's the end of our things section. Let's see where we got to. I don't know if you remember the last one.
I will find it. It will be Joe Holzman. So we got to Larry Miller. That was War of the Rohirrim. Do you want me to read through some so you can catch it?
I think I've got it. It's because Hobbit lists aren't as fleshed out. Is it that one? Palace Guard or Elite?
So Stephen Bonner, Gandale, the Grey Helm of Dale. Sam, I'm hoping a match play guide will be released alongside Armies of Middle-earth. As for reactions to Eagles, etc., give it time, and once people work it out, they'll be dealt with like Return of the King was in 2018. Agree, mate. Agree. I think Eagles as an example. I think Ents play brilliantly into Eagles, and I think then there are a couple of other things that play great into Ents, and then things that play great into that, and the cycle begins, and we start with a meta.
The Trolls are good. The Trolls are very good.
The Trolls are very bloody good. Joe, there's definitely a match play guide coming. They reference it in the rulebook. You're right, mate. They do. The only unknown is whether it will be released at the same time as Armies of Middle-earth. I think the match play guide is the most important thing they could release next, by some margin. I think the scenarios that we've got at the minute will also contribute massively to the sort of the weird meta that we'll end up with. The banner scenario thing, for argument's sake, is massive in the scenarios that we've got, and there's so many lists that can't take them. You need some scenarios that you can land on and it not completely cripple you. Larry, I hate that hatred didn't change. Double irony in there. Sam, Palace Guard are elite. Larry Miller, yeah, Palace Guard. Justin, well, I have to head out, but I did manage to assemble Haleth. Harmer is also partly assembled. Have a great evening, everyone. Well done, Justin. Larry, I imagine it's because Hobbit lists aren't as fleshed out as the Lord of the Rings ones are. Yeah, that's fair. We need a Hobbit era supplement, a proper one. Desperately need one. Please, GW, please. Sam, well done, Larry. Larry, I instantly went to look up Palace Guard, but I got to the chat. I saw someone had been swifter. Frederick, disagree with your take on the Hobbit films, Dale, but don't mind that people have other opinions. I think that's the important thing. I think if we all like the same stuff, it'd be boring.
Very un-internet of you, Frederick.
Yeah, I think if I'm honest, I can't remember the last time I sat and put either The Two Towers or The Return of the King on to just casually watch a movie. The Fellowship only has to be on a channel, and I'll stick it on and watch it from whatever point it's on. I think it's a masterpiece, and I just find the Hobbit films just easier to just stick on and watch. So I guess that's how I base it, on how likely I am to watch them again. Not necessarily just, the quality of the way that they're filmed or whatever. Joe, so hitting the horse would be a failed in the way, and you can now re-roll if you have a rule that allows you to re-roll failed in the ways. Yeah. Also, heroic accuracy, I think, gives you sharpshooter.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
The shooting and in the ways, and I think there's like 6 or 7 individual special rules all related to how you shoot, how often you shoot, and what you can shoot at. And the lack of blinding light means that could be quite prevalent, but we'll see. Joe, whereas before it didn't count as a failed in the way and you couldn't use those rules to re-roll it, I argued against you there, Damien, based on the fact that you charged a cavalry model, therefore you could not possibly gain the charge bonuses. I could see the argument for and against the first cavalry model getting its bonuses, but the second one definitely couldn't.
My issue is there, like, this is I didn't think it should get the bonus. I said it to get the people to say the reason it shouldn't is because it specifically says you charge infantry, and it also specifically says you don't get it if you're in base contact with another cavalry model, which the first one would be. That was my whole point. Is the whole thing was a delightful honey trap to say, I don't think either of them should get it, and people are claiming that one should and the other one shouldn't. It's a very hard thing to. We're never going to get anywhere tonight on comments. You need to sit down with a pint and have a look at the circles. But I agree. It's just the point was putting into someone's post that I thought was being very antagonistic to basically lure them into a trap where they said, is the reason because it says this? And they said, yeah. And I went, well, then you can't think the other one can because it says you don't get it if you're in base contact with another cavalry model. And now they've changed that.
Which you clearly are. Yeah.
Which they've changed it to be engaged in combat.
Sam, I was going to mention heroic accuracy allowing rerolls on hitting horses, but last time I jumped ahead was too controversial. Who's Fohammer, mate? Tim, with the cavalry charge rule change, it just sounds like I've been playing the correct rules before GBW. See, there are a few examples of that, mate, where, and I think that's the beauty of the rules being changed in the spirit of removing the feel-bad moments from the game. If you play things in the way, like, I mean, this isn't a dig at Jamie, but Jamie brings up a really interesting difference. Like, I would never approach a game where I stand an inch and a bit away from a barricade to make you roll the 6 to get in base contact with me, or you just stand there and we look at each other awkwardly. But it is absolutely a valid strategy of how to try and blockade your opponent and stop them from being able to make progress towards an objective. So now the rules have moved in favour of the way I would approach it, but that my way of approaching it wasn't the rules. It was what I felt was the right way to play the game, but that doesn't make me right. So I completely agree with you there, Tim. There's a few examples of that. Sam, we can't knock a 2 down to a 1 in Maelstrom anymore. No, mate, you cannot. That is going to catch lots of people out early doors. Adam Bissell is in. I've just joined you, darling. Talk about monsters. We've just had a monster and war beast section. Adam is a hobbyist with a very similar collection to me, so he's equally as excited about stuff like Bofa on a troll brew. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, I've got that all ready to go, all painted.
I cannot wait. Joe, I don't think you can even mic Maelstrom rolls up at all now. I'd have to reread that. That's interesting. I think the less you can influence the roll on reinforcement, the better for the game that you have. It might not enable you to influence the result, but it will deliver what Maelstrom, I think, is intended to do, which is a crazy start to a game where you don't know where you're going.
The Warband's captain can use might to increase this roll. You can.
Okay. You've also still got the rule from what's his name? Madril.
You're not Madril and Lurtz, that sort of thing. Reinforcements.
Joe, it's not listed as one of the things you can might unless I'm being blind, and isn't specifically mentioned in the Maelstrom of Battle rule either. Where are you reading that, Damien? Just for Joe.
It's in the scenario. Benefit.
Oh, ignore me. I'm being blind. It's mentioned in the Maelstrom of Battle rule. I should have carried on reading. Good at this, ain't I? Larry, that might be right. Sam, let me roll for Shelob. Sam will win. Yeah. That's the other side of it, right? The other side of it is, as a player of monsters who's gone through the heartache of building a metal Shelob for it to fall to pieces several times and be knocked over, and the best you ever do is roll a 4 high and you can't do anything about it, and you got no banner anywhere near you and stuff's just boinking off the table. It's nice to see the balance shift the other way. But when people play monsters more, they'll get better with them. And having played monsters a lot, there's a lot of ways that monsters still get the job done, even in the old edition. So with the dominant and the lack of ability to actually sort of fight them in a battle line, Damien could be right, and it could become quite monster-centric.
Just to be clear, it's not just monsters; it's also the massive heroes.
The massive heroes are also
Aragorn, Boromir, Glorfindel when he comes out. I'm not worried about Gil-galad anymore because he's not on a horse, so he's not as oppressive. Any big hero on a horse,
and he doesn't have strike.
Yeah, but he doesn't need it. No.
Well, yeah. Joe, you could argue that Sam being able to beat Shelob is just done by Sam rolling higher than her. Larry, I am sad. By the way, Joe, that is where I'm at. Because to be honest, that's where you see most of the time monsters getting killed.
I'll tell you what. If you can't heroic strike get Shelob, put them on the table together and see how many times he wins. This is the
Yeah.
second time I've assembled this hill
Frodo.
tribesman, and I can't work out where his bloody legs go now. It's getting harder.
Larry, I am sad though that channel transfix didn't become old transfix, so regular transfix could be nerfed as is tradition. Yeah, I know you're joking, Larry. I think channel just being turned into something that stops you having to roll is just so much cleaner than the old channeled rules. Having double the amount of spells that you've got listed was just rubbish.
I was like pondering this, and I still think the new channel is. Imagine you've got. I'm not sure if the wizards. I was thinking about ways to counter the monsters. Imagine you've got Saruman or something, and he casts Transfix on a 3+, and you're fighting Gwai here in 3 eagles, and you probably have to be fighting more if you want Saruman in your army, whatever. But you could now you could channel Transfix with 2 dice. No, you wouldn't need. Sorry, with 1 dice. 6
You don't
times.
even roll.
Yeah. But you use the will point. So you
use a will point, yeah, but you don't even roll.
So do you see what I mean? You could guarantee that eagle's transfixed, so can't touch you, and you could guarantee that 6 times if you can keep Saruman safe. And I think it's that. I don't think it's the 6. I think it's the guaranteed casting.
Yeah.
And so that's where I think people are saying that magic, it has been tuned down, but I don't think it's useless because I think because of the monsters and the big heroes, that classic immobilize is still going to be so useful.
I agree. And also the stuff that had things like Fortify Spirit before and lots of overlaying resistance to magic, they've got more difficult to use or they've gotten less. So the likes of Elendil no longer having Fortify Spirit, it means he can be stopped with magic. And if he is, you've got a best part 200 points of your army doing absolutely nothing. Joe.
Yes, I can't work this out.
The best way to use it is Faramir getting it for free. That's heroic resolve. We talked about that. Completely agree with you, mate. He's absolutely vile in that particular flavour once you've broken them. Being able to call it when not in combat with them stops the sure I'll accept and strike up while you can't. Yeah, agreed. You've almost got your eyes on them from across the board. You say that you're going to challenge them. It gives you the option to get in there at the right moment. But I do think the lack of a rule to mean you guys have to part your armies for the 2 models that are in a challenge to actually fight each other and not get involved does mean how often are those 2 models then actually going to end up in combat on their own? I don't think often. Josh, 100% agree with Damien on strike. Second game of new edition and 1 monster wiped out my entire force without me inflicting a casualty. That can happen. I do think the weaker strike does make that more likely, but even still, I think it's unlikely to happen. Just got unlucky, mate. I remember the Balrog. We have like a cup at Boarding Brum. So one of our customers and a good friend, Adam, he runs the cup, which is like a World Cup style thing. We have sort of 20 or 30 people enter. You have a group stage, then you go through the groups into the knockout rounds, and then there's somebody who wins, and there's a shield where you get your name engraved on it. It's really cool. And in one of the groups, last year's group, I was drawn in a group with the Balrog in it, and it was at 650 points. I was using my Numenor, and the only model I had alive at the table, on the table at the end, was Elendil, and the Balrog killed absolutely everything else. I got a Sildor into it 3 times, got the strike, got the fight value. Sometimes didn't others, but every single time he rolled the 6, I didn't, couldn't counter it, and he just completely deleted my army. It was gross. That won't have gotten easier or better, but those games are rough and they do happen. Paralyze is easier to get off, but is now an exhaustion spell, so you need to keep a will point in your store or it wears off. That's a great point, Joe. But wild that it's a 3+. Absolutely wild. James, right, folks, calling it a night. Knackered after a long week of work. Night all. Thanks, James. Tim, oh God, Hill Tribesman 5. I've heard Hill Tribesman 5 is really bad. I was trying to give Damien grief about Hill Tribesman 5.
That's the one I'm on. I'm on 5.
Claiming he was really easy. Yeah. Larry, that was what I was asking. If it was free, it's always bothered me that hatred is so strong for a situational buff. Joe, the rules have moved in favour of not being a knob, you mean? 100% support any change that it encourages not being a knob. Yeah, I think it's saving people from themselves. I think it stops people from doing the stuff that's just not in the spirit of what is ultimately supposed to be you and an opponent having a good time playing a game. Like, just it's never going to matter enough to upset each other while you're playing it. I just don't see the point.
Yeah, I agree.
Will, cheers guys, going to pop off now. Cheers, Will, Larry, and Guritz. So he's relating to Madrill. Spot on. Joe, you've missed the joke there, Dale. If Sam rolls for Shelob against Sam, then Sam can't fail to win. Yeah, quite right. Quite right. I like that. Sam, that was absolutely not that well thought out on my part, but I'll take the credit. I've been checked and then defended.
Joe's
Love
created
that.
a joke.
Nothing. So Joe has made it better all on his own. Larry, they go to the bottom of his torso, Damien. That will have been legs. What about his legs? You don't need those.
Always
Larry,
helpful.
oh yeah, glad it's gone. So many spells you'd never even consider channeling. Yeah, agreed. Not only that, this is Joe, not only that, you guarantee a 6 is required to resist, makes it less likely to be resisted. Yeah. I think, if you think about it, right, you channel in Transfix. In old money, if you're throwing a Transfix at a model and you absolutely have to get it off, like it is critical to your game, and you don't want it to be easy to be resisted, you're probably throwing 3 will, you're throwing a minimum of 2 will at it. Yeah. So if that's 15 points worth of tools for your spellcaster to be using, a channel that guarantees it's a 6,
I agree,
that costs a might and a will is a bargain.
Yeah, and that's why I think maybe a wizard's might is going to be 3 channels. Maybe
I think so.
I just think that that'll be
the only one where it wouldn't would be Gandalf, because he's actually not terrible in combat.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but I was pondering it. I'll probably never take it, but I was literally pondering if my old list would work again today. If the Berserkers list would work, and it was like,
mate, Berserkers are great now.
Yeah, well, exactly. They're good, and I was like, could it work again? And the issue is at 6, the army list, which way around is it? The Muster of Rohan list gives a bunch of really good army buffs, but you have to have Saruman, whereas. Because that's the one where the heroes get strike, and I don't know if you've heard this, but I think strike's going to be very important. So the captains get strike, but you have to have Saruman. Whereas the Assault on Helm's Deep one, you don't have to have Saruman, but your army rules are worse. Whereas I actually think maybe I worked it out, like 3 captains, 22 berserkers, and 11 crossbows at 650. And it's like, and I'll probably never take it, but that's like old Damien. And then I used to and then it would be Saruman for the next.
They're all sat here watching you on here. I'll tell you what, there was a bad guy in there.
That's where I cut my teeth, man. That was my army. That was my thing. And it it worked, and I made it work, and I was just like, going, is it? Because them being fight 5 is useful. They're only defense 5, which is the massive nerf.
Well, they are, but they've got light armor on.
Yeah, that's just for shooting, isn't it?
But they're D6 against shooting.
Yeah, but it's when you get into all the good models, all the elves, all the men in combat, they die on 5s. That's what that was the nerf that killed them in the last version of the game.
Yeah, I tell you what, mate. Right, I played an Osgiliath list. Played Jack with his Osgiliath list the other day, and I used Gundabad because I've been sort of desperate to try and use Gundabad for ages, and it feels like there's a way into it with the new edition now. Just Gundabad Warrior has now been the equivalent of the Isengard Warrior in the last edition.
Yeah,
makes them so versatile. They've got the fight 4, they've got the strength 4, they're D6. They're just the pain in the arse to shift. They're really good.
Yeah, I agree. And now you got a whole ton of fun monsters as well.
Yeah, and then exactly. And I think I had a little bit of a whinge. I kept it to my group chat rather than posting it all over the internet, spoiling everybody else's day. But I had a bit of a whinge about the fact that if you compare the Isengard captain, so the armoured, the proper warrior captain and a warrior, and you compare that with a Gundabad captain and a Gundabad warrior, the Isengard warrior getting shield wall in place of a situational reroll ones against elves and dwarves, when the points work out similar and they've got access to crossbows and they shoot better and they've got slightly better other bits. But when you then balance them out against the list, like the Gundabad list has got so many other tools that it can use the bats, the troll brute, the big monsters, to absolutely disgusting heroes.
Dropped a face.
So you dropped a face.
Dropped a face. It's happened live.
Oh, mummy, it's a shame, isn't it? Take a picture of the floor. Let's give these people something to do. Let's get them circling it in the whip.
How good you talking about?
So, Larry keeps saying that was War of the Rohirrim, and I feel like I'm missing what is probably a decent
probably
joke
are, but
here.
just don't worry about it. It's what Larry does. He's answering a question that you haven't got right, and he'll keep writing it, but he does it without context.
Wicked. Give us a chance, Larry. Do you know what I mean? Brand new to this, like. I'm just
Found
doing my best. You found it?
Yep.
I would have much preferred it if you didn't. Joe, just want to acknowledge that while Dale had a rough start to reading the chat, apologies, Joe. I didn't think anyone had noticed. He picked it up and he's flying through it like a pro. Thanks, man. That's really kind. It would have been nice of Damien to say something, but you know. Larry, yes, Damien. Larry, I want a return of the Berserkers. Nobody wants to see that. Joe Holzman, Berserkers are obscene now. Agree. Sam, the only big loss to Gundabad Orcs is dropping the equivalent of courage. To the equivalent of Courage 2. Yeah. I tell you what, that Horn of Gorgoroth thing is really cool. Because you wait till later in the game when either your opponent's broken or you've broken, and it makes that first, I think you do it on the second turn of breaking if it's yourself, because it's likely you've got Azog and you've got the free courage the first time. But
he's done it there. It's what he wanted to know. War of the Rohirrim was free. That's what he wanted to know, if it was free on Monday. I don't believe it will be. I don't believe it will be free. I think it'll be paid
on
for.
Prime.
Yeah.
Can we find that out for our dear friend?
Well, you can buy it. You can pre-order it for 20 quid.
Oh, okay. 20 quid?
Yeah. So that sounds to me like it is not going to be free.
£20 for a digital.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that real?
It's not just a weird joke on my part. No,
I don't know what the value of movies is when they're digital.
There's of course a difference between value and cost, my friend.
Yeah. Very true.
So last section.
Uh-huh.
So we have now, and we've touched on some of these things already, but we're on to the rest, basically. So weapons of war gear, magic, special rules, advanced rules, siege engines, sieges, and narrative play and match play. If you've got anything to say about those, please put them in the comments now. You see, he's doing it. Look, that was a really long one. I'm pleased. You see what I mean? He's not actually trying to help you. His goal is that you don't understand what he's saying for as long as possible.
That's brilliant. Thanks for that, Larry.
He's a giver.
He is.
So we start with war gear.
We do.
Lots of changes here. I didn't have any as my favourites, but we can chat through some of the more interesting ones.
We've got to go with the obvious simplification of war gear into just hand weapons, haven't we? And I guess it alludes to the removal of special strikes. It's a big simplification. I mean, stuff doesn't die as quick, which we were on about earlier. Do you know what, though, mate? I don't think special strikes, for most games, helped the game. I actually think they were more of a source of frustration and slowing the flow of a game down.
You're wrong.
And I'm happy to politely disagree with you on that one. Two-handed weapons, cool though. If you roll a 6, you don't roll over like you used to. That's good.
They used to be 2, didn't they? I've always struggled with two-handed weapons, thinking, why the hell are you paying for an inbuilt disadvantage?
Yeah.
It was always, and I'm pretty sure, I'm just looking up, I've just grabbed the blue rulebook, I'm pretty sure they were 2 points to begin with. So it used to be like you paid a lot for an inbuilt disadvantage. Where's an option? I just need like an orc. God, I love this book. Still smells so good. Orc warrior, two-handed. Oh no, it was 1 point. They were 1 point. But it was like, I never thought the trade-off was worth it. They were good, but I was always like, if you're getting -1 to duel and +1 to wound, I feel they should be free. I don't think you should have to pay for it. But I like this. I think it's a nice compromise. I've got into a very, very fluffy place now where whenever I take models with two-handed weapons, I just go two-handed with them because it's what the model should do. This will make me smile as I do that. but that's cool. Do you know what I mean? Like I think I've got some two-handed tribesmen. I will take them to my armies because I want all the models.
Yeah.
And there's now a nice buff to that, which I like.
Yeah, cool. I like it.
Spears. Oh, the controversy of spears.
Yeah, so you can now spear support with 400 models, provided you can get them in base contact with the one model in combat.
What do you think, Dale?
I think it's a great change, mate. I think it's exactly what the game needed. I think what we needed was one model stood in a fucking doorway with 1,000 spear supports behind it.
But do you think it's
I don't
a change?
know why you'd even ask. No, mate. I don't think that's intentional.
So you think it's a mistake?
It's got to be in it.
When do we get FAQ? February?
Feb, yeah.
I think it's
gone.
in the FAQ. I think it's a mistake all day long.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about the other one. We've moved past the sections. Monstrous cavalry charge and monstrous charge. +2 attacks?
1.
Yeah, I agree. And let's be absolutely clear before everyone kicks off. Rules as written, I think they're both correct. I think you get +2 attacks and you can support with 400 models. But
because it doesn't say you can't.
Yeah, I think they're both mistakes and I think they'll both be fixed in the next FAQ. I think.
Yeah. I'm quite sad because I really liked the relaunch or the sort of edited version of the previous edition in that it consolidated a lot of FAQs. Because I find carrying a book around and then carrying a pamphlet around with a load of additional rules in it and making sure you're up to date with that, I find that a slog in games, particularly when it's in those rules. But I think that at least, spear supports a monstrous charge. You hear it once, you know it's in the rules, you never look at it again.
Yeah.
So I haven't got as big a problem with those things.
But why don't you just be more like me and don't learn the rules?
Yeah. Just play it as your opponent says.
As I've shown, just play the rules wrong, and then you don't have to worry about remembering the correct ones.
That is fair, mate. That is fair.
Pikes get +1 to win when making strikes against the mount. That's cool.
It is cool, mate.
I think some people have been crying out for that for a long time.
I'll tell you one I love, and it's niche, but I love it. The dwarf longbow is now 24-inch and strength 3.
Mm-hmm.
That feels like justice for dwarf rangers.
Fair enough.
I feel.
Love it.
Because they could shoot further and it was strength 2, and that made absolutely no sense to me.
Mm-hmm. I like it. We have
banners. We've mentioned banners.
We have a throwing weapon limit as well. Just past throwing weapons.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. We've skipped that. Now, I think for the armies most popular in the game, I think that's a good change.
Yeah.
If you play Army of Thor,
you want half.
It's a bad day. That.
Yeah, I agree.
Makes those almost very rarely playable.
I think it's just the fact that you don't want, because the throwing weapons on them they're not optional, right?
You have to take them on Grim Hammers.
And so, like, Grim Hammers and Warriors of Rebel, you're only 2 warriors. And you might well want Grim Hammers, not because they're amazing, but because you prefer the models. And you now have to take a bunch of other models you can take. You might not want to take.
Most Grim Hammer players would happily drop the throwing axes to be able to play them and get the strength 4.
Yeah. Well, that affects me. I think I've got 36 dwarves painted. 18 of them are Grim Hammers. So that army's
of course. It's rubbish.
Yeah.
Well, you need 36 Erebor dwarves to be able to run those Grim Hammers.
Yeah.
It's a lot, man.
Not doing that.
It's never happening.
No.
Elven Cloak. Fun change.
-1 to hit, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Makes sense to me.
Fun little change. The drum no longer stacking with March.
Yeah, well, it is a march, isn't it? That's the thing. That's how they've changed it. They've made it a heroic march. That's I think that makes sense.
Warhorn, you now actually have to be in a distance where you could hear the fucking thing, which makes sense.
Warhorn, massive glow up. Surely.
Yeah. Tighten the range in, but dominant is going to be massive in the game.
Yeah, I like that.
I like the interaction with Standfast. I think that's really cool, and that is how it would work.
Yeah, I agree.
In armour, I love the Mithril one.
We had that already,
light armour's new. Mithril armour is one of my 5. It's one of the 7 of my 5 favourite things that have changed in the game. I really like the mithril not being able to be rendered. I think it's cool with regards Frodo with the cave troll. It makes Thror unkillable, albeit his army's dead, so they've killed him in another way. But yeah, I like the mithril change. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, that's good. It is nice. It's good.
Obviously, the new member of the team, light armor. We've sort of mentioned it half with berserkers.
I wonder if you'll forget it. That's my only thing. And you'll have to know your army, so you probably won't. But you know that idea that when you look at your defense, you go, these models are defense 4. I've never really looked at armor because it's included in the profile. I've never had to think about armor. Do you know what I mean? And then my models have shields 100%. If they have shields.
Mate, it goes right back to what we were saying earlier about not reading the rulebook. Because if you've read this, one, and it tells you your survivors have got light armor on and they're D3, you've just got D3 dudes.
Yeah. I think you might.
And you don't know what that means because they've already got the shooting resistance baked in within their profile. You don't know what that means until you read this.
Yes, I see what you mean. Because they don't have it baked in. It's not baked in.
It's not on the profile, yeah. They're D3, but if you were shooting at them, they'd be D4.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I think that's right. I think it's survivors that are written that way. Someone correct me if
not.
Well,
it shouldn't. If they're wearing light armor, it's not in the profile.
That's it. Light shields. Are we bothered about light shield?
Just cut them off here. It's the worst of all the Wildman loadouts, isn't it?
Are we bothered about them? You don't get a bonus to the defense. You can shield. Shielding is great. Let's not underestimate how good shielding is. But see what's better than shield. That's being able to shield
things on those models.
Yeah,
depends what they've got. They've got them. Lake Town's got them.
Getting +1 to defense and being able to shield. So
yeah.
I mean, a sad one for me, Damien. And one of the changes I don't like.
Yeah.
I really don't like what they've done to the One Ring.
Really?
I really don't like it.
Which bits?
So, I think the fact that there's only old Bilbo now.
Yeah.
That gives you the option to stack your ring bearer in with a hero as a method of dealing with a big nasty.
Mm-hmm.
I think it goes back to your point about monsters and big stuff. I think that was a good way of dealing with stuff.
It was.
But I'm very conscious that there's a load of confirmation bias in that because I love my Survivors of Lake Town. I know you hate them.
I do.
I love my Survivors of Lake Town. And I quite liked the idea of playing Goblin Town, and I've never really got to use it with Gollum in that way of playing. It's different now, but yeah.
Well, I know it never felt like the ring. It's a rule that never did what the ring like. You never see Bilbo run in with Gandalf.
That's fair.
Use the ring to kill Azog. Do you know what I mean? I thought it was gamey, and I'll go the other way and say that I loved that change. I was really pleased. Still half the fight value to protect the ring bearer, but you can't. Yeah. I liked it, but I grant you that kind of flies in the face of what I was saying because it doesn't fly in the face of it, but it's another way monsters and big heroes have got better.
Yeah,
I like that they changed it, but it's like it's all the dials going down at the same time.
So with that in mind, Isildur has become an even more unbelievable ring bearer than he already was. But yeah, I think it's a shame. I mean, just look, you lose in options.
I'll tell you something else. I've moved past this because I just read the March note. I made a point of drawing attention to this, which is in a film that we haven't seen, we haven't got the full art book for, and we haven't seen digitally. There was the shot of Helm's Deep. And I know people have talked about this, and I don't know for sure if this is the version in the finished film, but I kind of assume it is. But
it is.
Look at the length of the causeway.
Yeah, and the height
of the Deeping Wall.
Yeah.
And I've heard people talk about the Deeping Wall before, but not necessarily the causeway. And they've in the book, I think it's in the book, they just say there's a drain. I can't honestly remember, but certainly in the film it says it's a drain. There's never any suggestion that it's halfway up. I don't know what it's doing up there. Is it saying that the ground on the other side of the wall is at that height? I really don't know. But it's kind of fun just saying, what is there? Is there a huge avalanche in the sort of 200 years?
There's got to be, isn't there?
Before the War of the Ring.
There's got to be.
It's a massive avalanche.
I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I just found that odd. I found like an odd design choice.
The different height of the Deepen Wall makes very little sense as to why you change the aesthetic.
Yeah,
I agree with you, because there's no explanation for it, and we're not going to get one. We're not going to get an equivalent of the Hunt for Gollum, which is going to be the gap between that film and Two Towers that
causes an avalanche.
By the way,
idiot.
That's it. Yeah. Oh, by the way, while we were at it, we just got barrowfuls of mud.
It's just another thing.
Built the level up, because what we thought was a really good idea was being able to get in that culvert and let bombs off in there. Are we doing magic now?
Magic, yep.
I feel like we've already been doing most of this.
I agree. Core casting, I think, is the same, isn't it?
It is.
Obviously, no channeling. Lots of nerfing across the board.
So
I quite like that Blinding Light's been nerfed. I like that it's temporary, so you have to be casting it every turn if you want it.
I agree. Aura of Dismay. No, it's not. So Aura of Dismay has got significantly weaker in that it doesn't make everything around it cause terror, which I think makes sense.
Yeah.
Black Dart being a strength 6 is big.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
It used to be strength 9. And it can be resisted by a lot of stuff now. And I think because horses are going to be far less prevalent because of the cost of them, I think Black Dart just generally, and how often you'd use it, gets weakened, because that was one of those weird, Black Dart, how many dice on the Witch King 3? Yeah,
sure.
Nice, love that for you.
As we said, I don't know if I like it. Is it better for the guy? I don't know, but Compel not being immobilised is big. That's
it's
really
huge.
Big.
You now either want to move them out the way, or you want to stop them moving out the way.
Yeah. The Cool Winds is really powerful.
Yeah, it's huge.
I think that's on Curdon now, isn't it?
Curdon, yeah. He's lost Blinding Light, but I'd argue when he's with High Elves, which are going to shoot most things off the board, unless he's up against something with Blinding Light, I think he's better off with Cool Winds, because it creates massive gaps for models like Gil-galad to just go, yep, I'll tuck in there, thank you. Lovely banner, that.
Lovely.
Love that for you, bud.
It's a shame you couldn't take one at the start.
Like 9, the banner.
Fog of Disarray is silly, I think.
Yeah, Enraged Beast. Can I just say, Enraged Beast? Sure. That used to drive me insane with the Assault on Lothlorien list, when they did power a Warg up and then roll a 2 on the wounds, so the Warg stayed alive. It used to irritate the shit out of me. So I'm glad that's been changed.
Yeah.
There's a couple of cool, stop magic spells. I like the one with the
4 magic's potentially fun.
Yeah, I like the Protection of the Valar having an impact on shooting as well. I think that's cool.
Yeah. You're never going to cast Fog of Disarray, are you? You're never going to cast that.
No.
There's always going to be something, and I know you can theory hammer why it would be good, but there's always going to be something better you could be doing with your wizard, I think.
100%. Yeah.
I was sad to see Instill Fear go. I liked Instill Fear. When I Black Rided, and I used that a lot. I thought it was a really good spell.
Sorceress Blast has hurt my feelings.
Mm-hmm. It's been hurting my feelings for years, though. Like, I liked it when I used to. It was great against hordes. It was a good way of dealing with hordes.
That is a great spell still, but it used to be way more useful. I think it's
like that they made Collapse Rocks better and different, whereas before it just used to be a worse version of Sorcerer's Blast. Now it's a stronger spell. I think that's good.
Yeah, I think Wither's cool because you can kill stuff with it, and it's not immediately obvious that you'd always want to resist it early game.
Yeah,
so that could become a bit of a pain. The Writhing Vines. I mean,
here we go. Could be good.
Yeah. Riders are in charge.
7-inch patch of difficult terrain.
Yeah.
Could be useful. Special rules.
Yes.
There is one of my favourites in here. I've gone, because I went broad with like monsters and heroics. I've gone absolutely specific on one of these.
Should I try and guess what it is?
Yeah, go on. Well, it's a change to one of them.
Okay. Spectral Walk.
It's not, although I do like Spectral Walk. It's not.
Okay. Go on then.
It is the removal of Blood and Glory and it being replaced by General Honor.
You like that?
Yeah, because I hate Blood and Glory. I'm really anti anything that gives you free might. And Blood and Glory was a rule that was always given to people who were really good at killing heroes.
Yeah.
Who would have to use their might to do it, and then would get the might back when the hero was dead. And I hated it. And so now the fact that it's you can only ever get it one model. I think might, not having might at the end of the game is such a vital part of how the game works.
I agree.
That I hate anything that gives you might. I don't mind it on Aragorn because it's a one-off. It's just Aragorn.
Oh, Aragorn. We're going to disagree. So that's the main reason why I don't like playing against Aragorn.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that.
Drives
entirely.
me insane.
Yeah. I completely agree with that. I've never minded it on him because he's Aragorn. It's his one unique thing. You know? But when it started going around on other people, free might on Helm, free might, even the half free might on Eorl the Young, ways to get lots of might back. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that you can now only get one might back, I just think, and that was one of my 5.
Okay. I'm just going to skim because I haven't written any of the special rules down as something that I'm particularly happy or unhappy with.
Horse Lord, you get a fate on a 6 now as well?
Horse Lord's an interesting change. The introduction of Fearful, which is basically borrowing the old pony rules, is cool because you end up with like a tiered system to the way that models interact with courage and charging, which I think is interesting because there are models that don't want to charge regardless of what it is. So like Bard's kids being fearful makes sense.
Yeah.
But then normal stuff charging normal stuff, nobody cares. Normal stuff charging stuff that causes terror makes sense. Harbinger of Evil is a good change because they don't affect each other. So if you are a Harbinger of Evil, other models with Harbinger of Evil doesn't make your courage worse. That, is it going to make much of a difference? I don't know, but it's
like
little
evil
bits like that
things
that
are
make
not
sense.
scared of other evil things.
Yeah. Makes sense to me. But other than that, there's not a massive amount in there I'm terribly upset about.
No, I agree.
I'm complaining about Mighty Hero on Aragorn, and I will do so until the moment that I manage to get Bolg to Mighty Hero, which is only 8 kills now, and then it'll be the best rule in the game, and I'll love it. So,
but he has to work for it. That's why it's not.
But he has to work for it. Yeah.
Advanced rules, fair enough.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Water is a sore subject for me. People drowning their models in it to win games.
Yeah.
Is a weird thing.
Siege engines. What do we think? Like,
can I just say one on objectives?
Yeah.
Objectives now, it's been made really clear that they are a 25 mil marker, which is open ground, and models cannot end their move on them.
Yeah. So
you can't stand on them. You can't back away or make way onto them, and siege engines can't be either placed or deployed on them. That, as much as it should never have been a thing.
I think siege engines can be, can't they?
No.
It's only infantry and cavalry that can't.
No, siege engines can't be deployed on them.
Oh, can't they? Is that in the siege engine rules?
It's in there somewhere, yeah.
Objects such as a siege engine can never be placed, they're overlapping it. Yeah, sorry, it's a separate bit.
That makes me happy.
Yeah.
Because working really hard to get to an objective for people to just make way and back away onto it's just immensely frustrating.
I agree with that.
Sentries, nobody cares. Passengers, there's a couple of models where passengers is a really interesting rule now.
They're in the game now, aren't they?
Yeah, so dismounting into combat is not a thing. can't remember which way around it is. It's either not a thing for the passenger and it is for the rider, or it's not for the rider and it is for the passenger. But only one can dismount into combat, in theory.
Right.
So, siege engines. Sorry, mate. Do you want me to whiz the chat before we do siege engines? Because I'm conscious we're getting close to the end.
I think we just finish it now because only a couple of sections. Yeah.
Okay.
So siege engines, like obviously, there's changes different ways. Different ones have had good things, but the main thing now is that they can't shoot any direction. They need to be facing a direction. You have to pivot them if you want to, and then if you do pivot them, you get -1. And some of them can't be pivoted.
Yep.
Is that the trebuchet?
Yep.
Any others?
I don't think so, mate. Maybe the troll. Can the troll pivot?
You think a catapult on wheels would be able to, wouldn't it? I hope. But that just seems like a massive disadvantage. But maybe it's a good disadvantage. I don't know.
I mean, a 45-degree arc of fire is not a big arc of fire.
I mean, you stick it in the corner of the board, right? So it's got the best possible chance.
So I was going to ask you about a siege engine right at the beginning.
Trebuchet, static.
The Iron Hills Ballista.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a really obvious problem with the Iron Hills Ballista straight away, in that it has to be taken in Iron Hills. And in Iron Hills, you have to have Dane.
The catapult is not static, by the way. Not static.
It's not static. So in Iron Hills, if you wanted to take the Ballista, which I think is a really nice model, so there's got to be a game at one point where I get one on the table.
Mm-hmm.
You'd only ever have one, just because points would never allow for you to have more than that. But the model itself, so the Iron Hills Ballista is modelled where 2 models are on the Ballista, like loading it.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 stood off it.
Yeah.
What do they live on the base like through the game? Does anyone care?
In the past, the way people used to suggest you do it was that you had 2 spare bases because they were all chargeable crew members. So you either modelled 2 new crew guys or had 2 Iron Hills dwarfs, or you had 2 bases that touched the thing.
Weird, isn't it?
They should be on the ground chargeable.
Interesting.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. I'm hearing the Wind Lance is doing very good things again in the fight against monsters. So maybe there's a balance. We're seeing Dale and monsters flying to the top, which I'm sure you're a fan of.
I am indeed, mate. Hatred Dragon on Dale made me happy.
Do you know?
And it's never going to fucking come up. But equally, of all the peoples of Middle Earth that are good at killing dragons, I'd argue Dale is shit at it.
Well, it's interesting. I'm going to say a similar thing, but not about how good they are. I think they're probably the people who should hate dragons the least. They have no issue with dragons for the whole of their life, the whole of their city's existence.
Yeah.
And until the last 5 minutes. Like, do you know what I mean? They're like, why? Most of them didn't have the time. Do you think they really developed that sense of hatred just before the firestorm?
Well, what was the Wind Lance for? They invented the Wind Lance to kill dragons,
it's
right?
True. I don't know, maybe. And obviously, your post your reformed Dale, they could hate dragons. It just sort of tickles me that, like, they're all fine with dragons, and then as he flies over, they all become, dragon, fucking burn in my city, like. But yeah, it's. What is the ancient enemies and the hatred Mordor and the hatred Gondor for the centuries of warfare they've had warring against each other? Dale, 5 minutes before Smaug turns out, I go, dragons? Yeah, I made a kite, mate. It's fine.
Yeah, never heard of them, mate.
Love them. Great things.
I think Girion losing his bow was rough.
Mm.
Dale. That was an interesting change. So he's really good at shooting a wind lance, but doesn't fancy shooting a bow. He thinks, it's all right, mate. Take this 50
unlike
point.
Bard,
I'll take
who's really good at shooting a bird, doesn't fancy shooting a windlass.
Well, Bard's even more irritating, because if you take him as in the Survivors of Lake Town, he can't have a bow.
Yeah.
He's got 4 or 5 rules, special rules, that are all tailored around shooting and a really good shoot value, and he can't have a bow. I mean, he gets Mighty Hero, right? So let's not feel too sorry for Bard and the Bard players out there on one of them. But Sieges, I made a joke about it earlier. if I was to tell you two things about sieges, do not fight people on stairs where you think you're going to lose, because you'll back away, you'll roll a one, 2, or a 3, you'll fall over, you'll be prone, and they'll kill you. Do not fight on ladders, because if you lose the fight on a 1, 2, or a 3, you'll fall down the ladders and they'll kill you. Other than that,
you'd be awful at like directing a siege. Right, guys, don't fight on ladders and don't fight on stairs. How are we getting in? Well, that's not really.
Have you ever played Rome Total War?
I have not.
You should play Rome Total War, because that's exactly how it goes. If you're the attacker of a city and the person defending it can get a decent defence around the gate and their walls where you pop the ladders up, you're buggered. There's a reason in sieges you just camp outside and wait for everybody to starve, because getting in ain't easy. Said Wolf.
And then match play and narrative play.
So narrative play, we've had the joke. I've got a sneaking suspicion that we could get some really cool source books here and supplements. I don't know what they're going to look like, but if they're less list heavy and profile heavy, and they're more about sort of scenarios and ways of using your minis, then that could be cool.
Yeah.
But it might mean that there's a different audience for them.
Yeah.
I don't know how much appetite they're going to have to introduce new armies and new ways of playing and new models through the supplements like they did before.
Yeah.
Who knows? But then matched play.
General gets dominant 3.
Yeah, general with dominant 3 is cool.
We have generals instead of leaders.
The last stand rule stays. So if you've got a hero or legend who's your general, that's
Don't
really
like
good.
that.
They've got those two.
I haven't liked that for the last 6 years. Stupid. It again breaks the end of the game.
It does. I've mentioned objective markers, which is one of the big ones that I really like, in that they can't be just blocked. I'll tell you what I don't like, mate. I can't think of a way in my mind to rationalise it. I think the banner VPs are rubbish.
Yeah, I've never liked banner VPs for any scenarios. I've never liked it. And I mean this in the old edition. Forget now that less people have banners. I've never understood why it's the only element of the game. I've said this so many times over the years. I used to talk about this on the Planter. It's the only element of the game where you have an advantage based on the things you put in your army list. I used to joke about camels. It's like get 2 VPs if you've got any camels in your army at the end.
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
Well, I mean, now to the death, we've almost got a situation where not only have we made it less possible for certain armies to get a banner. I mean, there are only 3 banners in the entire Hobbit supplement.
Yeah.
You've got scenarios like to the death where even starting the game with a banner, even if your opponent kills it, you still get 2 victory points.
Do you? That's good.
Yeah.
What, just because you had one that they killed?
Is it that one? There's one of them, right, where... Here we go. You score to the death. It's the 3rd bullet. You score 2 victory points if your opponent has no banners remaining at the end of the game. If they didn't have a banner to start with, you automatically score this. So into the death, me and you are playing a game. You're a gamey bugger, so you've got a banner, and I'm all about the theme, so I've taken an army without one. And
no, that means you have to kill them. That means if you start without it, I get 2 VPs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, sorry, not you don't get 2 VP. You don't get 2 VPs for having a banner. You get 2 VPs for killing your opponents, and if they start without it, I don't start with 2. You start at -2. It's that.
Yeah.
So
you get 2 VPs because I didn't start the game with a banner and you did.
Yes. Yeah.
So you're winning 2-0, turn 1, because you turned up with a banner. How are you going to approach that game?
I don't have to turn up with a banner to get it, do I? It's just if you don't have one at the end.
No, if you didn't have a banner to start with, if they didn't have a banner to start with, you automatically score it.
So that's you, but it has no bearing on whether or not I have a banner.
Yes, if you don't have a banner, we both get it.
Yeah.
But if you have a banner and I don't come to the game with one,
then I'm going to get the next VP as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is rubbish.
I don't get it. I don't get why we've not just got rid of it.
No. Why didn't me and you get rid of it, though? It doesn't make sense.
Why did we delete it from the game, mate, before they released it?
No, I've never liked it.
I think Destroy the Suppliers has also got banner VPs in there that are weird.
I just think you're going to have to... If you care about winning, and the great thing is, the wonderful thing is none of this stuff affects me. It genuinely doesn't, because I just don't care about winning in any tournament. But you would just have to have a way of dealing with monsters, and you'll have to have banners. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's no way around it, which then instantly will take out whole factions.
Yeah. My thoughts, I'm going to try this year. I'm going to run one of our events later in the year once the meta's settled and we've had an FAQ to sort of tidy up some of the weird stuff. Mettled. I'm going to run an event with no banner VPs, I think. Just rebalance the points out and see what happens.
Did we get through all 5 of yours? Did we find them all?
We did, mate. So my sort of changes that excited me.
Mm-hmm.
The priority one, but it was obvious.
Yeah.
The spear supports no longer giving you a control zone. That means you can't charge into front rank models.
Sure. So fixing,
but that felt
yeah.
Fixing stupid stuff.
Yeah.
I personally like the removal of special strikes. I just think they slow the game down.
It's fine to be wrong.
Take that you disagree.
You're allowed to be wrong. It's all right. Don't worry.
I liked the introduction of a war beast, a beast, unit type that couldn't pick up objectives or carry stuff like war gear. I like the introduction of elite, albeit it doesn't feel particularly elite or restricted, but I like the principle of it. You can't reduce dice rolls with might.
Yeah. Barge
is really cool. War beasts are awesome. And chariots in brackets.
It was about 10.
Mithril, it's about 15, yeah. Mithril armor, I'm not done by the way. Mithril armor I loved.
Sure.
The removal of channeled versions of spells and just making channel work. And 25 mil objectives. That is a solid 5.
That's a great 5. That's a great list of 5. So you've heard 4 of mine. So the first one was the new book, like reading the book, re-familiarising myself with all the rules.
So just to be clear, I'm getting grief about the fact that I picked 7 out of 5 things that I liked, and one of yours is the fucking entire book. Let's just talk about the situation.
You haven't heard number 5 yet. Number 5 will blow your mind.
Entire categories, right?
Yeah, and then I went the changes to heroics, 3 of them or 4 of them.
Yeah,
the buffs to monsters, very specifically Blood and Glory, because I wanted to dial in. And my 5th one, which I've not yet revealed, you're going to like this because it's bigger than the book. I am going to say possibly my first favourite thing about there being a new edition of the game is all the new profiles and all the new army lists. The fact that there is a new IP for the game. The fact that the game... So we have War of the Rohirrim. And I know they're in army lists, but the fact that this film has come along, which is clearly in some way, who knows, chicken and egg, was there a new edition coming? Would it have been based around The Last Alliance? God knows. But the fact that this box is here because of this supplement, and we have plastic warriors for the first time ever, first time since the Mirkwood Rangers in 2013. We have the new rule book, we have the new rules. So I get this a bit of a cheeky answer, but I also thought we held this up at the start of the stream, and as we near the end of the stream, it was nice to come back to the box and say one of my favourite things about the new rulebook is War of the Rohirrim, essentially. And I'm all for that, and I love the film, and I'm being stuck into this box for this year. Me and this box are going to have a nice time this year.
I love that, mate. I think to echo that sentiment, you mentioned like chicken and egg. Was it planned or was it enforced or encouraged? I think if you were to actually guess which one of those you thought it was, I don't think it necessarily means all that much. But I think the fact that so much other stuff happens within the game, and we hear little rumours and you hear snippets of what might be going on, and nobody was talking about a new edition until the day at Ardacon when they said, by the way, guys, we're going to give you a new edition. Like, it just came out of nowhere. the fact that they said that they've done it in half the time, I think Rob was quite open with that, wasn't he? On the GBHL,
Yeah, he said
they've done it
half
quick.
the time. Yeah.
Suggests it might have been something that was encouraged by New Line rather than something that they were planning to do. I thought the old game, for what it's worth, was kind of where it needed to be. I just think we needed some new scenarios and ways of playing.
Yeah.
We've got a new edition instead, and I think that's kind of delivering a similar thing. But yeah, it's nice to see everything having been looked at differently. You've got a lot of models that are familiar with very different ways of being played. That's cool.
I think like there was probably like it was 6 years old, wasn't it? The edition, so it was like they must have been thinking about the new edition, but maybe not thinking about War of the Rohirrim, I reckon. And then when that whatever deal that was, whatever license that was to get it, they were like, well, if we're doing it, we're having a new box set, so there's the new edition. So now whatever you've been thinking about the new edition, make it happen now for this. I reckon maybe. So we have done that. It has been marvellous, and now we need to do the incredibly quick and short process of running through the Facebook chat. So if I set that up, Dale, while you find out the last batch of comments from our 36 wonderful people who are still with us.
Thank you for staying with us, guys. That's amazing.
Absolutely. I think you're into... Oh, there's quite a lot.
You want me to do the comments you get the Facebook?
Yeah, I'm trying to find where we were.
Yep. I think I can find it. Set the floor on fire. Yes, Damien, for Urkers. Big loss of Gundabad. Set the floor on... Here we go. Larry Miller.
Yeah.
It's what I wanted to know if it would be free, the film.
Yeah, he's talking about War of the Rohirrim.
I miss Filthy Damien. Yeah. He's still Filthy Damien.
He knew what he was doing, I think.
He just gets dressed in silly outfits, dressed like a firework or the sun or any of that stuff, and lulls you into a full sense of security. But let me tell you, the last time I played Damien, I played into his Numenor with Ents, and he took me up right tidy with a hot cup of cocoa within about 3 turns, and I had no chance. He battered me.
Didn't I change the...
Pulling that face, he's pulling now.
Didn't I change the
Using
scenario?
Rivendell dice, by the way.
What? I did not use Rivendell dice, how dare you?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Sorry, was that the Last Alliance?
Yeah.
Aren't you confusing? You had Dunland, didn't you?
No, you did me proper with my Ents. You see, and you sat there, and this is the Filthy Damien, right? This is what I'm really talking about. You sat there and you went... You'd look down at the table and you looked up at me with that sort of slow blink that David Brent does, and you gave it the... You know this is a bad scenario for you, don't you? Yeah, Damien, I do. Thanks for that, mate.
But I picked it, didn't I?
You did pick
That's
it.
the bit I don't think you
scenario.
mentioned. Well, I saw it was Contest of Champions, and you had Thryden, and I had Elendil.
Yeah, you played my Ents and you played my Dunland, and you pumped me in both games.
But Sophie had rolled a scenario for when I was going to play your Dunland, and I said, no, that one will be dull. Let's do Contest of Champions. And then I played you when I had Elendil. And I was like, yeah, I did this.
So Larry Miller, I miss Filthy Damien. Case in point. Larry Miller, that was a really long one. I am pleased. I'm glad that Pikes now have a bonus against Cav. So we're getting into the meaningful stuff here. That's Sam. Mm-hmm. I agree. I think Spears should always be good against charging Cav, frankly. I think the Knights of Dale were a sort of glimmer of what that could look like. Joe, I really don't like how big banner VPs are now. We've gone into that. I agree with you, mate. I'll die on that hill with you. I think banner VPs in general suck. Larry, I don't like agreeing with Damien. Nobody does. Frederick Schultz was never a big fan of special strikes. Agree, slowed games. Was a nice idea for named heroes, narrative scenarios of battle companies, but not generic warriors in mass games. I think my thing on that is special strikes work beautifully when you've got 2 very experienced players across from one another who just go through the motions and they assume each other's activity based on what makes the most sense for them in that moment. When you've got players that aren't as experienced but really want to try and do the right thing in the game, it used to slow it to a crawl. And I'm fairly mediocre, so I would spend most of my time playing players of that level, and it was hard work at times.
Yeah, but if you're that slow at that, you must find that that's not fair to just label that at SBG. You must find that everything in life is slow. That you just, because
I'm rubbish.
Yeah, like reading a book must take you longer, crossing the road, that sort of thing. Like if you are just thicker as a person. Then... So
get good kid is your feedback.
Oh, get smart kid.
Get smart kid. I like that. I like that. Sam, like... two added weapons used to be a case of if I'm out of spears, shields, and have points spare. Yeah, it did. I think a sprinkle of them now is as equally valid as it was before. It's just that now they won't all die like flies when you roll a 4 high. Frederick Schultz, big change. All two-handers go swoosh now on a 6. Yeah, it's cool. Larry Miller, I am glad they chose to change it by not making any examples. By not making any examples are outright saying it. Glad they chose to change it by not making any examples are outright saying it. Cool, me too, mate.
Oh no, he's talking about spears, right? So he's saying he's being sassy, and he's saying I'm glad that they chose to change the spear rule to allow you to have 500 spears
people to support it
by not giving any examples of it and by not saying it.
That's a good point.
Do you see what I mean? He's saying obviously they haven't changed
There's
it.
no mention of it.
Yeah. There's no examples where you have that. I remember we've chatted about that before, and he's quite right. There's no examples in the rule book where a model has multiple spear supports, which there obviously would be.
That would have been far too messy, quite right. Sam, to be fair, Frederick, I'd generally be saying all my guys are piercing, striking, and it just sped the game up. That's kind of what I was saying before. If you're in that position with the other player that you can do that, fine. But if they're not that confident or don't really understand what all of that means across the combats, it slows down. Joe, as things stand, if your army does not have access to a banner and your opponent does, 1 in 6 of the time you start 2-0 down, and 2 in 6 of the time you start 4-0 down. That was the revelation.
How do you start 4-0 down? Is that the same? But
Damien,
is it that same one? But it's 4 VPs instead of 2.
Well, you start 4-0 down because your opponent's got a banner, so they get points for that, and they get points for the fact that you didn't bring one.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah,
it's rubbish. Sam, it's just a shame that Dwarf Rangers don't exist at the minute. Yeah, agreed. But the fact that they'll be usable, I think, when they do come back is nice. Larry, I'm sad that my Rohan list I'm finally planning to get around to will have less than half the number of spears I was hoping for.
that's a Theoden quote.
Of course it is. Jack, yeah, as an Army of Thrall player, the throwing weapon nerf hurt a lot. Yeah, it's rough. When you've gone to the effort of painting the 18 Grimhammers, as I know you have, mate, like Damien has and several others, they're also bloody beautiful models.
Yeah, they are. They're really nice.
It's nice to see them. And I just don't think you'll see Thrall or his army often, if at all. Larry, I always thought that's what a drum should do. Agreed, mate. Stacking drums and marches was silly. Joe, I expect that to change when the match play guide comes out, as at the very least it will probably water down the percentage of scenarios that have banner VPs, but at the moment it feels massive. Yeah, agreed. Stops Rend, it's awesome. I think that's Mithril, I think he's agreeing. Warhorn is an amazing change, more utility and theme in game, great stuff, makes it feel like it's a real thing on the battlefield. I'd echo that. And Warhorn is a change I really like, that'll be taken much more often. Agree, Joe. The banner VP in the 6 scenarios, this is Jack, we have means we won't see a lot of armies until the new match play guide comes out, which is a shame. Yeah, I even think after that, I think depending on how the scenarios are pulled together, if you have a situation like the last edition where you've got a scenario that rewards banner VPs in most of the pools, that means in most of the pools you've got a 1 in 3 chance of nabbing a banner VP scenario which scuppers you. Yeah. And the more often that happens, the more likely it is you're going to get one. I just think they've got to go. I just think they can't do it now, but I just think they needed to go. They really needed to go. They don't add to the game. They just encourage I'm winning 2-0. I'm going to stand here with all my bows and watch you walk across the table until you're either dead or I win.
And Sorcerer's Blast, not Blast. Sorcerer's Blast used to be like killing banners. You blast the guy into it so it can be passed on. And so that's another
Yep.
nerf to people.
Hurl is good into a banner, but you've got to get to the bugger first. Sam, I played against Sauron last night. By the end in whole ground, I had 11 guys in the middle to just him. Sounds like I'm complete mauling, but he had dominant 10, so it was squeaky. Yeah, that's big. I mean, Paul Kelly and I took Sauron to Warhammer World Doubles. It won't have been last year. It'll have been the year before, I think. What was the year you and Adam won doubles, Throne of Skulls doubles, mate?
23.
Year before last.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Sauron didn't have dominant or any of the other stuff then, but he was absolutely horrendous to try and deal with. I can imagine now where he counts as 10 models on objectives and all of the other buffs to brutal power attacks and monsters. He would be a nightmare.
But Sam said he won, right?
Yeah, he
So
won
that's
11
cool.
to 10.
That's, you know what I mean? It's like that's good. It's like,
Yeah.
it was really, really close, but he still was able to beat him.
Yeah. And Sauron should have you sweating if
Yeah,
you're
of course
against
he
him in the
should. Of
game.
course he should.
I think it's getting that balance right is going to be almost impossible most of the time. Frederick, fun fact: in the past, the German translations called armor light armor. If they ever do translations again, that could get confusing for veteran German players.
Ah.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? So if you've got armor in your profile, it would make you +1 defense. In the German translation, it would say light armor, which you would read as getting another +1 defense. They'll have to
God
be
almighty.
careful with that.
That's got
Or
a
I am
Larry
not-
comment written all over it.
I
The
am
light
not
armor,
playing
the light armor.
any Germans with German rule books. Filth. Joe, I agree with Dale on the One Ring. Thanks, mate. I think, yeah, you've said something below there, which kind of I think I lent into with that. I'm totally accepting that I don't like it because it affects stuff I play. But Joe's said there, Damien, that it's because he played Breaking a lot and he's salty about the nerfs. I think it's hard when you see the stuff that you played and you really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I think that's the sort of.
It's weird to lose the
pulls at
banner.
the heartstrings.
Breaking lost the banner, right? I thought that was odd because I thought that was a very,
Yeah,
very
and then
good
they
rule
gave
for
them elves, which brings a banner.
Yeah, but it's not, is it?
No,
You have to
it's rubbish.
if you're not going to take the banner if you want to play real Breaking the Fellowship.
Frederick, yeah, at the beginning, the Groudn is lower. I believe it is. The ground. He's talking about Helm's Deep here. I believe at the level of the ground is lower. I believe it is at the level of two towers at the end of the siege. So the valley or deep was filled with more rubble and debris over time. Okay, so Frederick reckons it's part of the siege of Helm's Deep the first time that's filled the ground in. I can see a bit of that, I think. But they're a long time, aren't they?
Lot to fill in 200 years.
Yeah. Frederick, when I first saw the image online, I thought maybe the siege would cause an avalanche in the film. Chris Webster, it was meant to be a visual aid to show that the War of the Rohirrim was at a different time to the other War of the Ring.
I get that, but like paint it pink or something.
Yeah,
make it look
I mean,
different.
that would have looked good, yeah.
Make it look different. It could have happened in 200 years. I just don't know what's going to happen there in 200 years. And what is the drain doing in that version? That's halfway up a wall. What's it doing?
Nothing.
Unless, as I said, on the other side it's that height. I don't know.
It's doing nothing when it's on the floor. You can see that because it's all flooded. It's obviously blocked somewhere, isn't it? You know what I mean? They've had a nightmare with the
drain maintenance.
They've had a nightmare with the drainage at Helm's Deep, mate, because it is flooded.
Yeah.
Even at ground level. Jack Buckler, Core Winds being able to blow models out of combat is a nifty tool now. Played against it the other day, which caught me off guard. Yes, I think moving your opponent's stuff around and creating gaps for you to put your other stuff into is always good fun. Joe, I really like the idea of foil magic. I think for exhaustion spells, it's cool. Yeah, it's really cool. It's a paralyzed counter as you go on to, Joe. Larry, ironically, General Hunter is a less general version of Blood and Glory. Joe Holzman, the fate save on Horse Lord is great. Frederick, aren't fearful and timid the same rule? That's a good question. I hate that. I hate when they use the same thing for the same thing and they should have just had one.
Timid's on a mount, isn't it? Timid's for cavalry.
Is it for cavalry, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, his point's still valid, though. That is duplication for the sake of it, right? Let's have a look. Fearful. If a model with a special rule wishes to charge, then it must take a courage test at the start of its move. If the test is failed, the model may not move that turn, but may otherwise act normally. Timid. If a mount has this special rule, so let's forget that bit. Every time it wishes to charge an enemy model, it must take a courage test. It may use the rider's courage value. Oh, okay, yeah, so you would, wouldn't you?
You can ignore that bit as well if you want.
I mean, yeah, we'll ignore that bit of the rule. I don't like that. That doesn't align with my agenda.
Ignore all the different bits until it's the same.
remember you picked one of your 5 things was the entire book, mate. Let's not get too carried away. Book may never benefit from special rules or magical. Yeah, it's a completely different rule. I was right there with you then, Frederick, but it turns out they're different rules, mate. I was so desperate to say you were right then. I was right in there. I was disregarding sentences from the rule and everything. Larry, I was going to say that it would be funny if they add some models that makes Fog of Disarray really strong.
What, intelligence?
Remind me what
models?
that does.
It's the one that -1 to intelligence tests.
Oh, yeah. I mean, imagine a world where Heirlooms of Ages Past has got 15 objectives and you have to pick them all up to get the points, and they're all within a 3-inch bubble of each other. That might be a bloody good rule if you were playing against cave trolls.
Match play guide to come.
But who knows, right? Who knows? Joe Holzman, if it being a 5+ in the Kingdom of Rohan list is even better. It genuinely put me off trying to wound heroes' horses. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because horses now, I'm of the opinion that mounts are almost not worth the value in most cases. You're probably better off with a spear support behind you and sort of using the banner reroll as like getting a banner nearby. It's more reliable and less risky. But you've got some heroes that really lean into it to stay on them longer. I'll tell you what else as well. You know is it the Road to Helm's Deep list?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Where the heroes can basically push warriors off their horses and get on them.
Yeah.
Somebody will work out how to make that a really uncomfortable play experience as the opponent, I think.
I think the way to make it an uncomfortable play experience is to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, you killed Aragorn's horse at an expense of 4 might. Oh, shame. I'll have this one.
Yeah. Chris Webster, Harbinger makes me laugh a bit. I would have thought Wraiths would think twice before charging Sauron or the Balrog, for example.
That's what I mean. I don't really get that. I think scary things can be scared of other scary things.
Yeah. I don't know. I quite liked it. Because I think scary things like a troll is a scary thing. And therefore it would be affected by it. But a harbinger of evil, like a wraith is something from the shadow world. I don't know. Would it have the same sense of fear and stuff?
What, the fictional thing from the shadow world?
It's a made-up world, and none of it really matters. Joe Olsman, none of it's real. It really hurt my chances in that game, but it felt really in theme, and that was related to the horse lords stuff. Yeah, getting Rohan off their horses is kind of the story of the entire film from the Rohan perspective. So, Larry, you glossed over the monstrous charge and cavalry charge debate. That's because it isn't really a debate, Larry.
We went back to it. Joke's on you.
Silly. People being silly. Joe, isn't it chariots and potentially war beasts that can stop on top of them?
Yes.
Oh, I hope not.
They can, yeah.
I hope not. That's shit if they can.
That's what I thought about siege engines, but yeah, they can. Chariots and war beasts can absolutely go over objectives.
Oh, why have they done that?
Presumably because otherwise you'd be able to stop the things moving. Like, do you know what I mean? You could probably make a board where they can't move.
Infantry and got me bang to rights. It's the best worst rule change I've ever seen. Quite right, Joe. Larry, I love the objective rule both for getting rid of the standing a model on the objective so you can't get to it thing, and to encourage cool objective markers. Sad it's specified 25 though, as 40mm gave more room to do stuff. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Really. Hopefully though, we get some scenarios where you've got a 40mm marker, because a 40mm marker is recommended for heavy objectives. Heavy items, what are they called? Heavy objectives, right?
Heavy items.
Yeah, they're in as a 40mm. So maybe there's some scenarios with a heavy objective in. That would be cool. Yeah, we'll see. We'll need to try and get my wounded Gandalf and Keely on the table on smaller bases. And Ryan says, going to have to call it there. Thanks for an awesome stream yet again, and well done, Dale. Thank you, Ryan. Very kind, mate. Larry, at least my condom ones are the right size. Sam, malicious compliance, Larry. Fit all the stuff you wanted on your 40mm objectives, crammed into a 25. Cuthers goes to bed in preparation for another tense dice off. Larry then says, I plan to magnetise it so they can be put on the empty bases anytime models get close enough for it to matter. I normally hate hatred, but chuckled at it on Dale. Yeah, hatred dragons, incredible for a race of people that saw a dragon once and then vanished into the history books.
Most of them probably didn't see it.
Yeah, it's warm here, isn't it? Basically, they went from being sat minding their own business to being in Damien's hobby room and then vanished in the cloud of smoke. Smoke alarm didn't even go off. That's how little time they had to react.
Around Dale today, isn't it? Yeah. How do you feel about dragons? Well, still the same. Love them.
Hate them, mate. Horrible.
The end.
Yeah. The list is based on those 5 minutes. True. Very true. You've told me who Fohammer is. I want to say Tim. We guessed him. Erebor dwarves would make more sense to have hatred dragon. It's why they went to Erebor in the first place. Great show. But I mean, Erebor dwarves realistically just need a viable list to play. Larry, I love that, though, as he has no bow in the battle of 5 armies yet for Bard, I agree. Lake Town 2 could justifiably hate dragons. Joe, the whole idea of a siege isn't to get you in. You sit outside and wait for everyone to die. Spot on, mate. Agreed. Tim, I bet Thranduil really hates them. Dragons, I assume.
He's got all melty face, hasn't he?
Yeah. Joe, or alternatively, build a massive wooden horse to hide inside and hope your opponent has a courage value of 10 plus and wheels you inside. I think you'll find, Joe, for that particular example, they would have taken an intelligence test.
Ooh.
Larry, I think they will look like black books with a screen cap from the movies in, gold circle with the ring inscription on it. Joe, and I ballsed up the joke. I, of course, meant intelligence value of 10 plus, like I clearly have. The thing is, though, Joe, it's a brand new rule, mate. We're all learning here, aren't we? That's why we have these wonderful streams when we go through this stuff. Remember, you can't use will on those tests either, mate. Larry, I wouldn't mind the banner VP thing if every list that could have them had their own unique VP method instead. Yeah, you either need the opportunity to score the points or you need a banner, which is kind of the same thing. But you need to be able to score the points. It's as simple as that. Where have I bounced to? Here we go. Tim again, maybe that's why the wall of Helm's Deep got buried as people finally started using correct siege tactics and built a big earthworks to try and get to the top. Josh Crosby, I think camels should give VPs. Yeah, I agree. Larry Miller thinks light shields should give VPs. Tim thinks you should get a VP for each Grimhammer you have left on the board at the end of the game.
I don't think it's any more ridiculous.
Maybe, Dale, you adapt the rules for the orcs in place of banner VPs. Each player chooses a hero on their list submission, and each time they get at least one kill in a turn, roll a d6. On a 6, gain a VP. Is that the orcs and the troll they're referring to there, probably? To a max of whatever's missing from banner VP. Yeah, that's fair. As long as you can score the points. I've not got a massive problem. I just think centering them around a banner, which some armies can take and some can't, just doesn't work. Yeah. Sean Clark, if anything, this made me realise truly how little I knew of the rules. Hot take at the beginning, mate. You'd be amazed, actually, how many people don't read them. Dave, sorry, Damien, gigging again tonight, sorry. Missed the last few streams. He's giggling. Dave's out giggling.
Get all the small things giggling on there, Dave. Make sure it happens.
Hope you guys had fun. Hoping to catch the next one. Larry said that Dwarf Rangers are legacy now. They're not?
I think he's joking because he's doing. You mentioned Dwarf Rangers earlier and how they're going to be in the next book, and he's joking about the fact that everyone's saying anything that's not in the book.
Oh, okay. Armies of Middle Earth. Yeah. Cry. Stephen Ryan, same here. Sean Clark, Larry Miller. I wish Sauron could take a flaming. Yeah, that'd be good. That would be brilliant. Joe, I really dislike the changes to Breaking of the Fellowship. I agree. Sticking the elves in doesn't make sense. They wouldn't have the gifts, right? They wouldn't have the gifts at the point where there's elves, I don't think. It doesn't feel like it really fits the theme now. Either you should get the gift. You've said the thing. I've got to stop reading more comments than the one I'm dealing with. You shouldn't get the gift, so you should get the elves. It feels like two separate lists they're forced into one. Spot on, mate. Sam, would he be 20 then, Larry, or would he be 2 instead? Good question. Larry, the walls have just sunk. Have they? I feel like you're on the wind-up again there. Might be something to do with the floods. Yes, paint it pink. Frederick, no, Larry. I assume the ground behind it is just higher. Joe, I'll still enjoy playing it, but I think it was pretty much perfect before. Now it's different. Timid can't be negated by fearless. Fearful can. Ah. That's interesting, mate. Good call. Timid is different as you can't auto pass it. Oh, there we go. They're all waving in. My absolute favourite thing of the new edition is the buffs to build a pony. Yeah, they are pretty good. Banners everyone in the Fellowship now, don't you? Not just hobbits. That's cool. Including and not limited to in both being fearless and fearful as long as Frodo is alive. That's countered somewhat by them having to end their movement in order to take the horse. I'm happy for you to keep kicking warriors off horses if it stops Aragorn ever charging me. Yeah, that's a fair job. Larry, though I guess evil things wouldn't be bothered by things harbinging evil as they like evil. Well, yeah. Steinar Carlson, hello all. I hope everyone's backlog hasn't suffered too much from all the War of the Rohirrim releases. I think they have, mate, but it's all good energy. Joe, they have to move though, so it's not as bad. They can stop on objectives, but they can't elect to stay there forever. Yeah, they have to. Yeah, you're right. They can't just camp out on it because they've got to move. Yeah, but as we were saying earlier with chariots, just thinking about that, does a chariot have to move its full move? Because if it doesn't, it just... Well, you could just pivot it 180 degrees. Is that still counted as a full move? That's got to be got rid of. You can't still be able to camp models on objectives. It's rubbish. Or I'm going to take chariots to my next event. Sam, doesn't Harbinger have variable ranges now? It does. Maybe saying that models with Harbinger ranges is equal to or greater than their opponents aren't afraid of each other. I think that's a good call. Larry, you could hide all your warriors behind the objective and the mummock could do nothing. Yeah, they do need to be able to move over it, but they need to have to move off it. Unless I made it up. Chris Webster, I think Warbeasts and Chariots can stop on them because they can't just sit there for the rest of the game. They will have to move in the following turn. That's spot on, unless the full pivot means that they've done a full move and they just keep pivoting 180 degrees throughout the rest of the game, which is rubbish. But as we've mentioned already today, there are parts of the game where people will just do that stuff to get the win. Larry, that was because you weren't sure what source books would look like. Sam Brand say they count as 2 models. Presumably both of those models would be dominant 10. Josh Crosby, why not just give every army access to camels?
Stop commenting. Good
no more
God.
Comments.
Amazing job. There's 32 people still watching. At 2 in the bloody morning.
Love it.
You're all amazing. Wonderful, wonderful people. Right, we're going to go to the Facebook chat.
Oh, God.
Just not...
Is it busy?
Not the briefest part of the stream. Right. I'm going to dive in. We're going to do this as quick as possible, which will not be quick. Joe Holzman is in. War of the Rohirrim. It has been a monster. We're going to be the longest stream we've ever done. Congrats, Dale. You're taking the title.
Cool.
It turns out maybe we needed Steve here. I think since Steve left, we've had like 3 or 4 of the longest streams ever. Like, he was controlling the insanity. Who knew?
Yeah.
Well, Joe is getting stuck in.
Just wouldn't suffer it, mate. He just would not suffer it.
He's working on the Rohan Heroes. He built the Princes. He got some How Does Else work on. Good work, Joe. Scott Newman, he's going to get some primer down on these houses tonight. So you said yes to houses, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Scott Newman is in. Thank God it's the weekend, man. And we've got, it's got a Toblerone that's looking good. A fine Galaxy salted caramel cake thing.
Do you find salted caramels a bit of a gimmick?
Yes, if I'm honest, I quite like it, but I could do without it.
I think it's just caramel.
You think it's a trick?
Yeah.
Oh, hello. What? Scott Newman is in it for Stick.
No, he isn't.
So what? So you need to. Do you need to review? He's painted it like a BSIME one, man.
That looks wicked.
This is a black. Look at this with his two flexing black
That's
BSIME
tight.
dice.
I've got it on the screen now. That is tidy, mate.
So, what do you want? Are we doing this as just a draw for anyone who paint? I think we should do it as a draw because then you won't have to compare them. But it's up to you. It's your thing.
Let's do a draw.
Okay.
Let's do a draw.
So we'll have a separate. Row.
So we've got one.
Anyone.
We've got one so far.
Mm-hmm. Good work, Scott. Can't believe someone painted that thing. Oh, amazing. I love you people so much. Michael Curtis. Early days on Haleth. Haleth is in. Early signs are people are enjoying this new box. Lovely stuff, my friend. Rohan the Old World, says Frederick, because of the square bases. Mark Stone is building more of his box. Look at those go.
They look brilliant, don't they?
Yeah, they are really nice.
The shields, in particular, on the new Rohan.
We've got some nice dice there, haven't they?
Oh, nice dice. Where'd you get those from?
I think a nice man.
That must be the prize for blowing glitter on your friend's face.
Yeah, did I tell you he left his keys here?
What do you mean?
So when he went back from Friend's Skulls, he left his keys in a coat pocket. So I posted them back to him. And so that there was a bit of a treat in it, I put 3 dice in it, and then I filled the envelope with glitter.
Oh. What, so he flew home or got a ferry home?
He flew home. And when it arrived, he sent me a message going, I haven't even opened this, and it is shedding glitter.
You are a bad friend, man.
Oh, I don't know if that's true.
You suck.
Frederick Schultz, have an exquisite selection of snacks, chocolates and salami sticks at hand. I'll be assembling, kit bashing, converting and retrofitting Dunlendings, both old and new, looking to merge past and present ranges into a uniformly chaotic aesthetic. Of course you are, classic Fred. Look at that. Look at that spread. Oh.
That's a proper spread, isn't it, that? Have we got any updates in the... Of course we have. My God. Might need a bit of work to blend the different types of shafts, but otherwise finished. I'll tell you what, mate, there ain't many areas of the internet that at 2 a.m. you can hear that statement. Or maybe there are.
It's really good, man. Only shafts.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 spear with alternate spear tips.
He's got a bloke here with 1 leg. I swear.
It's probably because he can't figure out how to put the other bit in.
Yeah, that's got to be... That's got to be... Wildman number 5, isn't it?
5. Doing proper research for conversions with Visual Companion, I believe that is. No, it's not. That's not. That's the... I think that might be the Wetter book or a... That's a 2 Towers Visual Companion, I think.
Yeah.
Can you see that massive axe? Pretty big axe. He's got loads in it. Added a Morannon spear and Hill Tribesman head to a previously converted Wildman. Looks good, man.
Yeah.
He's such a... I don't think I've ever seen Frederick paint a model. But he converts all sorts.
Loves the conversion.
Incredible work, man. Josh Crosby is in. Oh, there he is. 5 dice Crosby. Prioritising the guys I need for scenario 1 when added to my collection. 72 Wildmen to paint in total. This will be a war of attrition.
There's another one-legged Wildman there.
Yeah. Lovely stickers. Can I hide all of those? That might... No, I can't. Stupid Facebook. Tim Garlick. I'll hopefully join you guys online later. He did. Currently working through building the set. And after 4 days... I have only 12 Rohan warriors and 4 hillmen assembled. This is the way, my friend. I'm on to my second spree, you know. Got my 4 archers done. I got one guy done. So I've assembled 5 tonight.
Mate, I'll tell you what, that's good going, isn't it?
That's the one
Considering
an
we
hour.
started at 8 o'clock.
Mark, look at Mark's spread. It's just incredible. Love Mark's house.
I love that he's added terrain to his table.
Right,
as we know, every table should have a minimum of a 3rd terrain on it.
Look at that bun. Look at the neatness of the brush placement.
Yeah.
Finding it hard to keep motivated, but the stream is going to see me through. Thank you, my friend. Lovely to hear. Oh, he's got some replies. Jacob says the trees look perfect. Hope you live up to your last name. What did you use for the foliage? I cheated with the trees and can only take credit for the basis. So he's bought these trees. They do look nice. They do look good. Sam Page is in working on Helm, Hammerhand, and some other Rohan heroes. So
Sam's working on Harmer Hammerhand, which has just made me realise that
Hammerhand.
Harmer's surname is Hammerhand, which is really weird.
I think it's a surname.
Yeah, but no. Before you get too carried away laughing,
No.
imagine if your name was Hammerhand.
But it's not. That's what I mean.
It's got to be his name, innit? Is that not his name?
It's not his surname. It's like a moniker, isn't it?
Oh, fuck, of course, yeah. I'm talking nonsense. It's 2
His
o'clock.
surname was Hammerhand.
You know when you know it's 2 o'clock is when you think that Helm Hammerhand's surname is Hammerhand. Jesus Christ. What is his surname then? There's a bonus
Stevenson.
point. That'll get you in.
Yeah, Stevenson. You imagine when he was born, he was like, what should we call him? Helm. Oh, that's lovely, Mr. and Mrs. Hammerhand. And then, like, a few years later, he punches someone to death. And I go, oh, that's handy. just like we named him.
But then you've called your son Hammer.
Well, they didn't.
No, but Helm has.
Yeah,
There's a question. Was Helm Hammerhand?
Wasn't he
Helm
Hammerhand because he
Hammerhand.
punched Frecker? Isn't that where it came from?
I don't know. Or was it? But so if he wasn't, that would mean that he was Helm Hammerhand when he called his son Hammer, which is fucking
What we've
weird.
got time for to the appendices.
Yeah, let's look into that, mate. Just pull the appendices up and have a little look.
Sure.
There's got to be a family tree, isn't there? Tolkien loves a family tree. There's got to be a family tree somewhere where we can work out what his surname is.
Mr. and Mrs. Hammerhand.
And that is way more important than going to bed at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Absolutely. Oh, that really, really tickled me. It's Freyalaf coming out. 4 years later, Rohirrim, Helm's daughter, son of Wolf, then Frecker was in a rye. He punches him to death. Of Helm Hammerhand. But Helm said, Helm, I mean, it doesn't, in here, it doesn't, I don't think it says. Helm and his sons Haleth and Harmer perished. Freyalaf, Helm's sister son, became king. I don't think they've got the line in here. I can't see a family tree, and he's just called Helm Hammerhand.
So Harmer doesn't have a surname.
Not that I can see in here.
I mean,
But
that would
I mean,
suggest that
to
his
be
surname
honest,
is Hammerhand.
before the kind of, historians get on me, I don't think any of them have surnames.
No, they don't.
You know what I mean? I don't think they. This one's going to blow your mind. I don't think Ael's surname was Young. But it's like Ael the Young, Brago.
Oh God, yeah, you're right.
Aldor the Old,
That doesn't
Freya.
exist here.
He was trying to get on with Ashley Young last night. It was Ael, Ashley, and Tyler. I'm hoping they'd all play.
Freyalaf's got a surname. Do you want to know what it is?
It's
Hilderson,
Hilderson, isn't it?
Do you know how he got that?
Because he had a son that was a hill.
Because he was Hilda's son.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's where it comes from. Oh,
Okay.
That tickled me.
That stands to reason that Hammer Hammerhand is a real thing. Have that. Sam Page, mate, dropping knowledge in the chat at 2 a.m. Although that was 5 hours ago now, mate. We've got to rattle through this. It's getting out of hand.
Matt Fremantle.
Yeah.
Welcome to some
Do
lovely
blame.
houses. Love to see it. Well, Matt.
Yeah. Sean Clark, that is not a model from the Rohan box.
Hang on, I haven't got Doublé yet. Doublé, that is, isn't it? Lovely Moles paint, well worth the stress of build. Shouldn't have to be stressful. Shouldn't be stressful. Michael and Doublé. Oh, mercy. Yeah, Sean Clark. What is that a picture of? Is that, oh, it's you? Is that, oh, that's the party hat
That's
picture,
the
is it?
dice. That's the dice picture.
I don't know what everyone's upset about. It's just you in a party hat. What's the big deal?
Yeah.
I don't look like anything else. Patrick Peter working on Harmer along with some of the other warriors of Rohan. He's got a little update here. Looking, oh, he looks good, doesn't he? I don't recognise Patrick Peter. Is that?
Love that cloak.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
looks
lovely,
awesome.
it's a lovely bright paint style. That.
Is that a username in the chat, or maybe someone just saw it on the GBHL? Not sure. Larry Miller is in.
Yeah.
There's his ruler. So he's working on his ruler. I think. Are we allowing that? He was very keen.
Yeah.
As of yet, he hasn't done anything. But that's the kind of classic rule, isn't it? They just have to be working on it.
Yeah.
It's got some mini rolls. Always worth looking. It is. I think he's deliberately covered my face up. Let's not move past that. You'll be disappointed if we don't comment on it.
Should we be sharing the screen here?
Are we not?
No. I mean, and I'm just thinking about this from like a viewer's perspective. I think that could be the most boring 20 minutes of content that's ever existed.
Why am I saying anything?
We are literally just sat here.
I've done it now. I've changed it. I've said it all
Both,
up.
and do you know what the best bit is? What they're going to get is both of us at this distance from the screen while we're squinting, looking at our.
You just said something earlier. I can't see the screen.
I mean, hey, like the bloke who's in control here, you know, the one sharing screens and that.
Incredible work.
We've got it working now, though, haven't we? We've got the screen share on.
Yeah, it's on now.
Cool.
Oh, mercy.
I think we're at Adele.
Yeah, Adele Boscher. Mark and Adele here. The girls and I treated Mark towards her own box set for Christmas. Lovely. We're busy building and painting.
Love that you sat together doing that. That is ace.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's heartwarming.
Yeah,
There he is, busy
ace.
painting, watching the streams. I think that's Mark.
That feels like the kind of situation where you've got the stream on the big TV as well.
It's very nice.
From the first batched out, so Larry just drops back in to rub in the fact that his mug doesn't look like mine. Put it on a hill. Oh, that's a classic, isn't it?
Always full of yellow. Put it on a hill is
What?
a classic.
What is that in there, Damien?
It's not. I mean, I think it's urine.
I mean, it's got that. Yeah.
I don't think it's Picari Sweat because Picari Sweat's clear. So I'm going with urine.
It's Fanta that's flat, or it's the strongest orange squash ever made.
I think it's just neat orange
urine.
squash.
Yeah, it's urine. Of course it is.
Mr. Glamour. Up for the stream tonight. Tough week, but got half a Big Daddy and a cream egg to fix me a sugar high and a sprue for filming. Incredible. He's got a loaf of bread.
Here he is. He's got the ruler as well. Final image. He's got the ruler out.
Is he doing anything with it?
Get some undercoat on that, mate. Let's get you in the Dale Dice competition, the one that really matters.
Is it? We can't just have people taking photos of their rulers. Can we? They have to do something, don't they?
I mean, do you care enough about the dice I'm going to be posting to somebody to challenge it?
He has got paint on it.
I remember
he's got paint on it. So he's done it.
He's got paint on it.
Yeah, he's done it. That's fine.
He's in.
I haven't seen any paint on Larry's. Ruari is in, working on General Targ.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely.
It's a proper horse, that is, isn't it?
Big shy horse, love it. That's what I'd say. It's done the flesh, Chris Webster saved working on the metal trim on this guy for tonight. Here is the update. Oh, wow. That's so good, Chris.
Yes, it is.
Looks amazing.
Lovely.
Such a talented painter.
Mm-hmm.
God, you haven't known pain until you've tried to scroll through when this keeps jumping you back. I'm not going to click on that. That is Larry finding the Moomin Dingsteeny part for us to go to when we finish this. Sam Huddy put together the Sons of Helm for me. Pick for evidence that there's work done so that Dale can't call me a liar.
I wouldn't call you a liar outright. I'd say, of course you did, mate. And I'd suggest that I agree with you, but I'm doubtful. Liam, that clearly looks like you've been building them, mate. Well done.
Liam Smith painting some Rohan warriors tonight. Love these new models. Oh, yeah.
Didn't see Liam in the chat tonight. But good to see he's in the whip thread.
Is that a bibber?
He's sort of Worcester area Liam. Really good TO actually. Liam is runs bloody brilliant events. Really nice dude.
Callum Rutter says, "Stop. Hammer time." Something happened to his arm, or has he got a white arm? What's going on there?
Not really sure, mate. I'll tell you what's really fun, when you click the image and it takes you back to the top every time.
Yeah, I know. This is what we've been talking about for years. It's insanity.
I mean, in Facebook's defence, I bet when they designed this, of all the things they were thinking people would use it for as a purpose, this wasn't it.
Yeah, but that's not. This isn't Zoom. This is just Facebook. Like, if you click on an image and close it, it takes you back to the start. That's ludicrous.
It is ludicrous.
Michael Haskell has the whole box.
There's an image that would fill you with dread. Imagine, mate, making a start on that now at 2:17 and having to do something meaningful with it. Just imagine. There aren't many things I'd rather do less.
You got 4 guys done though.
Well done, mate. That's a cracking achievement.
2-part heads.
What brilliant models they are.
Might be easier for younger, more nimble fingers. I don't think that's it, mate. Getting tired now, so downing tools. Ethan Walker, applying some finishing touches to Harmer and building the rest of the Rohirrim warriors.
Job.
Oh, look at the horse flesh
That's
on that.
That's a lovely paint job. The horse flesh, lovely. The sort of the head, really like the red.
Yeah.
Really like the red detailing on the seat. Yeah, that's beautiful.
That's stunning. I love that.
Well done, mate.
Nice, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You can see why you've done it for 5 years, mate. I'd definitely have this Facebook click a picture and sod off at the top of the list issue sorted right out though.
Oh, hello.
This blows, man.
I got Scott though.
Go on, the conversions. What we got here then, Scott?
Rider conversions.
Oh,
very nice.
That reminds me of the conversions Lockie was doing as well the other week or the other day. My God, it does make you wish or hope for some new riders.
They'll be coming.
I think so.
Ryan Cuthbert, 6 primed and 6 already done. Love these new sculpts. Let's have a look at this prime stick. Wow. 6 dice colours is in.
That's a beauty. Looks properly broken in that, doesn't it? Hey, I've seen some prime of that as that stick.
I've seen some shit, man. And there's his 6. Looking lovely.
They look cool.
Base coat's done.
Kalman's got, it looks like Kalman's doing some Rohan warriors, and I think, let's have a look. He's got Rohan on the top. He's got some of Matt's Gent Shift bases. Looks like some Dungeon Fortress, are they called?
A cobblestone. Are they not the cobblestone?
Fortress,
Flagstone
maybe.
Fortress. Flagstone Fortress.
Yeah. maybe a bit of Defenders of the Old Helm's Deep there.
48 Warriors of Rohan. That should be fun to put together.
Whoop.
Will Shepherd, hi. Hill Boys and Wolf off the sprue, ready to clean and assemble. Stream Snacks tonight is comparing the Xmas Airstone Land and Seeker. Oh, it's comparing a couple of whiskies. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Will Shepherd. Cameron Bell is in. My take on cleaning up the new Rohan boys. My take. What that mean?
Just scroll to the bottom of the thread, and Larry has put a post in of quadruple strength tropical squash.
Of course it is.
Which is
mate.
obviously what's in that mug. But the best bit is the neat, undiluted squash that's in that bottle is precisely the colour of what's in that cup. So there is a chance he's drinking anywhere
Just
from
drinking
quadruple strength squash up to something that's remotely diluted, but it will not be diluted much at all.
Has he got any paint on a stick yet?
No, I don't know. I've not. If I even think about clicking on a picture at the minute, it fires me to the top of the list. Larry has painted a stick, and it's a beautiful colour.
Where is it? Justin Bertrand is in. Looks like he's working on Halif.
Justin Bertrand, let's have a look how far away you are. Okay, we're not a million miles away from the bottom here.
That's the spirit.
We're doing good here.
Chris Cooper, getting something in the whip thread. Ruth and I building new models. I like the model for this Frecker guy. Hope he gets a lot of stream time in the movies. Now, Frecker doesn't get you in. So, I'm going to put Chris in. It's tricky sometimes when Chris and Reef are painting. Mark and Lily are painting. I've only got Mark in at the moment. Adele was posting about them.
Tom Smith, I think, is in.
Tom Smith is not in. What's the unfit one? Is it the same?
No,
Does it
of
work?
course it isn't. Of course it isn't.
Beautiful. Yeah.
The on-foot one's legacy, to be fair, so there's no point that would count.
Stephen Ryan is in. Spent many evenings after Christmas snipping all the tribesmen off their sprues, so it's nice to get painting them tonight with a massive stream snack. I don't think that's a massive snack. I think those models are just tiny.
Jack's posted the trope.
Okay. What are you giggling about?
Jack's posted the trophy that melted.
Oh, really? Wonderful. That'd be a treat to get to.
Imagine going home with that and you're thinking, I'll tell you what, I've had a right result here.
I haven't got it yet.
Just for my first event. Lovely little trophy.
This stream has gone so long, I've been able to finish another batch of tribesmen. That's incredible work, my friend. Glad to hear it. It has been a long one. I think it might already be the longest. It's another record breaker. And then we did look through a whole massive rule book instead of a 24-page magazine.
Yeah.
There is Jack. No hobby for me this evening. This was the poor Sauron trophy before it started to melt.
I mean, you can already tell at the bottom, can't you? That thing's not looking well.
Has he got an after?
No. He's got to have a picture somewhere of it falling to pieces. He's absolutely got to be.
You'd have to take it, wouldn't
Yeah, surely to God.
you? Jack Brown, going to see how many more of these I can build with some Tyrrell's crisps, and I think he gets to 7. Jackson.
Well done, mate. They do look cool. I'll tell you, I've said that about both, but
No,
basically everything in the
Yeah.
box is just awesome.
They do look very, very cool.
I don't know if you've seen Stu Mack did a painting guide on the tribesmen, hill tribes, Dunlending, whatever we're going to call them. And they looked wicked. And it was a really quite straightforward, he's got that really clever way of making it look good with limited steps. Look nice. So if you haven't seen it, have a look.
Josh Cole's in.
Yeah.
Time to build some more Rohan troops so we can get a Mirkwood Warrior and Thranduil's Elk further on. Sub-assembled. Sub-assembled? I can't get on board with that.
I mean, it's a really useful way of painting minis.
Maybe the shields, but...
And I think, to be honest though, I think the amount of pieces that these now come in, I think it probably would reward you for doing it. I mean, you can paint them quicker. That's the thing. Once you've done it and you've got them in the pieces, you can actually slap the paint on way faster because you're not messing around trying to get around angles. But building them after you've painted them does feel slightly bizarre.
Sam Earnshaw says, new models really didn't butter my parsnips, so instead picked up the massive Osgiliath rune set. That looks mega.
Yeah, it does.
That's a really cool idea for a building. No dice for you though, sir. Love this so much. Larry says those wall sections are probably more efficient for buttering parsnips than Fiddly Warriors. Ricky Goldbrook finished work half an hour ago. Managed to do the bases on the tribesmen. Good work. Look at you if you take measure. You're trying to measure something optimistically.
Oh, that's the cave. That's the catapult troll base. 160 mil, mate. Tell you what.
Big, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's bigger than you'd think.
Well, ironically, it is 6 inches. Well, it's slightly more.
Hawk Jacobson, putting sand down on my new Dunlending's bases. There's some plastics in there. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Lovely, lovely. I mean, they have the starter box has come out in force tonight. The people have turned up to celebrate the launch of this new edition.
It's ace.
Larry says all cleaned up and ready to assemble. Oh, he has. He's jeez. Oh no! Oh, why did you do it to yourself? That can't be fun.
Oh my god!
That's just monstrous.
He's never right.
There's no benefit to that.
No. What's that? He's building it on a picture or a tray?
He's a tray. For some reason, I don't think he's not in the list. I think I put him in the list earlier.
Did you put him in the list for the Dale dice?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I did. I didn't duplicate it.
Because he's in for that as well.
I've got 2 in for that. Oh, there should be 3. There's Richard Clammer as well.
Mm-hmm.
Scott Newman, Larry Miller, and Richard Clammer. Oh, and Sean Clark, entry for a Dale dice. Lovely. Can't believe people are painting that thing.
It's a good dice, man.
Absolutely unproblematic dice. Larry Miller is then working on his range ruler. Sean Clark finished these guys and made a start on the final 8. Looking rather lovely. Is Sean in?
Yeah.
He should be.
No,
he's not in. Sean Fuck. Then we have Jake Pollard built and ready to prime. Got some Wildmen there. Primed and dry brush, time to paint.
Yeah,
Also
looks
got my
like
battle
it's dry
company.
brushed. It's good. They're gonna look great.
Base coat's down with ice fanning. It's time to call it a night. You and me both, mate. You're doing very good. Well on, Jake. Then Larry, need a few more coats, but getting there. I think Larry's going to update us later, so I won't click on that one yet. Ashley Fisher, base coat's done. Base coat's going down these gorgeous new Warriors of Rodahan. New riders, please. We'll see if we can get some in the post here. There's Ford Ice Fisher. Playing for the big money. Tom Rainwright has sent a video. Let's see what's going on with this. Hopefully this will work. Good try, but no.
Oh man,
Larry's beautiful.
They
pink.
look brilliant. Let's be honest.
Glorious.
They do, don't they?
They do look nice.
They look really nice painted.
Can't believe four people have painted that. That's so
Why is there a bit?
bizarre.
Hang on. Why is there a bit missing on the end? Is that because it clips into each other and folds?
It sits into a. It spins.
Ah.
This was from Joe Achille. Maybe sending in a second email shortly if I can find something Rohan needs to paint. But for now, I had to share this. Walking down the aisle of our local market, and what did I see?
Oh, there we go.
That is dreadfully labelled, isn't it?
Bargain.
How much does it cost? $1.07. What do you pay? $6.79. Who cares how much it is an ounce? Like, it just doesn't matter, does it?
I know, yeah.
Hold on, Joe. Get it. Hope you like it. Josh Crosby got to 11:30 and just decided,
That looks
just move on one and
very
complete him.
nice.
Aladome. That's what I was doing with my Hobbits. Thank you very much. Dude, that is so good. Oh, God, Josh's stuff is so good.
Annoying, innit?
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Did you see his conversions of the Rohan guys into the Harad guys?
I did indeed. They look great.
Just stunning. My last comment is Larry.
Yeah, that's my last.
Quadruple strength.
That's my last one too. They can't still be here watching this. Surely they're all gone. Everyone's gone.
101 comments. It has been a while since we've had 101 comments.
Been a good stream, mate.
Glad you think so. It's up to 107, so I'm just going to refresh and go down to the bottom and check. That's one picture. Larry Miller has, I think that's the Moomin's house that you can get in the Dicksteiny artwork. Which we'll be covering in the next 100 episodes of Battle Streams in Middle Earth. Boom. There you go, my friend.
That was done, mate.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. I hope so. Let's just check that Joe didn't send a second email, so he's not in the draw sadly tonight. So we jump back over here. So Do you think they might have gone, I think it might be us.
Just us here.
Maybe. It's never happened before. But my view account is showing 0. This is unheard of. Let's see. I mean, it is 2:30 in the bloody morning.
Let's roll some dice.
Let's see. I don't think there's anyone. If there's anyone out there, do let us know. I'll work out the numbers. Why don't you try and catch up while I'm doing that? It goes from Josh Crosby, access to cameras, Larry Miller, black with a gold circle.
Jack's just texted me saying they're still there.
Still, yeah, it's just jumped up. There's 27 of them.
Jesus Christ. Do you know what's ridiculous there? Is 0 was more believable. 0 would make so much more sense.
You were on that, yeah. Black with a gold circle with a picture in the middle. Even worse, you could stay still and pivot 360 degrees. I love the idea of the chariot spinning around on a key location. Sam saying performing burnout donuts on the objectives. Larry, it's because his eyes would go. You found that?
I'm looking now.
Larry Miller, you need guest hosts with eyes that go. Stephen Ryan, should you be sharing your screen, David? Yes. Speaking of shafts, I managed to sort out Harmer's shaft in the end. Joe Holzman, the only other place you'd hear blending shafts at this time of night is Sexy Girls and Boys. What?
Here we go.
Larry Miller, you haven't got the thread on the screen, you'll have to do it all again. Yeah, I don't think that Rohan have surnames. They'd be like Theoden, son of Thengel. Nominative determinism at its finest.
Here we go. Got it.
Don't they call Hera Hammerhand?
So you've read Black with a Gold Circle with a picture in the middle.
Yeah, down.
Yeah, Joe, where are you?
Sam, that was his surname, Larry. Frederick Schultz, Haleth, Hammerhand. Joe Holzman. Fun fact, that's the second time I've been able to use nominative determinism Homer-related chat this week. I'm pretty sure only hobbits have last names like we do.
Do you want me to take over?
Yep.
Yeah. Joe, what about Legolas Greenleaf? Larry, isn't Greenleaf just the translation of Legolas? Yeah, I think it might be. That's one of those weird things. That's one of those weird things from the Silmarillion, isn't it? There's 2 Legolas Greenleafs. Yeah. No idea why. Larry Miller, isn't Greenleaf just... Yeah, you've said that. Or I've read that. Yeah, you've read that. I've read that, rather. Sam, all the ruffians. Joe, technically, Helm is of the House of Earl. Would that mean his surname is Earl? I think his surname is Hammerhand, and on that basis, his son is called Hammerhand, which is incredible. Jack found that quite funny. Larry Miller, oh yeah, Bree too. Larry, but Bree's near the Shire. They probably got it from each other. Sam said maybe that was what the scaring was about, surnames, that's our thing. He also said, I assume Damien was doing it to speed through. Larry, it is tropical juice. I used up my last sweat on the Christmas stream. A lot of princes tonight. Have we had any wolf or targs yet?
Had targ?
Joe.
No wolf, actually. That's a good point.
Yeah. Joe then said, I second Liam's events being really good. Yeah, he's a good dude. Sam, we had a targ. Larry, trick for you. If you open the image in a new tab or window and then close it, it won't jump you to the top. The issue there is I don't know if you'll see it when he's sharing his screen. Sam.
What was it? Say that again.
On Facebook, if you open the image in a new tab, so you right-click it, open it in a new tab, it doesn't bounce you to the top, but I don't think they'll be able to see your screen.
I'll just have to capture a different window. That's fine. I'll try that. Thank you. Right-click it into a new tab. Right.
I bet you had that idea months ago, but just wanted to watch them suffer, Larry. Of course you did. Larry, whoa, I only just thought of it now. I just didn't care enough to try and help before. I feel like it was better not saying anything there, Larry. That. And Sam, fair. And also, I thought Dale was about to pass on your suggestion. Instead, it's about your squash. That did tickle me. I don't know why. Larry, I put about 20% in. Of course you do. It holds its colour well. 20%, that's insane, said Sam. Larry, the components are all laid out in order. There's nothing you can say, Larry, to justify having all of those individual pieces of the miniature laid out
on the sprue.
Nothing you can say that will make that okay. Joe, speaking of Richard Clammer, I had a very enjoyable game against him at Into the West of the weekend. Good. His Eagles absolutely destroyed me, but I killed Raddy and Frodo charged Guahir on his own to stop him charging Fazza. Go on, the Frodo. Larry said, did the game leave you clamouring for more? Larry's still here. Oh, here we go. They're here, look. Frederick's still here. Larry, always
They're all still
watching.
here.
Sam, also here. Joe Achilles, still here. Joe
Still
Osman. Larry never leaves. Bob Quinlan's still here. Jack Brown is here. Scott Newman. Ricky Drinks Paints. Sean Clark. Stephen Ryan. Bob Quinlan. Steiner Carlson. You are all incredible. The Big Goblin, I don't know who that is. Who's that? Big Goblin 86? Do you know who that it could be? Don't want to not say people's names. But yeah, they're here too. Only 9:30 in the States. Joe Achilles laughing. He's got hours left of this. Unfortunately, we haven't.
Still watching.
Sean, those crisps are deafening down my earphones.
Apologies, I've been sitting here for nearly 7 hours. I'm quite hungry.
Oh, no, yeah. Imagine doing this for free, man. Chris Webster's still here. I'm essentially nocturnal at this point. Larry, each model was on its own row. It all makes sense. Larry, it makes no sense.
Do you want to know the exciting news?
It's an even number.
40 entries.
Oh, wow.
That is a big one. Obviously, it wouldn't be eligible for the record anyway because it's a special. But it's been a while. We had 44 entries in October. Well, I suppose it's not been that long at all. That was for the fellowship special. So yeah, we've got 40 entries, which is pretty cool. So, are you ready for your big moment? You get to choose when the dice gets rolled.
Go.
Let's move us over.
Oh, sorry, I got excited.
No, it's not remotely ready yet. It's gone. Of course it's gone. Why would it possibly stick around? Come on, dice come. Don't fail me now. There we go. So we're going to do a 13, a 13, and a 14, all right?
Makes total sense, mate.
Group 1, Joe Holzman, Scott Newman, Michael Curtis, Mark Stone, Frederick Schultz, Joshua Crosby, Joshua Crosby. I've doubled up Josh Crosby. That means we got trip 13s. Lovely stuff. So, first 13. Joe Holzman, Scott Newman, Michael Curtis, Mark Stone, Frederick Schultz, Josh Crosby, Tim Garlick, Mark Greentree, Sam Page, Matt Fremantle, Michael Dublé, Patrick Peter, and Mark Fry. We're re-rolling 14s. Over to you.
Go.
It's a 6. It's Josh Crosby.
Oh my God.
5 dice Crosby into the final.
That is absolutely outrageous.
That is huge from Crosby. Group 2, Lily Fry, Richard Clammer, Rory Campbell, Chris Webster, Sam Huddy, Liam Smith, Callum Rutter, Michael Haskell, Ethan Walker, Scott Whitefoot, Ryan Cuthbert, 6 dice colours, Calvin Steele's right, and Will Shepherd. Re-rolling 14s.
Go.
It's 12. It's Cal. It's Cal. That missed colours by 1. Colours on the 11. I don't think Cal's got a dice, you know. Check.
It'd be really nice to get someone their first dice today.
Would it be really nice to get someone their 6th dice?
I mean, it takes the shine off a bit, doesn't it?
Not for Josh. And the final group, we've got Cameron Bell, Justin Bertrand, Chris Cooper, Ruth Cooper, Stephen Ryan, Jack Brown, Josh Coles, Ricky Colbert, Hawk Jacobson, Larry Miller, Sean Clark, Jake Pollard, and 4 dice Fisher. So Fisher's on 13. We're re-rolling 14s. Can Fisher join Crosby? Or will it be someone else?
Go. That's a good roll, that. You got a good roll on that, mate. Good action, good backspin.
I'm gonna...
What's up?
I'll say that's a 4.
Yeah.
That is Ruth Cooper. That's a good one. So let's go and consult the charts. Obviously, no surprises for Crosby. We all know of Crosby's calibre. He's a 5 dicer.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Ruth's got one. Oh, that's gutting for Chris. Ruth's got one, but Chris doesn't. It's agonising. So Ruth does have one, and Cal does not have one. So there you go. It sounds to me like you're cheering for Cal. What's happened to Dice Cal? All right. So are you cheering for Cal? Are you wanting to get a new dice out to someone?
I'd like
Fresh?
a new dice. I'd like a new dice.
A new dice.
It's always nice to
a new
see
row
someone.
on the table. All right.
Yeah.
So, first to three as always. Remember, you are playing for this beautiful black.
That only falls into the dice tray and gets sixes.
Definitely rolled it. There's a beautiful thing. Only rolls sixes. And we have on a 1 we have Josh Crosby. On a 2 we have Cal, and on a 3 we have Ruth Cooper.
Here we go. Go on then, mate.
Oh,
Nice
it's
and
out the
early.
tray. It's
That's
out
it,
the
out the
tray.
tray.
Out the tray. That will not count.
Oh, what was the number?
It was a 2. It was 1 for Cal.
Oh, mate. Let's have another 2 then. Go.
It's Josh.
Unbelievable. And again.
There's Cal.
Here we go.
There's Cal. Cal's in. What can Ruth do?
Go.
Oh, there she is.
Perfect.
It's down to a two dice shootout. Good play from everyone so far. Really high quality game.
Go.
Cal has moved to match point for his first dice.
Come on, Cal. We're rooting for you here, mate.
And they'll
And
game
go.
over life. I know that you're rooting for him, but not only that, I can promise you, Ashley Fisher, Joe Holzman, and Ryan Cuthbert are also rooting for him.
Go.
Oh, there's Crosby.
Oh,
It's
God,
2-2-1.
no.
Can Ruth take it to the final?
Go.
Oh, she has. It's all come down to this. It's just down to this one roll. I think we have to say well done to everyone. They've played a phenomenal
unbelievable.
game.
I love the fact that the universe has made sure that this arbitrary game has lasted as long as it possibly could to add to the turmoil.
What do you reckon, mate? Who's taking it?
Give it a roll, mate. Let's do this.
It's Josh
Oh,
Crosby.
God.
He's done it.
Unbelievable.
He's broken hearts.
Unbelievable.
He's still in the chat. I think he will be losing his shiz. It is
Win at all costs was his comment. Unbelievable.
unbelievable from Crosby. He's got 6 dice. I only just posted him one. Stream 109. He joins covers on 6 dice. Incredible scenes. Colours will be waking up to a world of misery tomorrow. It breaks. Oh, poor Ruth, poor Cal. Cal must have thought he was there. That is
Thought he got it.
unbelievable. Josh Crosby, as I live and breathe. All right, Josh, I think you asked that. I'm going to assume you're at the same address as the one I sent you to about 2 weeks ago. If you've moved, let me know. Let's say 39 entries. Unbelievable scenes. No issue. None of that. The theme was Battle of Edoras. And the deep dive was... and the deep dive was the new rulebook. That's incredible. Amazing work. You got second 6 dicer, man. Second 6 dicer. Unbelievable.
We've got a roll off for the Dale dice here.
So what do you want to do for this? This is all you, babe. You've got 4 entries.
You got a D4 there?
I could do a D4 for you. Courtesy of Michael Curtis. Michael Courtesy. The D4 is proper wacky, though.
Why?
It's on the numbers are on the points.
Oh, yeah, let's have a bit of D4. That looks horrific.
What are you after? Is this a first to 3? Is this a one-shot shootout?
I think you've got to do first to 3. You can't just
Brilliant.
have one dice and it
What
all.
other possible answer could there be at 2:50 in the morning? Great choice.
Yeah.
Great choice. And the good news is there's 4 of them, so it'll take longer.
Oh, that's true.
Right.
I'll just do it. Just do it.
Right.
So who's 1, 2, 3, 4? Come on.
So it's Scott in 1, Larry in 2, Richard in 3, and Sean in 4. This is to win the Dale Absolutely Not a Clan dice. And
it's not even funny, is it? It's terrible.
Oh, I could be wrong though. Come on, there you go. That's what you're winning. There he is. It's just him in a party hat. And this is for your contributions to Range Rulers.
Here we go.
That is Larry.
Right.
I'm actually writing these down because I don't think I'll remember 4 of them.
No.
All right. That is Richard.
Here we go. You see how that dice stayed on the 6? Just to add to the...
That is Larry again.
Oh.
So Larry's 1 away. We're doing first to 3, right?
Yeah.
He's done it. He's just smashed it. Larry's just crushed it. Take that, Scott. Take that. Sure.
Yeah, thanks for taking part, guys. But Larry's won anyway. Get me Larry's address and I will post him this rather fetching dice. I've got an envelope for it right now.
Amazing.
There will be nothing else in that envelope other than that dice, I promise.
Larry, why don't you... he's still in. He's there. Why don't you DM Dale your address? Let's see what's going on. We've got still here. Each one's on it all makes sense. Larry, it makes sense whilst also being absolutely insane. Winston Cat is probably watching, says Josh. I don't know how Josh knows what Winston Cat's up to. He's the guy who sent me all the Twinkies from America. Larry's not using instructions. He's crazy. Bob Quinlan slightly late says, how do you make an entry? Next stream, dude. But yeah, Larry helpfully says you have to post an image of what you're working on the whip through on the GBHL. Cheeky Josh trying to get in twice. He did, but I stopped him. Didn't help. Didn't help. Sam says you can also give the AMA a nod by not putting a sword in Haleth's scabbard. And Larry, look at this for some prophecy. Why do I only care about the other draw?
It is the only draw.
Josh Crosby has been rumbled for getting in twice. Covers is raging from Sam. That's when he missed out on by 1. Larry, I feel that dice would be great to use for wizards. Josh getting after that attempt to cheat shameful.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. Josh getting after.
Well, he's still winning. Even after.
But they don't know he's winning then, do they?
I don't know.
Sam says, nice guys finish last, Larry. Joshua says, when it will cost. Sam says, Crosby rushes to an early lead. Oh, it's close. Suspense. Come on, Ruth. Grats, Josh. Damn it, Crosby from 5 Dice Holzman. Ricky Drink Paint says, congratulations. Josh confirms he was locked in. Sam is a cold determination is all it takes. Sean says, disgraceful. Josh watched the draw of a feline. Ali Scott Newman, 6 Dice Crosby. Congratulations, Sam. It seems there's some discontent, though. The great Crosby controversy kicks off 2025. Come on, and then we're on to the big one. Larry, come on, 4-way tie. Drag this out. It might not take long. You might roll the same number the first 3 rolls. Wasn't far off. Larry says, come on. Huzzah. Sam says, of course Larry wanted it. Congrats. Congratulations, Larry. You know he'll be disappointed if you don't post it in a massive box. And Scott Newman says, great stream, guys. Very much enjoyed. It is 6 hours and 54 minutes, my friend. This is the longest episode of Battle Streams we've ever done. It's 5 to 3 in the morning, and there are still 25 people watching. Wowzers. Dale?
Insane.
You asked me at the start about my first thoughts. Your final thoughts, the box, the starter set, the Battle of Edoras, the new edition?
I think we are well set for what will be the best edition of the game.
Oh, that's an optimistic note. It's a close on there.
I think so. I think the rules are tidy enough. I think we're focusing on the right stuff. I think there's some early bits and pieces that probably need to be calmed down, but overall, the models are great, the book's great, the box is great. What's not to love?
Models are great, aren't they?
Yeah, they're beautiful.
Really great. And it's been
shouldn't be overlooked that we've got for the first time in 15, nearly 20 years, a starter set that's got brand new miniatures, completely brand new miniatures in it.
Yeah, since the Hobbit. The Hobbit starter set was the one that had everything brand new.
Yeah.
So what are we, 24, so 12 years later. And they are gorgeous models. Absolutely gorgeous models. I've had great fun building those up. They are hard, they take some time, but they're worth it. I also got this, I forgot to mention this. Picked this up half price, went for a cheeky War of the Rohirrim calendar.
The artwork's great, I think.
I thought, why not?
The artwork's lovely. Yeah, I can't wait to get that model. That Hera model, the plastic one. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's cool. I thought, why not? £5 on Calendar Club. What's not to like?
But yeah. Mate, what a stream. We've been on the big TV in a hobby store. We've been on here for as long as a full working day.
Benji Gibbs has just joined us in Australia, so just finished work. Hi.
Right, mate.
There's lots of people saying things like, great stream. I love a features strength. I can't speak. Feature length season premiere. Grats, guys. Maybe since Lara. Yeah, 24 hours I heard is a hip new thing. Yeah, we've been doing this for 5 years now, which is kind of mad. This is the start of another great year of BSIME. And we're starting a new year with a brand new edition of the game and a brand new starter box and loads of brand new models. So that's pretty damn cool, I think.
Yeah, it bodes well, mate.
Oh yeah, Dale, thank you. You've done a phenomenal job, my friend. Lovely to have you on. It's been great. I hope you've enjoyed it. Hope you've enjoyed your time.
It's been good. It's been good fun, mate. Thank you for having me. Thank you, the wonderful BSIME group, for staying here and watching. When we got to that point where I thought we were doing the roll-off in front of squarely 0 people. Sobering. It's a sobering moment.
That turns out there were 30. Do you know
what? It's good, mate.
I'm not going to say drag this out, but at this point, we have to make it to 7 hours. It's 3 minutes away.
I'm with you on that,
I think
mate.
we just got that. That's the closing out. We've got to get to the 7 hour mark, which we've never done before because it's insane.
I'm with you on that. 7 hours is fine. Imagine doing 7 hours.
Imagine doing 7 hours.
Yeah, like if you'd have said to me, I'll tell you what, mate, do you want to come and do a live stream? We'll talk about the new edition. It'll be about, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. Yeah, sweet, mate. I'll do a full day at work and then I'll do that.
I always said to you the other night, Russia, do you feel like it shot by?
The what?
Do you feel like it shot by?
Did it shoot by? It definitely doesn't feel like 7 hours.
Does it?
That I would say it doesn't feel like 7 hours.
Ludicrous scenes. The plan for the next one.
We'll do it again.
Yeah, for sure. Which will be in 2 or 3 weeks. Is to just do War of the Rohirrim. So for the next one, we want any model that appears in War of the Rohirrim to be eligible. So you've got a lot of flexibility with that. It'll be a special. We'll be pretty calm with it, but that means Mummoks could go in, Harad guys could go in, Saruman, I guess, could go in.
The Watcher.
Yeah, the Watcher for sure. The Watcher. Anything that appears in the film, and it'll give us
anything
another
that
stream.
has Gandalf's symbol on it.
It'll give us another stream to keep playing with all our new toys, and maybe will we have the new toys? We're going to pre-order them in a few hours. It's a 2 week. Is it a 2 week window? So we probably won't have those ones. Maybe we won't have those ones. It depends if it's a 2 week or a 3 week stream, I suppose. But yeah, so that's what it'll be, and then the film will be out to buy and watch at home, and I think we'll take a big, more in-depth look at the actual the film itself in the next one, and like really get into what we thought about it and what everyone thought about it, and then have a look through this little supplement, which has our 4 narrative scenarios, which are the only ones available in this game at the moment. But yeah, that's it. Joe Holzman says Eowyn. Oh yeah, why not? She narrates it. Crosby says Rohan traitors. Well, they would be the Warriors of Rohan, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
So those models are in. So yeah, for sure. Particularly the way you're doing it, mate. So yeah, that's the next one. I hope you enjoy that. I hope you're enjoying the launch of this season, looking into this this wonderful new movie that we've got to further explore our wonderful world of Middle Earth. Dale, forgot your name. Anything you want to shout out? Board and Brahma, anything like that? Anything you want to promote?
I mean, come to our events. Visit our new website. Should be launched tomorrow. Well, today, 6 hours time. But yeah, support the store. Come and say hello. Come and visit. We're not far away from the sort of main thoroughfare of the M6, so it's easy to get to the shop. Be good to see you all. Be good to see you all in or at our events or stuff. But otherwise, happy hobbying, and thank you for having me in this very treasured little corner of the community.
Thank you, man. Stephen Ryan's just asked, did you miss the date of next stream? No, I don't have a date, but it'll be 2 or 3 weeks. I'll sort something out of Emma, and then I will find myself a delightful steward. You'll also be getting, I'm hopeful, I'm very, very hopeful, you'll be getting the first episode of Shedfest this week. So you can all look forward to a feature. It's going to be about an hour and a half long, and that's the first half. An hour and a half of all the hilarity that went into building the display board. So that will be coming to sate your BSIME fix between this stream and the next. And it's been a monster, so please do get involved when it publishes and comment and let me know what you think, because yeah, it's been a big one, this one, but I hope you'll enjoy it. I think that's it, man. We've passed into 7 hours, our first ever 7-hour stream. Unbelievable scenes. Thank you.
Maybe doing
so
a
much.
full rules manual in one episode was lofty.
Well, the problem was it started at 11. That's the issue. Like the first 3 hours.
Yeah.
Was just the hellos.
Yeah.
You didn't even do your Hobbit journey.
No, it's fine.
Incredible.
We'll do it next time.
We will, indeed. Lots of people excited about Shedfest. I'm delighted to hear it. Thank you all so much. Let's all go to bed. Happy New Year. Happy BSIME. Happy New Edition.